Yeah? All right, guys, we're going to get started. So if I could just have everybody's... Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna get started, okay? Efren, tell me when.
3, 2, 1.
Good morning. I'm Alan Silberberg. Welcome to the 4th annual Gov 2.0 LA event. I'm very proud that we're having this again. And I'm also kind of humbled this week. We've all witnessed, a powerful series of events that nobody could have hoped for. And I think that it's an amazing thing to see how the American people have come together in a time of crisis and have collectively decided to look at these challenges that are now facing our country in a way that I think is proactive, as opposed to being scared and pretending that nothing's happening and it's not coming to our shores. Apparently it did come to our shores again. When I planned the themes for Gov 2.0 LA this year, it was actually 6 months ago when I started thinking about the importance of social media in emergencies and how first responders are able to use social media now in ways to communicate to all of us that just 2 years ago or 3 years ago wouldn't have been possible, let alone most people would never have conceived of the head of a major police department of a major city using the media to then say, hey, use your social media to reach out and do this, or to watch for something, or to share a message, or here's how you can help. So we've come through, I think, a very incredible period of time. In 2008, when I first started getting interested in how social media could affect governments and really change the engagement cycle, the idea of first responders relying on something like Twitter as a news source, it would have been unthinkable. If you had said to someone, hey, there's this thing, it's Twitter, it's 140 characters, and if you look at it carefully, you're going to see the world's news happening in front of you at a very, very fast clip. And what we've seen time and time again this week is the idea that basically the mainstream media is trying very hard to keep up with the crowdsourcing reporting that's going on from social media. They're trying to keep up with the idea that there's people besides themselves who have the news. That all of us actually, if you have a phone, a smartphone, or even a dumb phone as they're called, you have the ability to be a newsmaker, to share the news, and to educate people about what's going on. And I think that we've, so this week demonstrated in real time and in a very horrific way many of the things that we're here today to talk about. And I want to say, unfortunately, people died. And it's sad that we had to see that. Fortunately, there are people like the people who are speaking here today, and I'm assuming many of the people watching on the internet, who are actively involved in fixing these problems and in using these tools to help all of us. And I think that one of the things that I came away most impressed with this week, besides the fact that we saw people running towards danger at the same time as we saw people running away from danger. I know many people have made that comment this week, but that's a powerful image. And it's something that we saw in real time. And in real time nowadays means that real time isn't just when you're near a TV. The real time means that it's anywhere. If you have a phone with you and you happen to be anywhere near any kind of connectivity, suddenly you're able to not just, like I said a few minutes ago, share news and broadcast or report it, but you're also able to receive it, and able to receive it in multiple ways, whether they be short messages from your friends or updates, status updates on social media, or using your phone to stream the mainstream media news or from other websites. So we're clearly at a critical juncture, and it humbles me tremendously to think that the people who are gathered here today to speak and everyone who's going to be watching online today, you're doing it because you care. And you're doing it because there are some really important problems facing the United States, facing the world, and there's a recognition now that there's a technology and there's the ability to use that technology in a way that's very helpful. So with that, Efren, could you pull up my slides? And maybe if we could dim the room a little bit. So as I said, I've been working in the idea of government 2.0 and engagement on a civic cycle for several years now. And this is going to, I'm not. So is there a button? I'm sorry, this is live, so this happens. Ashley, could you just help me for a second?
I mean, there's that, he has your stuff.
Right.
I can turn this on, but I don't
That
know
would
if
be
this
cool.
is connected to that.
Well, let's try it. This is technology as it goes. So we're here at Pepperdine University in Malibu, California. And Pepperdine has been a wonderful host of Gov 2.0 LA for the last couple of years. And we're very excited about the partnership that we have with them. And we're sitting actually in, I believe, the smart classroom, which is wired for sound and audio and everything else. And so in the meantime, thank you. I also want to say thank you to groups like CallFire and NIC USA. Thank you very much, Peter. This is interactive engagement using our speakers as tech help.
Oh, I think it's on the very back. Don't fall.
Oh, that's on. The back one's on.
Yeah.
Is it loaded?
It's on here. I'm working on loading it, but we're not seeing the desktop.
Okay, so this.
Sure.
If you just project now, it should work.
Okay.
If you're following online, the hashtag on Twitter is Gov20LA, Gov20LA. Feel free to use it to ask questions. Also, I believe because we're on YouTube, there's a Google Plus Hangout being pushed as well. So we'll figure out how to take some questions through that in a second. There we go. Thank you.
Well, it's on here, but it's still not.
Almost. We're almost there. And I would, as a live event, one of the things that happens is things like this. And I think this is actually a very important little lesson because communicators in government constantly have to deal with evolving situations. As Andrew Nebbis is kind of giggling over there in the corner, anyone who's facing the news cameras on any daily basis knows that you have to be prepared to roll with it, which is pretty much what I'm going to do with my presentation in a second.
Is there just a VGA cable you can plug your laptop into?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, we could just, although Ellen, was your laptop not, is it
No, it's
on
my,
laptop?
but it's right here. So if we could just
Well, I know, but it's
plug
not.
this in.
Oh, now I'm done.
Have you done this before?
He's wanting to go back to that.
Yeah.
All right, laptop time.
Are you projecting now
It should be,
on the laptop?
yeah.
find the function. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What
Function of
P
faith.
function of 4? Maybe? Maybe not?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna just go with without my presentation. It's fine. I don't want to waste too much time. Efren, I don't know if people are seeing this online. So are they? Yeah. Okay. So sorry about all this. Again, I'm Alan Silberberg. This is Gov 2.0 LA. If you're following on Twitter, it's Gov20LA is the hashtag. So I'm going to call my presentation the yin yang of Gov 2.0. And the reason I'm calling it that is because it's really become very evident that the same tools that are being used to help people get through crises, to help people pay their taxes online, to file business documents online, are also being used by governments around the world to harm people, to cause death, and to do a lot of things that aren't good. At the same time, there's also corporations that are doing the same thing. And so I think that we've now entered a phase where we all have to start asking questions about, what's actually going on here. And so I've identified basically 3 parts to the whole of this situation. And the situation, as I see it, is that everybody's very enthusiastic about the shiny new technologies. And they see something, they say, wow, this is something that's going to help our agency or our group or whatever it is function better or do something more efficiently. But with the new comes the good and the bad. And so what I've just, and you can't see it, so I'll show you. This is what it is. It's a funnel. And I think that the 3 things, good, new, and bad, are going all together in that funnel. And it really comes down to this. It comes down to how do you, people, use these tools? How do we make the decisions to do something that's good or make a decision to do something that's bad? But ultimately, these tools, which is what they are, social media, mobile, cloud, encryption, et cetera, they're just tools. It's like a hammer or a wrench. And if someone doesn't pick up the hammer or the wrench and use it, it's not going to get used. Well, some of these tools can be automated now. And obviously there's a lot of companies and governments that are focused on using big data and computers in ways that are almost human-like. But we're not quite there yet. You still need people to be involved. But then I came up with the number 2, which is the bad use. Okay, and I'm again going to hold up my computer here because this is truly interactive. And I've identified it as basically cyber citizen tracking, okay, which results in things like stolen identity, stolen money, stalking, death, prison. It just depends on which country you are. And so I think that this is something that we all have to start paying attention to because, at the same time that a government agency might put in a budget request for some tools and they're going to say, gee, we're going to use this for good, well, who's to say that they're not using it for something else? At the same time, who's to say that there's people out there who have access to the same exact tools who may not be a government agency who might be trying to use it only for bad? And so there's these lines now that are almost invisible. And I would say that, in fact, many of these lines have been crossed. That where it used to be you could identify who were the cyber criminals. You could identify, who was the bad guy. And now, basically, we're in this environment where the quote-unquote bad guy can be anybody. They can be anywhere. They could be 30 people at once replicating their IP address across the world, and you're sitting there trying to figure out who it is, but yet they're still trying to access your systems, or they're trying to hurt somebody, or in the real world situation, maybe taking it a step further and going after utilities, or going after something infrastructure level because somebody said, oh, gee, there's a computer hole that we can go after. And so the question goes back to, again, what I said, which is the decisions that people make about how these tools should be used and implemented. I personally believe that these tools should be used in a good way. Now, this slide was taken right after Hurricane Sandy, and it shows Twitter, but it also shows on the left-hand side here, everything is in French, and on this side it's in English. And what they did is somebody decided to collect various Twitter handles that were being responsive to Hurricane Sandy and put them together on a single web page, and clearly demonstrated here's the power of these things helping people in a very positive way. And I think that that's something that many government agencies and corporations start to really have to strive for right now, because because we're at this point where the good, bad, the yin yang are so close to each other that I think that basically governments and corporations have to make almost a conscious decision in a way to do the right thing. To say we want our software to be used this way or only this way, and we're not going to allow it to be cross-used in some other way that we didn't design it for, or we don't want it to be allowed. However, we're not quite there yet. I think we're at a point now where there's still, like I said, it's sort of the shiny new thing, and so there's a rush to buy things. There's a rush to get to the cloud. There's a rush to BYOD, to bring your own device, and sometimes the rush to that also kind of leaves people out in terms of, well, what's going to happen with this? What's the actual outcome of this technology beyond what somebody is saying, here's what we promise it can do? Now, this is a picture of, it's a commercial art that I found online. It's basically depicting David versus Goliath. And in the background here is, Goliath soldiers and armies. And I think that's where we are right now, is David versus Goliath, but it's David versus Goliath in the way that, the United States government might actually be David, because Goliath is all these different players at all different times, and you never really know who you're exactly going after, and it's constantly changing, and it's constantly, getting to a point of, well, who are we dealing with? Are we dealing with the Chinese? Are we dealing with the Russians? Are we dealing with 5 companies? Are we dealing with the Mexican cartels? Who is it? Who are the players here? And I think that the questions start to become, again, when you look at the sort of the two sides of government 2.0, and you start to say, well, really, who is David here? Who's Goliath? Because 10 years ago, David would have been the quote-unquote the hacker, would have been David taking on the big society, the big industries, and trying to go after the Defense Department or whatever. But now I think we're in a situation where no one knows, and the problem is that the bad people are just as adept, if not more so, at using these very same technologies as the people who are on the good side, and so there's this constant give and take. The problem is that the people who are on the bad side aren't bound by any rules. And so they are free to do things using the very same technologies that maybe governments or corporations can't do. So this raises a very big question, which is, who is Big Brother? And also a secondary question, which is basically, have we surpassed Orwell's wildest dreams? So who is Big Brother? Is it corporations? Is it big government agencies? Is it some sort of mysterious group that owns a bunch of servers somewhere, but you've never really heard of them, but yet they own all the servers? Or is it a computer? Is it man? I mean, who's controlling Big Brother now? I think this is really where we're at a point where, and we saw it this week with everything, everybody was talking about, the eye in the sky and how social media was being used to track and crowdsource. But at the same time, there's some pretty hefty computers in the background trying to sift through all that data and sift through the keywords and the names and the places and the times. But who's controlling all this? So, when we're at a point now where if government 2.0 has these two sides to it, then I think a really big ethical question has to be, who's controlling this? Is it a computer? Is it a man? Is it something in between? And if so, where are the boundaries there? And what are the boundaries that are being created by us as society? And what are the boundaries that are created technically? I'm originally from Philadelphia. And so this is a photograph of Independence Hall in Philadelphia. I took it with my mobile phone. It's a kind of a blurry photograph, so maybe it's good that it's not up on the big screen. I took it because I think that this is where we're at a very important part of our historical transition right now, which is, 250 years ago, 240 years ago, if you wanted to be part of the Continental Congress and try to affect the change that was going on, you had to be a rich man, a rich white man, actually. And you had to be in the room. You had to be in the room. You had to be in this hot little, brick building in July in Philadelphia. And if you weren't in the room, didn't matter. Didn't matter if you're rich, didn't matter if you're poor. Your voice simply wasn't being heard. Now, it's your mobile phone. Your mobile phone is the modern day equivalent for all of us of addressing the Continental Congress. With your mobile phone, you can reach the world. Now, with my phone, with this phone right here, I could, standing right here, if I wanted to, I could tweet, I could actually start a live Skype conversation, I could get on Google+, I could probably reach tens of thousands of people separate from the live stream simply by my mobile phone. And I may or may not have something to say. But all of us collectively now have this power, which is essentially, you can essentially address the equivalent of the Continental Congress. You can address your peers. You can address the media, the powers that be, with your phone. You could stand on the proverbial soapbox on a corner, but now it's a digital soapbox. And it's not a corner, it's wherever you happen to be at that moment. And I think that this is a really critical time. So do you have an idea? You want to brainstorm something, tweet it, put it out there, see what happens. Suddenly you'll start getting some responses. People might call you dumb. They might say, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. But you're getting some free, crowdsourced information on your idea, like whether you like what you hear or not. If you want to organize, go on Facebook and start using the various tools that Facebook has and the ways that it connects people and their friends and the social graph and organize and use the calendars and the events and do things to actually take action. And take it a step further. If you're in a country like Syria and you're trying to overthrow your totalitarian government, well, I have one word: encryption. And if you want to try to stay safe and keep your family safe and do something, well, you have to rely on encryption. And so we're at these stages now where you can go from basically on a smartphone like this, I could both simultaneously do something publicly on Twitter, on Facebook, Google+, etc., and 2 seconds later, I could send an encrypted email and nobody would ever know the difference from right here. And I'm just an average person. So all of us now have the same power. And I think it's very important for all of us to recognize that we do have this power. And it's sort of, I think we've seen it this week. Unfortunately, you saw how average people were drawn into the horrific events happening in Boston and happening in Texas, and in Washington, in fact, where buildings were being evacuated and whatnot. But you also saw regular people helping each other through social media with their updates, with their pushes. I'm at Foursquare, I'm here, I'm safe, don't worry, don't have to call me. I think that we've seen a major transition. In the old days, when there was an emergency, phone lines pretty much melted down because everybody was on the phone like, are you okay, are you okay, are you okay? And now, it's just sort of, hey, I'm fine, don't bother, I'm on Facebook, whatever it is. But more importantly, I think that we collectively as a nation, as a world, social media allowed us to share something, share a tragedy together in real time, and mourn in real time together. Whether or not you were in Boston or whether or not you had pictures or you didn't have pictures, but it still allowed us to share the same things and to learn about the family members of people who were killed or hurt, and to read and share collectively as a nation, as a world, maybe for the first time, kind of the real-time impact of what a disaster means, of what a crisis means to individuals, to families, to people, to governments. So I think that this week, again, has just been tremendous in so many different levels, sadly tremendous on so many different levels. And so I go back to what I said about shiny and new. I think that, this is an image of a, just data basically going through a large data center. What works wonders for governments is doing good and helping people simultaneously, without any change, can be used in extremely dangerous and deadly real-life and real-time ways. And I think that it really comes down to a major question for government 2.0, government 3.0 moving forward. The question is, how are these tools being used? Who's using them? What decisions are being made to either hurt people or protect people? And then I think secondarily, as a society, what sorts of controls can we start to demand that we have? Some sort of protections, whether they be anti-stalking or anti-harassment, or how do we apply the same sorts of laws that apply in quote-unquote real life onto the online life? Because now I don't believe there's a crossover. The online life has reached into the real world in such a way that I don't think you can ever take it away. And so it really comes down to all of us. I think the very basic questions. So there's all these fancy, shiny tools. Are you going to use it for good, or are you going to use it for bad? So with that, I want to say we have some tremendous speakers today. In the next few minutes, you're going to hear from Peter Biddle, who is the General Manager of Cloud Services for the Intel Corporation and has a few things on his mind, from what I understand. And on Twitter, the hashtag is GOV20LA, Gov20LA. And so feel free to use Twitter to send us questions. We'll be monitoring it throughout the day. Do you have a question?
Just take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I was. And then, so Pete Peterson's suggestion, who's one of our hosts here at Pepperdine. Thank you, Pete. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We will be back. We'll start our live stream again at 9 o'clock, so a 7-minute break. Thank you very much.
Do we want to just power that down and power back on?
Yeah, I think we do. I'm wondering if we should power it down. Yeah, so let's try it from there first.
The chair is sketchy.
Thankfully, he's super tall.
the 2013. I'm Alan Silberberg. Thrilled to have Peter Biddle, who's the General Manager of Intel Cloud Services, as our keynote speaker today. Peter, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I'm speaking in my capacity as a private citizen at the moment, just for the record. So the name of my talk is The Darknet and the Future of Everything, and that's for a value of everything that's actually less than everything. But we'll talk about that in a second. And I'm OBS 3SD, which is what you have to do when you have a long name and you only have 140 characters on Twitter. So when I say less than everything, what I want to talk today about is public service, gun control, surveillance, robots, digital goods, terrorism, actions, the future, education, government, drones, drugs, physical goods, privacy, ideas, and thoughts. And we have an hour, so I think that's going to be easy. So in 2002, I published a paper called The Darknet and the Future of Content Distribution with 3 other people at Microsoft. There was an anniversary story that was written in the fall, 10-year anniversary, which is kind of funny because nobody had called me up and asked me about the Darknet for nearly 10 years, celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the publishing of this paper, and one of the many times I almost got fired by Microsoft. Myself, Paul England, Marcus Panato, and Brian Woolman all wrote this paper. And to give you some context, at the time, there was a tremendous amount of belief that technology would solve many of the woes that were being faced by the content industry. That you could use technology and DRM specifically to solve the problem of music piracy and video piracy and a bunch of other things. And this paper sort of kind of completely disagreed and stabbed that premise repeatedly until it was dead. And this was particularly interesting, I think, for us because at the time we were probably the foremost, not foremost, that's a little self-aggrandizing. We were kind of like the only people who'd been thinking about how to use technology to do DRM inside Microsoft for over 5 years. So when we published this paper, it was a little awkward. So let me talk about, so basically we were saying this thing we've been trying to do for 5 or 10 years, use technology to solve this vexing problem of content leakage, content piracy, that it's an actually unsolvable problem. So let's talk about what is this so that we can bridge to talk about using this as a giant hammer to solve all problems in the world. So the Darknet is, and these are quotes from the paper, is a collection of networks and technologies used to share. So let's talk about some of these technologies. We've all heard about peer-to-peer networks. These, were revolutionary in the 90s, but have become fairly commonplace. We use some of them probably in computing every day, right? We have clients that let us chat that act in peer-to-peer ways. We do things like Bluetooth connections between 2 devices that act as a peer-to-peer network that let us do things like share content or allow our machines to interact in interesting ways. At the time, in the late 90s into 2000s, peer-to-peer was viewed either as the sort of nemesis and destruction of all that is great and good about the media industry in the world today, or as the only way that the plucky rebels would ever find to be able to interact with each other, sort of out from the prying eyes of formalized government or big business. And in reality, it's turned out to be both, plus a bunch of other sort of fairly interesting and useful things that have nothing to do with content at all. Another kind of darknet is a sneaker net. So this is when you use your sneakers to network with something else, right? We did this in the room just now to get my presentation from here over to the back of the room, right? They're not sneakers, but close enough. And then we actually did it again to bring it back because I realized that the only version of my final copy that I had saved was on the dongle that I had to go get, right? So that's a round-trip sneaker-net event right there. This is actually quite popular today for sharing files because it's very efficient. If you have a a terabyte drive you can buy at your favorite big box retailer for under $100. You can essentially put all the music you'd ever be possibly interested in on it and bring it to your friend's house, and you guys can share, and there's your sneaker net. It's a terabyte of data, completely unfettered, completely unregulated, impossible, essentially, to stop, and I'll talk about that in a second. Forums. So forums have this great strength. This is internet forums, right? I'm active in a few, probably all of you are. They are an interesting vehicle for sharing sort of arbitrary chunks of data, like photos or books or whatever, but music, etc. But they're also an interesting place to share ideas. And there are forums that are sort of highly private, so they're very dark. You can't get to them, you can't find them, you don't really even know they exist unless you're part of the in crowd. And either those are like they're private because it's just it's a forum for your family. It's a thing you use to interact or connect. It's a forum or a system for emergency aid workers to communicate. It can also be a forum for child pornography, for terrorists, for whack jobs, for all sorts of people. But it's dark, right? A lot of times you don't even know it exists, and it's a way to share things, right? You're sharing information maybe, or ideas, or thoughts, or that you want to lead to action. So I want to make sure that I'm clear about that. Part of what I've done when I've been thinking about the darknet and its applicability and strengths and weaknesses as a sort of frame of thinking has been saying, actually, it's about sharing stuff, and stuff is not just movies or books, it's ideas, it's anything, right? It's connecting two things and letting information pass in between those things. Usenet is a great another example. So Usenet dates way back to the dawnings, fairly early on in the dawnings of the internet. It's currently remains a strong way to share content. Some people I know prefer it to BitTorrent, for example, if they want to get access to Game of Thrones. By the way, I am an HBO subscriber. I will also say that I found BitTorrenting Game of Thrones to be a vastly better experience than using any of the systems I had in place to watch it in my home, right? So I was fully licensed, to be very clear. I pay my Comcast subscription. I pay my HBO subscription. But for me, getting copies that I could watch, which I did not share, to be very clear, was a vastly better experience, and Usenet and BitTorrent are actually technologies that are quite good at that. They're also good at other things, right? They're good at sharing ideas. Back in the day, when I was on rec.arts.martialarts or rec.sport.paintball in the early 90s, which is my earliest 1990, I think, entry into the interwebs. They were actually the primary preferred methodology, really, of interacting in an unmanaged, unregulated way outside of sort of the walled gardens of like CompuServe and AOL. And in fact, one of the things people will say is that one of the days the internet died, right? There's internet denizens have been complaining about the internet dying over and over and over and over again. But one of the days the internet died was when AOL gave all their members access in 1994, I believe, to Usenet. Right, and you have all these people who were uncool and didn't understand the interwebs now on Usenet and totally destroyed the internet, which is why it's gone and dead now, and none of us can use it. So if you're going to say that a darknet lets people share things, well, is Facebook a darknet? I mean, Facebook gives me a lot of the controls so that I am, at least ostensibly out from prying eyes. I can set up private relationships. I can set up multiple accounts. I can share pictures. I can share objects. I can use it for pointers. And in fact, things like Facebook and forums actually help solve the namespace problem, which I'll talk about in a second. Our digital lockers like Bitcasa. Bitcasa is a startup. They're competing with people like Dropbox and Box.net and others. They let users basically store arbitrary stuff up in the internet, vast amounts of it, and then share it out either just to themselves to move stuff around and synchronize information between their computers. The difference between synchronizing your photo album between two computers and pirating music is from a technology perspective, completely indistinguishable, right? So the notion of being able to have a web cloud service that lets you share stuff between your own devices or people who are part of your personal network, like your family or friends or kids, that technology sort of inherently, if it's going to be secure and powerful and help protect your photos from people who shouldn't see them and you don't want to see them because you want to protect your privacy, right? All of that technology is technology that can be infinitely repurposed for all sorts of other things. Some of them highly, potentially illegitimate, or clearly illegitimate. If what you're trying to do is share, information to perform a crime, then it's another great set of technologies to do that. That's what the darknet helps you do. It also helps you just do things like share your photos. Twitter. So interesting thing about Twitter is its role in the Arab Spring as a network that lets people communicate, in particular communicate in ways that are outside of totalitarian regimes, right? Which don't like darknets particularly passionately, because those networks let the nodes on the networks communicate without the regime being able to control thought and action. That means you can do things like send out pictures of the police beating up civilians for no reason, and that makes the regime look bad, and then they want to ratchet things down. But as long as you've got access to the internet and you can share this, then lo and behold, it's a very useful tool. So what do these things all have in common? They have this notion of a namespace, and I have a funny story about that. And they have stuff, and then the dark way. See, it's a dark net. Magic. Bad joke. They have stuff, they have nodes, and they have links. So let's talk about each of these. So we'll start with links. Links are physical or virtual connections. So this is the way things are connected, right? You can think of it as a wire, or you can think of it as something far more virtual. Nodes are points in the network. So if you're doing a peer-to-peer network, there's basically two nodes. You're trying to set up a link between those two nodes. Stuff. This is the stuff that's on the network, right? It can be anything from digital media to ideas to information to whatever. Anything you can turn into an electron right now, and we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Anything you can turn into an electron is part of stuff. And namespace. This tells you where the stuff is. This is actually really important. And if you do the threat modeling to figure out how you might want to shut down a darknet and the promulgation of unregulated information flow, one of the first places you go after is namespace. So global namespaces are things like URLs. Like an URL is part of the DNS namespace. It's how you get to a web page. You type in google.com. Everybody knows what google.com is. It's the job of the entire internet to always make sure that google.com resolves to google.com and not to something else, right? So the internet itself needs to make sure that keeps happening. So one of the hard things about shutting down namespace is that a lot of times it's just part of the fabric of computing. So a darknet is a lot like the internet, right? In fact, honestly, it's kind of cheating to say there is even a darknet, right? Because in a lot of cases, it just is the internet. Sneakernet clearly is not, but the truth of the matter is that a lot of times the content came in via the internet to whatever it was, and then it's going in a sneakernet, and then it's going back out. That's just a particularly slow, not very well managed link in that network. So how do you control darknets? Well, you can block the namespace. Right? This is this favorite one. If you watch the history of how people have tried to regulate the flow of information, and this, by the way, as you'll see in a minute, predates the internet by about 5,000 years, is you shut down the access to the namespace, you block it, right? So shutting down Pirate Bay, whether or not you think Pirate Bay are noble or complete jerks is immaterial. It was shut down because that's a way to go after the namespace, right? It's to make sure that piratebay.com or whatever their last URL they had doesn't resolve. And if you actually look at what they did, a lot of those guys were constantly setting up shell companies, Pirate Bay 17, Pirate Bay 18, whatever, right? And then when they get served with a warrant, they just shut that. Oh, we're out of business. We don't know what you're talking about. And then they set up another one. So you can throttle throughput within links. So this is the equivalent of earlier I had to walk to the back of the room and come back here. You could make me wear lead shoes, right? So it's very hard to walk, right, to get to the back, right? And then give other people fast, swift shoes of running between the two nodes. Deep packet inspection, which is something people talk about a lot and is one of those dual, highly loaded terms. Some people view this as being, well, this is a highly necessary function that is not currently being performed. Basically, for the most part, network neutrality has ensured that that all packets are created equal, right? The packet leaves, IP is responsible for resolving it, getting it to where it's supposed to go, and generally speaking, packets are generally equal. There's things like content distribution networks that treat within their their little dark, sort of not entirely dark, dusk-colored version of the internet, that they can move content around with preferential treatment, right? They can say, hey, we're going to push this movie out to an end node or something. But so deep packet inspection is about actually pushing into the network itself, into essentially into the links, the ability to look at packets and decide whether or not a packet gets to the head of the class or not. It's something that people who are passionate about network neutrality view as an extraordinarily negative term, because it implies that some packets are better than others. That means that there is a bias in the network. And bias in any technology has enormous repercussions. The thing that scares me about DPI is that as soon as you set up a futures market for packets, which is basically what we're talking about, if you look at it from an economic perspective, just look at it as a futures market. That means that if you want to have an experience that delivers, better than your competitors, then you want to buy futures on your ability for your packets to land where they're supposed to go ahead of their competitors. The problem with futures markets is that the people with the biggest pocketbooks always win, meaning that people who have, $50 billion cash hoard or $100 billion cash hoard could actually afford to hedge and make sure that their packets, or the packets that are part of their sort of commercial enterprise, are going to get ahead of other people's. And who wouldn't do that, right? You have a fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders to ensure that the net result of what you do is successful if you're a publicly traded company. So if somebody created the ability to ubiquitously do DPI and inspect every packet and go, yeah, okay, this one gets to go, this one does not go, we're going to show this to the police, this one gets to go, we're going to hold on to this one for a while. Okay, now it can go. Then people are going to spend money to ensure that their packets can get ahead of other people's, which you might say, well, that's sort of how a free market enterprise is supposed to work. But at that point, you can probably assume that the people with the deepest pocketbooks and the most to lose in being in their packets being held onto for longer than they used to be will spend enough money to make sure that their packets get to the head of the crowd. Control, and there's a lot of intelligent, sort of the notion of DPI as a managing the flow of information and thought in totalitarian regimes is a known technique used by regimes in order to help try to make sure that people don't get access to things like photos of innocent people being shot or tear gassed or whatever. It's also an interesting technique in shaping a network. If you said, Peter, I want you to create the most efficient network on the planet, and then we'd have to argue about what efficiency meant. But one of the answers might be that some packets are ahead of others. In the real world, we all pull over when there's an ambulance behind us. That packet has more value. We voluntarily decide to let it pass, right? But you'll notice that we've never mandated the use of a kill switch in every car or robotic controls of every car so that the ambulance can make every car pull over, which would be the equivalent of having that actually be part of sort of the fabric of how we drive and how emergency vehicles respond to problems. So you could try to control what happens inside nodes. Back in the good old days of like the really evil Microsoft that was trying to take over the world and do all those bad, nasty things that I worked at, we always let users be admin. It's kind of like amazing the difference between the old really scary closed computing of the 90s and the new really scary closed computing of the teens, because there's a lot of devices today, hundreds of millions of devices, that you don't have admin rights on. and that's a problem. If you can install software on it and that device chooses to not let you do things like not install apps you want to install or get to web pages you want to get to or use a browser of your choice or whatever, then you're basically being shut off from access to unregulated flow of information, which is a reason you might want to be using the darknet. And then you can make stuff inaccessible. You can DRM content, so you can encrypt it and then say the only way I'll let you access this content is if you decrypt it, and then you have to obey my rules. So there is no way for technology to permanently curb the darknet as long as there's an internet as we know it, right? So that's I'm gonna state that as a truth. That essentially is a core thesis of the paper we published in 2002. And by the way, as we know it and love it or hate it, right? Because we all, I think, have whoever we are, there's things about the internet we adore, and there's things about the internet we revile, right? The interesting thing is, what are our conclusions about the stuff we revile? Like, what are we trying to do? And does that affect the things we love or the things other people love? And I know this is true because I spent a long time trying to break the internet and build technology that would have actually made the unregulated flow of information more difficult. So I started as the storage evangelist inside, hardware evangelist inside Microsoft. I started in '90, but I started that job in late '95. And the first thing I found myself working on was DVD before it really had a name. And we thought it was awesome and really cool. But then it turned out that there was this thing called the Video Home Recording Act. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of. Okay. And it had a document attached to it called the Technical Reference Document, which was like 90 plus pages of what was going to be a federal regulation mandating behaviors on all computing devices. So I read the VHRA, which was huge, and I read the TRD, and I went, okay, so if DVD requires these, then I went all Churchill, and we'll fight you on the beaches, and we'll fight, because there's, there would basically it would have meant the end of unregulated flow of information, full stop, and it just wouldn't have worked. So that was a boo hiss moment. But what we then did is we formed this thing pioneered by a gentleman named Alan Bell, who at the time was in IBM Labs, called the Copy Protection Technical Working Group, which became this hundreds of people meeting every 2 weeks for about 18 months at different hotels around the world, trying to hammer out an equitable agreement around how DVD would work in light of some people's intransigent insistence that we were not going to accept the law, and other people's intransigent insistence that their content needed to be protected, and other people's intransigent insistence that they just wanted to build VCR, build a digital version of a VCR, and can you just tell us how to do it? Those were basically the three industries: the PC industry, the content industry, and consumer electronics. And what that meant was a series of essentially diplomatic interactions, right, where we sat in huge rooms with the hundreds of people. We actually added up the billable hours. At one point, it was like somewhere between $100,000 and $300,000 a day in billable hours in the room, because we counted all the lawyers, and that probably was lowballing it. Things that came out of compromises here were the term user-accessible bus, which I wrote, and is now, I think, it is in the DVD copy protection spec, CCA, CSS spec. I think it also wound up in the DMCA, although I was not an author on that. They just cut and paste from there. 40-bit keys, so anybody, even at the time, at the time, we totally knew, contrary to what anybody might think, we totally knew that 40-bit keys were breakable. We also knew that, in fact, they weren't even 40-bit keys. They were two keys, a 26-bit key and a 14-bit key that were split, which were really way more breakable. Frankly, it surprised a lot of us who understood how the system worked. This is DVD copy protection, by the way, which became the thing that helped launch the most successful consumer media launch in the history of consumer media launches. the notion of the key length, like, we were very much about, look, we need to get this out. There's going to be, keep honest people honest. There's going to be some slop in the system. But a huge compromise was that the only way to make this work in a specific consumer electronic manufacturers who was on the bleeding edge of shipping actual, systems, right? They were supposed to start cranking millions of DVD players out of their factory in Japan. Was they had 10,000 free gates in an existing mask ROM and couldn't connect to the internet. So we had to come up with a solution that could fit inside 10,000 gates, had to be 40-bit keys or less because of Japanese regulation, and wound up being 26-bit and 14-bit keys in order to fit within the mask ROM and let that solution work. The alternative would have been retooling the whole factory and the mask ROM, which would have been an $80 million hit to that one company. I was part of saying, you know what, okay, we'll go with that. That'll work. So around this time, there was also a thing called DivX version 1. DivX v1 was an attempt by a group of Hollywood lawyers and LA lawyers and some people at Microsoft, but not me. Some people at Microsoft to actually sort of make a DVD that was incompatible and was super secure, and like all the devices had to phone home on a phone line every something, and I'll say that part of our learning experience on looking at the darknet and the use of technology in biased versus neutral technology has been based on working within a large company that was of two minds. Sometimes wanted things to be neutral and sometimes did not, right? Which is how you get yourself declared a monopoly. So we heard from Disney and Warner that there would be no content about 480p without fixing the analog and digital holes. That was an adamant statement. That meant I needed to go out, and so I said, I worked for years trying to solve the content protection problem, which led me to the sort of bolt of lightning, which sounds dramatic but really took a couple of years, that the notion of using DRM, using encryption, using technology to solve media distribution all up was a failure. Along that way, we had started with we're never going to get content past DVD resolution, so we'll never get 1080p. We knew that was coming, without doing this thing that we started up inside Microsoft called Trusted Windows, which was a code name, and the goal was to make Windows PCs as good as protecting stuff as everyone else without destroying the ecosystem, right? That was a thing that was passionate for me and for the rest of the team. Our conclusion from this was that biased technology allows for the concentration of power, which makes for more harm than good. Neutral technology allows goodness to triumph naturally. So that sounds kind of highfalutin, but a lot of the way we got to this conclusion, frankly, was through conversations we had with people like Cory Doctorow, who was a chair at the EFF, I think, at the time, at the tail end of it, and Bunny Huang, who had just started doing his Xbox hacking at the time, and this is in the early 90s, early 2000s, like 2001, 2002, and Seth Schoen, who's a technologist there. And what it really boiled down to for that conversation around how can we make PCs more robustly secure, and why would we want to do it, around whether or not creating that security, whether or not inherent in that security was a bias that would lead to the concentration of power. Were there other things like economic results of somebody making a PC more secure that would make for potentially more bad than good? And our conclusion and the way we were building the technology and the way the right way to do security technology, as Alan talked about in his talk, is to make it just brutally neutral. Like, don't make it. Don't think I'm going to make this technology great and nobody's going to be able to use it to do harm, right? So we're going to come up with a way to enable free speech unless it's free speech promoting child abuse, at which point it just won't work. Technology should never be asked to do that. That's a job of policy, that's a job of education, that's a job of a bunch of other things, but that is not the job of technology. Technology ought to be about making sure that everybody has a fair shot at whatever the thing is. Access to the data, access to the content, connection between two nodes, connection around the world, communication. So I realized that this kind of looks like Joseph's Technicolor Dreamcoat. I'm only going to show this twice, and I'm going to go through it fast. But basically, what this has got me sort of thinking about is, so you've got basically a curve of people, and you've got this notion of people controlling access to that. And generally speaking, people are trying to, optimize for getting access for to the mainstream, right? And then the further out into the margins you go, people are looking to technology or law, CISPA, et cetera, in order to appease, use FUD, fear, uncertainty, or doubt, manage, or just outright deny access to technology on the edges. And the interesting thing about this equation is that if you go back in time, what you wind up finding is that people have been doing this for thousands of years. So this is another quote from our session. If the darknet is efficient, then content will be rapidly propagated to all interested peers. What do you mean by rapidly, Peter? It took 4,000 years for poppies to go from a crop cultivated in Mesopotamia to grown in your front yard. And I love poppies, and here's why. Poppies are one of the few truly dual use, simultaneously, evil and bad, highly regulated, and totally unfettered and unregulated things in the world, and they're natural. If you take a handful of poppy seeds and throw them out in your yard, you will never get rid of those poppy seeds without like Agent Orange. They are incredibly persistent, and up until the moment that you slash one with a razor blade, you are totally fine. If I went out and picked a poppy and brought it in, I'm not a lawyer. Hopefully there are lawyers in this room. So don't count this as legal advice, because I'm not qualified to give it to you. I've heard, and Michael Pollan did a really good, I heard on the internet, if you slash a poppy with a razor blade, you are committing a felony, because that is a Class 2 felony, or Class 2 drug. And it is managed as a it's felony. It's managed as a highly controlled substance. The reason for that is that this is called poppy latex. It's like latex, and that is you smoke that, and that's opium right there, right? So that's all you just slash it, let it dry, put it in a pipe, smoke it. There you go. That's been true for thousands of years. People have been doing that for thousands and thousands of years. Poppies are also pretty flowers. They're weeds. They're almost impossible to get rid of, and people like poppy seed muffins. So you wind up with this sort of dual-use notion of, okay, we're going to find a tentative, uneasy, but acceptable middle ground. It's okay to grow poppies, even even an acre of poppies in your yard. But if you show, if we show up on your yard with a search warrant and you've got an acre of poppies and they've all been slashed with a razor blade, then you are in seriously deep legal trouble. And this is the Federal Controlled Substances Act of 1970, the definitions section that's particularly interesting, because it says the term production includes the manufacture, planting, cultivation, growing, or harvesting of a controlled substance. This is the harvesting, that slash is the harvesting of a controlled substance. So, bam, you have stepped out of the light net and into the dark net the instant you do that. So I'll repeat the question for the audience. Who's making these decisions? Well, in this case, it was way back in 1970. It was the people that, from the looks of the age in here, none of us voted for, or maybe a couple. They made that law, right? And it does have carve-outs for things like pharmaceuticals. Like there's all this controlled substance, and are you a distributor? And distributor means, well, you have to have done this. Oh yeah, and you can slash a poppy if you're a distributor and you're trying to make an opiate derivative in order to create pharmaceuticals, because then you're allowed. The government says that's okay. But if you're in your backyard and you just want to create, laudanum, right? Because it's an easy way to self-medicate because you've got, terminal pain. Actually, we would prefer that you buy the extraordinarily expensive and also highly addictive OxyContin rather than make yourself laudanum, which is just a poppy in grain alcohol. Because, allowing you unregulated access to it, even though you've got intense, physical pain every day, is a price that we are not willing to pay in exchange for letting other people, smoke it recreationally. And actually, if you look at one of the primary sort of another plant that I love to look at for this, pot's obvious, but mandrake root. So mandrake root which is sort of both a highly pornographic-looking root in some cases, which is, was appealing in the Middle Ages, but also is also a hallucinogen, right? Which I didn't know until fairly recently. I was like, why is everybody so big about mandrake? And I was like, oh, because it gets you high. Well, the church in the Middle Ages created basically this hundreds-year-long persistent story that they convinced people to believe in, that if you plucked a mandrake root, you would actually instantaneously die. And there's instructions for how to pick mandrake that involve tying a leash around a dog to the mandrake root, and this is only for scientists, and then you run away, and then you call the dog, and the dog will pull the mandrake root out, the dog will keel over dead, then you can go over and pick up the mandrake root, and you're safe, right? And the reason you create that story is because, back to unregulated flow of information, if what you're selling is salvation, and you can eat a root and it feels kind of salvation-y, then you don't want people to get access to that root. It's unregulated access to salvation, right? No, actually, you kind of would prefer they show up at church and then do their 8 to 10 hour shift, which is less than we work now, by the way. If you look at how long serfs worked in the Middle Ages, you probably will find that you work a lot more than a serf. But if what you're selling is, and what you're trying to control is salvation, then what you want to do is make sure that people don't have easy access to it themselves. So, porn. We're talking about how long it takes for the darknet to hit something, right? So in 1953, porn's been around a lot longer since 1953, but I'm not, going to go back infinitely. It goes back obviously much further than poppies. Probably, I'm sure there were cave paintings of porn. What is sort of porn in this context? Well, somebody has something somebody else wants to see. It's a visual representation or written or whatever of the thing someone wants to see. 1953, we got Playboy. 65, Penthouse. 69, first mainstream movie, which I think was that Debbie Does Dolls? I can't remember. Followed by a bunch of notable porn movies, porn theaters, 35 millimeter. So here's the funny thing about this. This was all really super regulated and created, among other things, two phenomenon. One, the societal norms in the places that distributed porn dictated sort of how tasteful the porn needed to be. So your ability to get at porn, and I know this personally because I was a child of the 70s, and I wanted to get my hands on porn. It was really hard to get your hands on it, and if you did, you were probably getting your hands on like your dad's or uncle's or somebody's Playboy or Penthouse, which was a highly airbrushed, highly stylized, very constrained view of sexuality, and in my case of women. And that actually created an imbalance around the distribution of the information called porn. What then happened is it basically went digital. Sex.com was registered in '94. DVD came out. I mean, right? I was the DVD evangelist for years, and I had to explain to people what the purpose of multi-angle was in DVD. Yeah, sports. It's going to be great for sports because people love to watch sports repeats on. No. So what happened? What happened here? What happened here was that it turns out that the unregulated flow of information between nodes in a network means that if I have something that other people want to see, I can take responsibility for that myself, I can take pictures, and I can make them available to other people. That is a dramatic sort of shift in the whole economy of porn. But it also has produced some kind of wonkiness, right? And the wonkiness is that anytime you have the unregulated flow of information, and we see this in a bunch of places, and porn's not the only one. Internet commentary, like everybody says, never go to the bottom half of the internet, never read the comments on The Guardian, right, or anywhere else, right? It's because in the past, people who would have learned better than to be interested in this thing because it's repugnant, haven't learned about its repugnancy before they're in it. Like if, in other words, you can find yourself in hate speech at an age when you have still not formed the neurons to understand the difference between hate speech and non-hate speech. You can find yourself facing pornography that I never saw when I was 14 and shouldn't have when you're 14, because it's really easy to find. The scary thing about that is it means that when you're exposed to these kinds of information and you haven't formed the neurons in order to actually cope with it yet, you're building neurons in real time. And by the way, you're building neurons that none of us have. Right? You're building neural pathways in your brain when you encounter porn on the internet at the age of 10 that I never made and I will never make, because I haven't formed neurons since my teen years, and none of us have, right? You build neurons up until you're about a teenager, sometime between 15 and 25, let's say, and then you're done. That's it, right? All the heavy drinking and everything, that just kills neurons. It doesn't actually build new ones. Although there's some science that says that that's changing. But what that means is that access to information before you have the means of coping with it well shapes the way you think and shapes how you interact with it. And we're seeing that in some positive ways. People getting access to information that, like, the man doesn't want us to know, that's actually probably healthy for us to know, like presidential letters. At the same time, we're seeing the opposite end of that, and that is that people are being exposed to information by the darknet, by the internet, right, by this unregulated flow of information that we haven't prepared them for because we didn't see it coming, and they're having to build coping strategies and mechanisms themselves. And my personal theory, and I hope that there's some interesting science that either proves me right or wrong, is that part of what we're seeing in this seeming rash, although I think statistically it's not actually probably a rash of rapes that are being filmed by kids, is related to this. It's related to the fact that access to visual images that are designed to be demeaning or shameful are accessible to people who, you know, can get them very easily, right? And that helps shape the way their brain works, and then helps sort of, it shapes the way they interact with things. So I want to shift to talk about riots. There's an awesome picture that I could not find of an Egyptian woman, probably in her 40s, scarf, but you could see her whole face, holding a rock. It's a beautiful picture, and when I saw it, it was in the middle of the Arab uprising, and I remember sending it out to a bunch of my friends and saying, you know, these guys are gone, right? They're gone, meaning the government's gone, because as soon as this woman who looked, there was sort of an elegance and dignity to her, and the fact that she was carrying a rock up to the throwers on the front line to throw meant that when the system has crumbled enough so that the mainstream is now carrying rocks up to the fanatics, like, okay, total unregulated flow of information and rocks, right? And a good example of what happens when you try harder and harder and harder to use technology to regulate the flow of information, sooner or later when things break down, they break down spectacularly. Right, like they just go kaboom. This picture is from the Intifada, but I love the fact that she just threw a rock and she took her shoes off because she knew she couldn't get a good throw, right? And so, like, you know, like if you're chucking rocks with a yellow scarf, which by the way matches the shoes, then something has gone terribly wrong in local and federal government wherever you're doing this, right? So, UK riots, which blew a bunch of people away, me included, and they started, the first fire was set about 10 or 20 blocks north of where I had a flat in London when I lived there for a year and a half. BlackBerry Messenger, BBM, was widely regarded as actually being the darknet of choice for the distribution of information around how people used unregulated flow of information to show up in places the cops weren't ready, because they couldn't see into BBM. BBM is actually a very secure network. Do bad things and then leave before the cops get there. So this is a direct quote from one of the BBM messages that was broken. Everyone in Edmonton, Enfield, Wood Green, everywhere in North, link up, Town Station 4 at 4 o'clock sharp. Bring your ballies in your bags, your trolleys, cars, vans, hammers, the lot. Right. Basically, come to do evil, come to break a bunch of stuff, and then we'll get out of here before the cops show up. This was a darknet. This is the the scary dark side of the unregulated flow of information. So here's another quote. If you're competing with the darknet, you must compete on the darknet's own terms. So we talked about DivX already. Napster. In June of 1999, I was working in this thing called the Secure Digital Music Initiative, which if you say it really fast, it's SDMI. Say it like a word. Yeah. It was an attempt to basically re-regulate the digital distribution of music. And I had was working with a lot of the same people in SDMI that I'd been working with in CPTWG. SDMI was kind of actually designed to be produced bias technology, which is, I think, one of the reasons that it failed. But in June of 1999, I don't know how I found out about it. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning. Napster.com went live. And I phoned up one of my friends at Warner Music, and I said, hey, go to your, in front of a browser. He goes, yeah. And I go, okay, type in Napster.com. He goes, okay, types in Napster.com. It was about 20 minutes of silence, and then, holy shit. And then just, oh my God. And I said at the time, so this was right when we had just started to figure out, okay, what you got to do if you're going to compete with your own stolen product is do a better job of providing your own legitimate product. And I told them, I said, okay, what you ought to do tomorrow is put your entire catalog online, unlock the whole thing, no DRM, $20 a month. You will rock. They didn't do that, unfortunately. I like the old Napster. It was very user-friendly and had great music selection. Napster was the greatest program. You could find all the music new and old on it, right? People liked it because it was free, but in reality, if you want to go after the mainstream, if what you've done is said you could actually do this, very user-friendly, great music selection, all the music for $20 a month, let's say, I think you would have had millions of subscribers in weeks. I mean, it would have been a phenomenal success for the 90s. If there are subverted hosts, then content will leak into the darknet. So this is a quote from the then head of, or chief software architect of Microsoft. I'd rather they steal Office than pay for something else. That was actually a pretty pragmatic thing. He said this in a meeting I was in with him in the late 90s, right? So that is basically going off the assumption that there's going to be subverted hosts. Stuff is going to leak into the darknet. I'd rather they use mine than somebody else's because that gives me a shot at them later, right? Walled gardens. So walled gardens essentially seek to regulate the flow of information. They create basically two things. An attention deficit economy. What you want to do is reduce the amount of attention that can get spent so that you can point it at your end-of-aisle displays, right? Your music selections, your book selections, your this, your that, access to this, access to that, so that you can derive a higher profit margin. Walled gardens are sort of inherently subject to dark netting, and if they want to protect themselves, need to find ways to make sure, if you go back to those controls we talked about, that you can't get access to them. So, for example, if you have a phone that can only install software from an app store, then that's the only way you're going to get to it. All right, I'm running late, so I'm going to speed up here. I'm going to skip that. Do I need that? Okay. So we were building this thing called Palladium, which was what Trusted Windows became. It then became the next generation secure computing base because we had to change the name for a stupid reason. And what it was all about was actually just creating a space that anybody could create on a PC in order to protect their own stuff. It didn't actually allow people to monitor what was happening, so you couldn't, in fact, see inside a container I created. So I can create a container. I can talk about overthrowing the government. It's going to be just as strongly protected as Disney's movies, right? Disney's going to get to figure out how to control what Disney has access to and who has access to their stuff. I get to decide if I'm setting up my own container, who has access to my stuff. That's how it was designed to work. The interesting thing about Palladium, which was a huge lesson for me and for the team, because it was rough, right, was the level of fear about Microsoft and about people trying to take this open, beautiful, technology called personal computing and the internet and turn it into something else. There was so much fear around that Palladium became sort of part of the rallying cry for a group of people who said, this is just an attempt to actually destroy the internet and destroy computing as you know it. And it blew us away. I mean, I did not see it coming, and you can call me stupid for that. But we published this paper that said that, I run the Palladium team, and I'm saying DRM doesn't work in a scientific peer-reviewed paper that's being published in 2002. That ought to be a convincing statement that we're not trying to use Palladium, because the 4 people who wrote the paper all work on Palladium, that, in fact, this technology is going to be great for keeping things secret, but not great for protecting movies in mass market. And that got missed. So we basically got, spent a couple of years getting the crap pounded out of us by some very smart, but in some cases well-informed, other cases poorly informed people around what that technology might do. And we ultimately really had to, I mean, it died, right? It died on the vine. Some stuff came out of it, though. And BitLocker is a disk encryption solution. BitLocker actually uses the same threat model, which is a darknet threat model, which is that if somebody steals your machine, they're now the user. Giving them access as the user of the machine to everything that's on the machine is probably a bad idea because it's your machine. It has all your stuff on it. You probably don't want them to get access to it. That's why it's encrypted. So you can protect some of the stuff some of the time. You can't protect all of the stuff all of the time forever. If enough people want something, somebody will find a way to get it. And once they have found a way, they will leak it into the darknet, which is to say Usenet, BitTorrent, everywhere else. And it will be now free forever. The same is true of a picture of someone beating up a protester. The same is true of, as we just saw in the Boston Marathon, pictures of really horribly maimed people being widely distributed very quickly in an unregulated way. That never would have happened 20 years ago. We actually, as Americans, have been insulated from that kind of imagery for forever. Right? We've never seen it. A lot of other places in the world, you see that stuff all the time. We've never seen it. This is like I'd say one of the most pivotal moments was the fact that, has everybody seen the unedited versions of some of those pictures? I have, and I wanted to because I wanted to feel inside like the rage and the horror and the that everybody else gets to feel all the time because their villages are getting blown up, so they see it with their own eyes. Yeah, but that unregulated distribution, like we were trying to protect ourselves successfully for 100 years from having to ever see that imagery, right? We never saw World War II imagery like that. We didn't see Vietnam imagery. It was all protected from us, right? Life occasionally would publish a picture that was shocking and horrifying, and we can remember those because they're seared in our brain. There weren't that many of them, and it was really a tightly controlled medium. All right, so we're winding up. Barrel proofing. Actually, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to skip it. Desktop printing. Desktop printing is an interesting metaphor for the advent of technology because at one point it cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in order to set up a really good print shop. And you needed incredible training in order to do it. There were a small number of people who could do it well, and they had a great business. Let's say this is 1950. If you wanted to print a brochure for your advertising agency or a wedding advertisement, you went to the print shop and you basically paid for the amortization of the education, the scarcity of the resource, the expertise, and the equipment, because it's very expensive. And it's hard and finicky, and it's, right? You got to know how to do the ink, right? Okay, so along comes computing technology, and we see that all of a sudden for, let's say, $5,000, you can do a relatively decent version of printing something out. And then that goes to $2,000, and the quality goes up. And then that goes to $1,000, and the quality goes up. And now inkjet printers, which can print very high resolution, photographic quality reproductions, sell for under $100. Oh, and by the way, they use DRM in order to try to make sure that it's still a profitable business because that's controlling the ink, which is an interesting thing. This took about 20 years, I'm going to say, maybe 30. So what about the future? 3D printing. I think that 3D printing is basically following the exact same technology curve as desktop publishing. 3D printing today is at the moral equivalent of the transition between dot matrix printers and laserjet printers for at home from a cost and a what you can do with it. So a lot of people are like, wow, 3D printing, that's really cool. I can print a not very good reproduction of like a paperweight. Right, which is what you would have been saying, wow, that's a really ugly brochure you created, Stan. You used Comic Sans and 3 other fonts. You've got the ant border around the outside, right? And you've got lots of exclamation points. Oh, and you used the balloon clip art, right? Because what Stan would have been producing with desktop publishing when he could get at it and he had a dot matrix printer and it cost roughly $4,000, let's say, was crap, right? But at the tail end of that is 2 interesting phenomenon. First of all, we desktop publish every single day. And the print industry did not die. Right? There is still a need, because it turns out that Stan doesn't understand why it is that Comic Sans is going to make anybody who cares about fonts want to die actually not a very rage-filled, loud death. So this is where we are. I think right now we are basically at the transition between dot matrix printers and laser printers for 3D printing. You can buy a 3D printer for under $1,000. It's going to make a nice paperweight or some toys. It'll also make guns. So people are like, well, but you can't really 3D print a gun. Guaranteed you're going to be able to print start to finish a working, highly lethal gun in the next 10 years for the same reason that when Stan was busy typing away, creating his awesome-looking, hideous, party invite, 10 years later, could produce an extremely slick-looking thing. The software was there to convince him not to use Comic Sans. And if he wanted to get a slightly better version, he could actually prototype, just like you can with 3D printing, on a cheap machine, and then produce on an expensive machine that you could rent time on, which is the equivalent of going to Kinko's. You prototype on your machine, you produce at Kinko's. That's where we're going. So, at some point in the next 10 to 20 years, somebody is going to 3D print a gun and kill somebody with it. And based on what we know from the phenomenon of the darknet, society is going to go utterly bonkers. Because something that we all counted on being highly regulated, or some people want highly regulated and other people staunchly want completely unregulated, is now technically completely unregulated. So what's going to happen? Well, the machines are going to get banned, only that won't work because the machines can print themselves. Then, think about it. Yep. Then the chemicals are going to get banned, but that's not going to work because the chemicals are just chemicals. It's like powdered aluminum. You can't ban powdered aluminum. You can't ban thermoplastic. You can't ban resins. So then they're going to get regulated, which means that the only place you're supposed to be able to buy the chemicals is from these guys, only it's going to turn out that there's also unregulated chemicals because those are much cheaper and they have the colors faster and you can get a better mix and blah, 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 blah. So people will still do that, just like you can do your own fill your own ink cartridges thing. If you don't want to pay $30 for an ink cartridge, you only want to pay $5 for an ink cartridge, you can fill your own ink cartridge. You just cut off the RFID, tape it onto the next one so that the printer won't not work when you have it there, or you can just tape the RFID permanently and then just live with the out of ink error message, which you're going to get because it thinks that RFID is there forever. Knives, same thing. Forks. Okay, so if you're in the creating attractive utilitarian wear business, which is kind of like being in the pop music business 20 years ago, or the desktop publishing business a while ago, then you are facing a future where anybody can print their own fork or print your fork. So you produce a fork, it's the best fork ever, and then somebody else is printing it at home the next day out of metal that may even be better than what you printed it out of because you were going for cost optimizations and they're willing to spend more on the materials. Baby stroller parts is a great example. There's a little hinge thing that was like $295 from the Italian baby stroller part manufacturer. You can print those off for less than $40 in chemicals. Drugs, it sounds wacky, but just keep following it. DNA, surveillance. So, in the UK, access to a public surveillance camera is regulated by the government, and the government is the only one who has access to the feed. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so don't quote me on that. You have to subpoena to get it, and frequently you'll get access to a feed that's been redacted, so you get like a 22-second clip out of a 5-minute scene, and you'll say, why didn't we get the rest? And then they'll say, well, because of terrorism, because that's a great excuse to not give you anything. The darknet, actually, if you think about it, what if what we did was 3D printed cheap cameras that were solar powered, crowdsourced the paying for those cameras, and then epoxied them to every single surveillance camera on the planet, and then set them up as open IP feeds. Okay, we're not going to get rid of the cameras. We know that. At least we can get access to the exact same visuals so that we don't have to subpoena and get told, oh, I'm sorry, terrorism says that we can't show you that guy beating up that other guy with a stick, right? Yeah, so what that gives us is unregulated access to information that we might otherwise not have access to. So here's an idea. Start a Kickstarter. Find a way to build a $10 essentially throwaway camera. Build 1 million of them. Super glue them or epoxy them to other people's cameras. Set them up on a public network. Set up an IP address. Now at least we all have access to the same information. Drones, same thing. I actually am kind of more optimistic about drones now than I was, because 3D printing means we'll be able to print our own drones. That means we can build counter drones to the bastard drones, right, which I kind of like. So I'm a big fan of that. I have some ideas if anybody wants to kickstart a counter drone program. Terrorism and public safety. We saw in the Boston Marathon situation the unregulated access to information, both the bright side and the brilliant side and the dark side of it. The dark side of it was we saw basically flash mobs smearing the names of people who were going to show up in search engine queries for the next 10 years as being terrorists, who had absolutely nothing to do with what happened there at all. But that is what happens when you provide people with the unregulated flow of information. Okay, so how's the darknet going to change? How is this technology changing? Nodes are going to become links. Namespaces will become infinitely distributed. Content is going to self-distribute. And content will become the darknet itself. What that basically means is things that we've learned how to do since we wrote that paper guarantee that there's no freaking way you're going to put the genie back in the bottle and regulate the flow of information. I can just take videos of a sunset, embed an infinite quantity of information in that video of the sunset, and then send it to you, and you will be able to find that information in that with the keys I provided you with, and nobody else will be able to find it. So, a few proposals. Accept that we cannot control the flow of information. It's over. Get over it. Move on. Education is critical. I think we are doing a craptastic job of preparing our children to form neural pathways that none of us have. This is for everything from access to porn, to ideas, to, hey, let's go break some windows, to, I want to print a gun and bring it to school. Education in the realities of that, unbiased education around this is what it means to have access to information of access to pictures of naked people. This is what it means to have access to drugs. This is what it means to have access to technology. We need to stop, CTO of McAfee said, this great quote, I'm going to mangle it, but we're tourists trying to teach the natives, right? We need natives teaching natives. Educate natives as natives. Don't try to turn them into tourists. I had an experience over December where I ran a series of conversations on my Facebook wall about gun control, and one of my proposals was, just to see how it went, mandatory gun education for all children. There are 300 million guns in the United States. There are approximately between 700 and 800 kids killed by accidentally negligent discharges of guns. If you could cut that in half by preparing them to understand what to do when they encounter a gun, as opposed to just trying to ignore it, that might actually produce a positive result. The interesting thing was, the language people were using who were really highly resistant to this idea was the exact same language I saw around sex education 30 years ago. Hell no, I don't want my kids to know that they have genitals. No, because then they might try to use them. Right, which, as we know, worked really well. Elect some natives. I think we have a couple of years. There are basically no natives in government, digital natives. Right, there is basically no one in, I mean, maybe 5%, 1%, 0.5%. Not really. We need to elect some freaking natives, right? Because we're going to see CISPAs and DMCAs and WIPOs and stupid, and more stupid over and over again until we've got some people who are part of the fabric of what is being regulated as opposed to not. You know, it's like, oh, Twitter's stupid. Well, yeah, but if you're passing laws that regulate Twitter, maybe you ought to be someone who uses Twitter. Build neutral, non-biased technology like services that actually help people connect and interact with other people without inherent bias. That's my ad. That's what we're doing. The more robust the end nodes, the less awful the bottom half of the internet will become. If you prepare kids and people to understand that there are whack jobs on the internet who say stupid, racist, homophobic, sexist, and horrible things, and who occasionally do the same things in the real world, then they will be inoculated against that, causing them to become more inclined to think of that as being as acceptable behavior. So what the darknet says is control is getting pushed further and further out. The last node is right here. Like, that's it. That's the end of the network. So rather than seek to build neural shunts into our brains, which, by the way, I jokingly proposed in a SDMI meeting, and somebody said, that's a great idea. When can we do that? I mean, they were sincere. I was like, well, we could just put in neural shunts that shut off your eyeballs when you see a movie that you're not supposed to see, or shut off your ears when you hear a song you're not supposed to hear. And they're like, that's great. When can you do that? Let's, instead of trying to think that we can regulate brains, let's make them robust to having their own solid sort of view and understanding of the way the world works and ought to work, and make them better prepared, and then the world will be a better place. Diplomacy requires compromise. You talked about diplomacy. I'm sorry about DVD regionalization. I proposed it in the lobby, I think, of the I don't know, probably the Burbank Airport Hilton. And they were like, okay, yeah. They were going to try to make it a mandated law that you had to honor regionalization. I said, well, why don't you just stick it in part of the license for decrypting a DVD, and then I'll have to, Windows will have to honor it in order to get access to that. I think it's a stupid idea, but fine, right? So if you've ever railed against DVD regionalization, know that if we hadn't done that compromise, which was part of the technical diplomacy we were doing at the time, you never would have been able to play a DVD legitimately on a device, which would mean you would have had to wait until DVD was cracked. We don't know if the format even would have taken off. I still am proud of that, but it's one of those things where unless you've done diplomacy, political diplomacy or technical diplomacy, you don't realize that sometimes you got to, okay, that's I'm not actually compromising on my moral fiber, but I'm letting a little bit go on practical reality. Where we want to go is a place where everybody gets access to information, and they're all much better at it. That's it. Thank you.
That was amazing. Peter, do you want your computer back? Thank you very much, Peter. That was really tremendous. I learned a lot. I know there are a lot of tweets going by about your speech, so you might want to look at the Twitter stream to see what people were saying. So if you're just joining in, I'm Alan Silberberg. This is Gov20LA, Gov2.0LA. On Twitter, the hashtag is Gov20LA. This is our fourth event. The last 4 years running, I've really been honored and humbled, really, to have people from NASA speaking at this event. And in fact, in our first Gov20LA event, someone actually came to introduce NASA's Open Government Plan. And so I'm thrilled, once again, to actually have two people today joining us from NASA. In fact, I should say NASA JPL to be officially correct here. Veronica McGregor and Stephanie L. Smith. And the two women here are, I will say, responsible for the Mars rover social media phenomenon that really took over last summer and well into this year. And you've won some awards recently, a Shorty Award, I believe. South by Southwest. And you're also just recently in Time Magazine or in the 100 most important
two of
something.
our, Richard Cook and Pete Teisinger, who were the project managers for the Curiosity rover mission, are two of the Time 100 most influential. And the third, we had three from JPL on the list of 100. The third is Don Yeomans, who is the leading asteroid watcher, really, for everyone. He doesn't actually look out for them. What he does is he's the guy who makes sure that we calculate and we know exactly where they are.
And if I could just add, I was at one of the NASA social events in February for the launch of the Landsat satellite. And it was really an amazing experience to be able to see, the people who worked so many years and hours to build something, to see it go up. And for anyone who's never been at a live launch or been at a NASA event, the people who you work with are so enthusiastic. I wish, frankly, every government agency was kind of like NASA. And I'm not trying to say that because I just think that we need to learn from some of this. It's a very outgoing, personable approach, and I think it works.
Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. You'll see a lot of that in our presentation as soon as Stephanie gets this set up, which will just take a minute. We're going to kick it off with the video, right? We're going to use... okay. What we want to do... we can land a rover on Mars. But we can't find a cursor. Yeah, we can't sync our... Where is that? Yeah. There you go. We're going to kick it off with a video that we put together. It's sort of a mashup of a lot of the different memes that came about last August when we landed the Curiosity rover on Mars. Now, in our presentation, you'll see we did quite a lot of work for a few years ahead of landing to get the public introduced to this mission. But as often happens, it's a little bit of what you plan, and it's a lot of serendipity and a lot of people who jump in and get involved as well. So we'll take you back to last August as soon as we get this going. This will go about 10 minutes, and then we'll launch in to the rest of the presentation. I think you got it? Yep. Okay, I think we are set, and we'll see if we have audio. And here we go. No, we've got it. Yeah, we've got one. But that is not the interpretive chapter. I'll talk a little bit more about what Alan just mentioned, which is we like to bring the public in. Everything we do is not only on the internet. We have found that just as important is bringing the public in for face-to-face conversations, not only for them to meet us at NASA and meet our scientists and engineers, although that was the first reason why we held our very first NASA Tweet Up in 2009, but also so they meet each other. Because they meet each other, they have a like interest, they're interested in space or science. Some of them actually show up and they really don't know that they're interested in space and science, but I guarantee you they leave loving it. And they meet each other, and then they go out and they maintain a community, a very strong, vibrant community, so that for all of our future events, even if they are not personally there, they're there online, they're tweeting our information, they're following us, they have alumni pages. So far, you know, we've done them at JPL, and NASA has done many, of course. I think we've done over 60 at this point at 15 different areas around the country. But think, you know, I would love to see one, you know, National Institutes of Health. You know, let us in, come in, show us what you do on a daily basis. Tell us your biggest challenges and what is that like? Or NOAA, you know, bring us out, show us what you do, show us how you're protecting our fisheries or how you're protecting wildlife. All of those things would be so interesting. So for me, it would be really great to see more government agencies do these. The White House has done a few. We've seen many other space agencies now around the world have copied the model that we started, and now we've seen the European Space Agency, the French Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency have all held these face-to-face tweet-ups, which now we call NASA Socials, because we want everyone who's in social media, you don't have to be on Twitter, to feel like they are welcome. All right, we'll give this one more chance here, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. We'll just launch right in.
All right, there'll be interpretive dances.
Right.
I can do the
signals.
entire Mars Curiosity landing.
We can just hum the music. I mean, it's...
Well, do you want to give us a little background about JPL and where we fit into the
Yeah, I was
social
hoping to
media
get into
landscape?
the...
I don't think we're going to have the video.
Yeah, it's okay. We can live without the video.
Should we be across on the,
I think the people on the live stream will actually be able to see the video, so if you want to just do your presentation.
I don't think they have it. It's only here.
no, we have it,
You do have it.
yeah.
Stand by.
That sounds like a very NASA thing to say.
The countdown's on hold.
Where's George Diller when I need him?
Yeah.
Did we
Do you
have
want...
this connected up in,
You sure you're putting in the right
was it
one?
on their PC, do you remember?
No, it's
Yeah,
gotta
I
be on
do.
there for, why don't
There
you,
you go.
it's gotta be on there. Why don't you show what you're gonna show, and then you can just crank up the volume from your computer.
Right, or something.
Exact, yeah.
I think that's the best
We'll
way.
do it
is
on
to
here.
Show the screen on the screen, and then just crank up the volume on the computer, and not worry about the audio. Because we see the picture, so let's get the picture back up, and then
Okay.
we can crank up the sound on your computer.
Okay.
We're actually going to a backup computer.
Okay? Sorry about this.
As long as you're holding it, we're good. Like, I used to be able to do things when I was younger, but not so much now.
doing live events. Is watching your keynote speaker stand on between two tables holding a projector.
Spoke already though, so.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly, if I fall in line, you know, like, it's probably just.
We'll just use the dark net to figure out what happened.
We have some first responders in the venue.
No, I actually am, I'm looking forward to that. It's been weeks since I've been in the emergency room.
That's right.
We should be working now. Projecting.
All right, we'll put the, I'll put the,
Okay.
All right.
now I can't see it here. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Oh, up. Splendid. Okay, so we're going to take you back. We're going to take you back to August 5th.
It is amazing. You can understand why when Mission Control got word of the successful landing, they, in scientific terms, lost their
or JPL, you are steely-eyed missile men. And you
know, the summer before the elections, and everyone was getting ready for the national conventions. You know, everyone's attention was elsewhere. And, you know, you guys might say, oh, something landing on Mars. Of course everyone's going to know about that. But, you know, do you guys all remember the 2008 Mars landing? Do you all remember the 2004 Mars landing? Two of them. Okay, so to us, you know, it seems like, well, everyone heard about the Mars landing because it's a Mars landing. No, everyone heard about the Mars landing because we were able to do so much in social media, live streaming, everything, involve everybody in what was going on. So stand by here, and I am going to get this. Oops. We got it.
Indeed.
I just didn't want everyone to see everything else that was on my desktop, because I usually have about 20 things open. And see, and even that one's not even working right. I hit play on it. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Okay. That is a selfie. That's a self-portrait taken by Curiosity on Mars. And if you've seen, there's a wide-shot self-portrait of Curiosity, and that's just one frame. It was really made up of hundreds of individual images with the arm taking every single angle and the entire body. So again, I'm Veronica McGregor. I manage the news and social media office at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. When I started there, well, prior to 10 years ago, I worked for CNN as a producer, and I used to cover JPL and NASA missions, and I loved it so much that I went and joined the JPL team. And back then, all we did were media relations. All we did were put out press releases and video news releases as well. That's totally changed. Everything in our world has changed as it has for other public affairs types everywhere. And then Stephanie L. Smith, who works in our office as one of our social media specialists. Thank goodness you all know how time-consuming social media can be. It was more than one person could handle. I'm going to give you a quick history here because a lot of people don't understand what JPL is. You hear Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We really don't do jets. We don't even really do propulsion much anymore unless it's ion propulsion. But we predate NASA by decades, and we actually started out in the 30s. This is known as the Suicide Squad, a group of students from Caltech who started building rockets on campus and were, after a few minor explosions, were asked to please stop doing it on campus and go up to this dry creek bed up in the San Gabriel Mountains. And they did, and eventually, by the 40s, JPL was building rockets that were launching, that were setting altitude records at the time. And at that time, of course, NASA didn't exist, so we were working for the Army. And I'll let you guess which one's the JPL employee in that picture. It is part of our culture that we are a little bit different from other, from government institutions, I will say. Because of our beginnings with Caltech, we are still part of Caltech. We're the only NASA center. There are 10 of them around the country. We're the only one that is actually managed by a university. And Stephanie and I are actually Caltech employees. But 100% of the work we do is funded by NASA, and we do it for NASA. So we've always, we always look at ourselves as being a little bit different, a little bit outside the mold, which is a lot of fun, actually. And I wanted to say it wasn't all men back in those days, and no, those are not secretaries. They are computers. This is what, they were the computers at JPL computing trajectories for spacecraft before they had computers. If you know your space history very well, you know that Sputnik launched, and a few months later the United States followed with their own satellite called Explorer 1. Explorer 1 was actually built at JPL. The second stage of the rocket was from JPL, the first stage from the Redstone Arsenal. And the lore is that actually we had all that built and ready to go. We could have done it first, but we were told not to, and to put sandbags in the top of our rockets just to make sure they didn't accidentally go into orbit. So when you hear the story about how the US was able to build it and launch it in 3 months, well, it was pretty much there and ready to go. Today, we're 177 acres, still by the dry creek bed, and we're about 10 minutes away from the rest of the Caltech campus. Coincidentally, we're the size of the original Disneyland, plus or minus 1 acre, I believe, and we do call ourselves Disneyland for nerds.
It's like Tomorrowland, but real.
Exactly. And this is our universe just at JPL. You know, NASA has, I believe, something like 60 missions that are ongoing. You know, there's the human space program, and then there's, of course, all of these satellites and spacecraft that we have out across the solar system. And actually, these are only the JPL missions. When you hear that a couple of people work on the Curiosity Twitter account, we don't want you thinking that there's actually 2 people employed solely to do the Curiosity Twitter account. We're doing all of these missions and more. All of the historical missions, all of the future missions. So we have a pretty big array of things that we do, and NASA JPL is our flagship account for our center. And then, of course, at NASA, there are about, across the agency, about 500 different social media accounts at this point. First one started in 2008, and many more quickly followed, and there's a full list of all of those at nasa.gov/connect. We're going to, since we're from JPL, we're going to concentrate on what we do from JPL. So this is a partial list. These are the accounts that I opened, and there are many, many other accounts now, not many more, maybe about twice the length of this list, being operated out of JPL by a couple other teams. But we're operating these, except for Cassini Saturn, which I did turn over to the Cassini team for them to go ahead and handle. Curiosity is our biggest account right now, Asteroid Watch close behind. They're asterisked because both of them made it onto the Time Magazine Best 140 Twitter feeds lists, Asteroid Watch last year and Curiosity this year. But I'm going to tell you how this all started with NASA and social media, and it all goes back to 2008 when we had this mission landing on Mars, known as the Phoenix Lander. It was going to land on a Sunday afternoon over Memorial Day weekend. And it occurred to me that, you know, there's not a lot of people sitting watching the news on a Sunday afternoon over Memorial Day weekend. People are going to be traveling, they're going to be at the beach, they're going to be at parks. How are we going to get news to these people? And of course, in my mind, though, I'm thinking the hardcore space fans. How am I going to let them know that we've landed and whether we've landed safely? And around that time, Twitter was, kicking off. It had been announced, I think, the year before at South by Southwest. And I went ahead and opened a Twitter account for Phoenix because it was the easiest way for me to get news of the mission to a mobile device. It was free. It had no advertising. It was a dream come true. And I set up this profile for Phoenix. And in some crazy last-minute thought, I decided to do it in the first person. And this was after I looked at Twitter, looked at a lot of the corporations that had accounts on Twitter at that time. They all read like press release headlines, very impersonal. Most of them cut off because they were automated feeds. And there was just nothing engaging about them. And then I saw some people who were on Twitter using it really effectively. And it was because it was inviting. Just in the first person, it invites you to ask a question or send a comment back. And with the very first tweet that I did with Phoenix, which was to announce that I was 3 weeks away from landing on Mars and the distance at that time, immediately I got replies from people. They were either cheering the robot on or they were asking a question. What are you going to do on Mars? Well, I'm going to be looking for ice. I'm going to be looking for water ice under the surface on Mars. And it kicked off this conversation, which was so unique because we had never had this open door where the public could just send us a question and we could reply so quickly. Now, I know today, we all take this for granted. It's so easy. You can do this, whether it's customer service with a business or if it's a government agency. Some of them, a lot of them are here. But in 2008, this was just, we were all just blown away by what was happening. That's Phoenix on the surface of Mars. That's its version of its selfie. And the mission did actually dig down discovered water ice under the surface of Mars. And I tweeted that. That tweet alone changed the way a lot of journalists do their job because some journalists will tell you we broke the news on Twitter. We did not. We followed all the rules. We had, it was all posted to the NASA website first. And the way that would normally work is you post it to the NASA website, you send out the email to the media, and you wait for those stories to appear online on their websites or in the papers. And that was really the extent of the involvement we would have in the story unless they called and asked some questions. But here, as soon as the story was posted, I hit the button, this tweet went out, and word got out first on Twitter. And for a lot of the space and science journalists, they said that changed everything for them. And then they realized now they all follow our accounts. And now, actually, I think we get better coverage today for our space missions than we ever had back in the day of press releases. Some of the comments that we had back from Phoenix that showed us that what we were doing was successful. And it was within weeks of that account opening and taking off that many other NASA accounts followed. This account actually was the 5th most followed account on Twitter during the summer of 2008. Was anyone on Twitter back then? Yay. Okay, good. A few people in this room. Back in the summer of 2008, you only needed about 40,000 followers to be the 5th most followed account on Twitter. The #1 account at that time was Barack Obama, and he had 60,000.
I love that you said only 40,000. Like most people, 40,000 they will never achieve in a lifetime.
That's true. Well, yeah, and this was just amazing that this took off as quickly and as well as it did, and a lot of blogs were writing about it. Wired wrote about it. New York Times was writing about it. And again, it was the fact, I think, you know, the story evolved from they're on Twitter to, oh my God, they're answering questions. And that is where people picked up and started following the account and asking us things. With all of our missions today, we really take pride in that more than 50% of our posts are going to be responses to questions. There was a question there? I tried it out, and I kind of thought it was too hokey, but I looked at it two ways. One, again, I had seen other posts. You know, I didn't want it to sound like a headline service. I wanted it to sound more inviting than that. And two, saying I am landing in 3 weeks is easier than saying, or takes up less space than the spacecraft is landing in 3 weeks, Phoenix is landing in 3 weeks. I was just looking at saving character space. But, you know, I tested it out. So I did a couple in first person, and then I did a few that were not, you know, not first person, traveling at, you know, 38,000 miles per hour, 2 weeks to landing. You know, you didn't get the response from people. When I said, I'm traveling at this speed, I'm doing a course correction tonight, I'm targeting Mars, I found my landing spot, I see it in my sights. It changed everything, and it really encouraged people that we were inviting them to have a conversation. And Phoenix was a rather short-lived mission because it was near the North Pole of Mars. We knew it was going to freeze to death. The solar panels had to stop operating. That was my final tweet, which I did in binary code because I figured once the spacecraft had stopped being able to communicate with Earth, I really couldn't like go out of character and say, you know, hey, I'm still here, and, you know, goodbye, everybody. So I came up with this idea of doing it as sort of like the last gasp that could make it to people's computers. And interestingly, you know, during that summer of 2008, the game Portal was still extremely popular, and there were a ton of people who were gamers that played Portal that were following this account. In fact, it was all people really into technology that were on there in 2008. Those folks were some of our biggest fans, biggest followers, and also most helpful to me as a person who was learning Twitter that summer. And so that I posted that final tweet, and I waited to see how quickly they would figure out what that was. And it was the word triumph, which was really sort of a nod back to the folks. No, it wasn't. I had seen others do it. But yeah, if you're familiar with the Portal credit song, it's well, here actually someone wrote it back, and I would get these. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Those were actually the words from the Portal credit song, and all summer long people had been tweeting this back to me, and so in a little way I wanted to make a nod to them. Now the account closed, and like I said, you know, I felt I could not, in my heart, break the character I had created and then come back on the account and say, and now I'm back and I'm really NASA JPL and you can follow us here and there. And, you know, it wouldn't have been authentic, and people would have not been happy about that. They had really bought into this character. So before Phoenix stopped communicating, I did have Phoenix try to encourage people to follow other mission accounts. But even so, there was this huge gap when Phoenix was gone, and I thought, I'm a crazy person to walk away from 40,000 people who are following this account. I posted a few later tweets in brackets saying from mission control so they would understand, you know, it was a different voice. But for the most part, I let that just stay. And what we did next was I had seen some tweet-ups happening around the country, and they were mostly just based on geographic location. You know, do you live in LA? Are you on Twitter? Come meet us. Are you in Minneapolis? Are you on Twitter? Come, let's get together. And I went to one in LA, and it was nice, but there was no common thread. There was, you know, there wasn't a shared hobby or theme or anything. And I thought, okay, wouldn't this be great to do something like this, but do it at JPL, invite our followers from this account, and let them meet the scientists and the engineers who had really been doing all this amazing work all summer, and let them talk to them directly. And we do tours at JPL. You can come in. We have amazing tour guides, and they'll bring you around. But this time we were having the scientists and the engineers do it all. And they loved the idea. So we posted an invitation to people, and it was first come, first serve registration. We had 120 people signed up. My concern being, that's our first tweet up at JPL, My concern was people driving across town in Los Angeles at 5 in the evening. The vote was people preferred evening time so they could come after work, and whether people would want to make that drive. Instead, we had people register from around the United States and a few from abroad. We had people fly in from Washington, D.C. We had people fly in from Washington State, a couple other states in between, and it was all to come and spend 3 hours at JPL to meet scientists and engineers. And it was another one of those serendipitous aha moments. Oh my gosh, I had no idea that people would want to do this. So we did, you can see this is the guy who wrote all the software for Phoenix. Because I knew we had so many people who were in the technology industry. He loved talking to people about how Phoenix worked, the amount of code, what it was written in, and everything else. And we brought in about 15, 20 speakers to talk a little bit about not only Phoenix, but several of our other missions. It went really well, and NASA also picked up on the tweet-up idea, and eventually several tweet-ups were held to bring the public into the last shuttle mission launches, and also a lot of launches of other spacecraft that have happened since 2009. And it's usually for about 150 people, and these events went from being a 3-hour evening event to a 2-day event at the Kennedy Space Center, and that's a look at, traditionally now we always do a group shot when we do these, and the circle in the middle, that's the administrator of NASA, Charles Bolden. Up to the administrator of NASA, they believe so strongly in these events and what's become of them that even the administrator shows up, talks, takes questions, takes a picture with everybody. And the key thing here, again, not only did people want to come from around the country, around the world, was when they came in, and we first thought, and they first thought, it was all to meet us and to talk to scientists and engineers, but they met each other. And as one later posted, I came for the robots, but I stayed for the people. And he means they stayed in that. He is still talking today, 4 years later, with those same people. He's in groups with those people. He goes to additional events with those people. He advocates for NASA and our programs with those same people. And now that number has grown to about 4,000 people around the country. So now we're going to shift into Curiosity. I just want to give you that background there. So Curiosity is, landed in August, and here's 2 of the 3. Courtney O'Connor is the 3rd of our current team, and we're doing all of the tweets for all of those missions that I showed you earlier, and Curiosity is the one, of course, that's taking up a lot of our time. Happily so. So we were thinking, was there a question? No? Okay. After we had done, we knew Twitter was a success. We knew that tweet-ups, in-person events were a success. The next thought was, okay, so what can we do now moving forward again with Curiosity to bring people in? We want them to take ownership of this lander. This is your lander. You all paid for this lander. We want you to adopt it. We want you to love it. Now, one of the things we have at JPL is this is an overview of our clean room. That is part of the rover spacecraft being built down below. And if you come for a tour of JPL, or you bring your kids to JPL, you can stand in this gallery and take your picture, and you look down and go, wow, they're putting together something that is going to land on Mars. Well, not many, we do get in the tens of thousands of people coming each year, but I wanted more people to have this experience. So the idea was that we would put in a webcam, that's simple enough, in the gallery so that more people could view what was going on with building the rover. And this was something that took many, many months to get approved. We eventually did get it in. People were curious as to how we were going to do this. They thought it would be boring. But what we wanted to do that was different was not just the webcam, but we were using Ustream and making great use of the chat box. It wasn't just so people drop by individually, look at a picture, and leave. It was all to create a conversation and get those people talking to each other. And so when we got this going, what we did was we were live 24/7, 2 hours every single day. We'd open up the chat box. People knew what time we were going live or what time the chat box was opening. And every day we would have repeat customers come in and watch, and we'd have a lot of new people come in and watch. And in the beginning, we were answering every single question, but people got so good, the people who were dropping by almost every day, a lot of students, people would ask a question and they'd answer it for us. It was really kind of great. So then, you know, we started this, they all started talking to each other. I'll tell you, one of the biggest problems we had getting this camera going, I mean, there were a lot of people who were a little concerned about us putting a camera in for certain reasons. There's actually government regulations about protecting information on how spacecraft is built. It's called ITAR. So, you know, we had to be concerned about that and showing too much of what was going on. We also had concerns from the mission team themselves, the folks in the bunny suits there, saying, wait a minute, I'm going to be on camera all day long. I mean, admittedly, you know, none of us would want to be on camera all day long at work, right? I mean, it would be kind of creepy. So we did work out, you know, things for them. We explained, one, no one knows who you are. We can't see your face. We also made sure that we were focused on just one very small part of the clean room. That clean room was massive, and we showed them the picture of where we are so they could just walk out of the frame if they needed to. A lot of them actually take their breaks inside the clean room because there's not enough time to go through that whole dressing procedure again. And slowly, you know, they started to like this. And then they started telling us that their families were watching, their kids were watching, their parents on the other side of the country were watching. They couldn't come to JPL. And then one of the questions we frequently got, and I'm handing it to you right after this one, was people saying, can you get the guys in the clean room, can they wave to the camera? We'd get this every day, multiple times, and we'd have to say, no, sorry.
They're building a robot.
They're building a robot.
Busy.
And we're in the chat, you know, actually in a completely different building than the room the building that houses this clean room. But we did start to notice people, those guys, you know, walking out in the middle of the floor with the phone, standing there for a really long time, and then going, and that was waving to their kids. But eventually, we saw somebody asked one day if they can all wave. And it turned out this was when we knew they were monitoring the feed inside the clean room, that they had adopted this so much, that they loved it so much, that they appreciated that people could see what they were doing. They were appreciating that people were interested, asking questions. They started jumping in and answering questions.
Couldn't you coordinate like a Monday morning wave? You always do the same thing.
We could, but that would just be for those viewers at that one single time, and
You could advertise it as a,
yeah, you could. What we did do is we brought in members of this team to do the live chat with us, and so we would promote that the people responsible for building the wheels and the rocker bogie system that it's known as, the wheels on the side of the rover, would come in and talk about those. Who else did we have? We had a lot of different people. And here, I'll let you take it from
Okay,
here.
so yes, these experts that we had in the chat turned out to be one of the most crucial things for us internally, was building these communications channels with the engineers and with the scientists. So we had a mobility expert, we had the chief engineer, we had some scientists come in, and we would advertise these special chats both in preceding chat windows, but also on Facebook and Twitter. So we're building an audience online, and we're building internal communications channels. We're learning the mission. Well, Veronica said that we've got 20 plus flying missions and another 10 instruments at JPL, and all the historical missions. So all that news is coming out of our office, and we're tweeting about all of that, and we really do have to be generalists. We needed to be specialists about Curiosity. This is a flagship mission for us, for the agency. It was really important that the three of us understood it inside and out. We couldn't wait until 2 days before landing to read the press kit and say, okay, I know everything that I need to know. So in communicating with these engineers and scientists, we learned the mission. We also were able to migrate the community that came to watch every day here to Facebook and Twitter. So we'd close every chat window with those account handles, which turned out to be really useful because nobody knew about them. We introduced people who were already fans, and were able to take that audience with us. We didn't lose them when this rover stopped being built. So another place that we took them was to YouTube. And this moment, this video, quick poll in the room, 7 minutes of terror, ring any bells with anybody? All right, yeah, I got some fist pumps in the back of the room, I love it. This was like our teaser trailer for landing. And this was our first viral video, I think.
Yeah, it was, but interestingly enough, we had done a similar video for the 2004 rover landings, a similar video for the 2008 landings. Now, 2004, YouTube didn't exist, so it was only on our website. 2008, YouTube existed. We put it on YouTube, but, you know, the share buttons really weren't there yet until maybe late 2008, so it missed that wave. And then you have a year where you've got share buttons and YouTube, and you just see an incredible difference, because all three videos were very well done. Oh yeah, all of that.
How much has that affected your ability to have viral videos? And do you think the mobile piece specifically, you know, has really contributed, because that's kind of like a sideways part of social media, is the mobile.
Oh yeah,
The ability to take it with you, absolutely, absolutely. It all came together in the perfect storm is not the right word because it's so negative, but in a really good way for us this summer.
Yeah, and we do everything geared towards mobile. I mean, we post these videos to the NASA and the JPL websites, but we wouldn't put that out in our tweet. Really, we'll send them to YouTube because we know it's going to be much easier for them to view it. And we do look at how many are coming in through mobile devices, and of course, it's been.
Is the people coming in through mobile now really?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's.
What computers are, or is it still par? Or?
You know, I believe it's about 30% coming in and clicking on some of the things that we're putting out on Twitter are coming through mobile, if not more. So I don't know how much that, you know, relates to everything else. I had another thought, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to take us really quickly through the rest of Curiosity's social presence here. Rover's on Facebook. More than 500,000 people like this rover there. So if you want to join them, facebook.com/MarsCuriosity. See how that stacks up against JPL. Our center count has been eclipsed everywhere by the popularity of this rover. So now the rover can help introduce everybody to the JPL accounts. Let's see, tweet ups we've already talked about, but this is a view inside the tent, literally, of the event that we had at Kennedy Space Center back in November of 2011 for launch. There's our group. There is Curiosity on the launch pad. So, you know, we give behind the scenes access, like the VIP level access. This is how much we love our social media followers. And then by giving them that access and giving them the ability to take pictures and share it with their followers, they become ambassadors for the mission, for JPL, for NASA. And they are some of our strongest advocates. We had an event at landing. There's our science panel. These are many of the people in the 7 Minutes of Terror videos. If you go back and you watch that, I guess these are the engineers. Yeah. All right. We've got hands-on demos. We put the social back in social media. And this one-day event, we actually coordinated between 7 different NASA centers. We used a feed on our Ustream and also via NASA television. But then we had an audio bridge. We took advantage of the communications channels that we had for traditional media, and we used them to connect the centers and allow social media participants at these other NASA centers to ask questions of the experts that we had at JPL, because it's a huge mission. There are thousands of people working on it. All of them were at JPL, and we're like, oh man, how are we going to make them accessible to people at Goddard in Virginia or people at Glenn in Ohio? This is how we did it. 58 million potential Twitter impressions from that one day and one event. We Ustreamed it, yes, and we partnered with Ustream. We make ads, and they help put them up, and they help us harness their great, huge, come for the puppies, stay for the science audience.
Yeah. I think this is a very important aspect of what NASA's doing, which is reaching out to the private sector and, you know, really utilizing public-private partnerships in ways that I think many other agencies need to learn from, number one. But number two, I think most people don't really understand this kind of symbiotic relationship that NASA has created both online and in space.
Right, and the whole point is to put everything, you know, where the people are. Not, you know, we do also stream everything to the nasa.gov website, but unless you're already a space fan, you're never going to find the page where it is. So it's putting it out there where, you know, Stephanie said, is people watching puppies and Eagle Cam and things like that, and then they see this thing, you know, NASA, and they'll click on it. And extremely important for us to stream the landing, because look at the time there, we were starting to go live. You know, the actual landing was about an hour after this. It was too late for all your local news was off the air. If you were in the central time zone, Mountain Central, Eastern, your newscasts were done for the night. You weren't going to be able to watch this live. In the Pacific time zone, you were okay. It was about 10:30 p.m. That we actually landed, and so the goal was to make sure that everybody could watch this landing live wherever they were and watch it in its entirety. Now, if you did watch it on the news, you probably saw 20 seconds of the last, 20 seconds of it landing and the room erupting into cheers. We started streaming some of our mission commentaries a couple years ago with some asteroid flybys, and people watched it on Ustream and said, why don't you guys do this all the time? This is amazing. We've never, they had just never seen an entire commentary. We've done it going back decades, but they didn't have access to it. Now they have access. Now they can go through the full 2-3 hours of the suspense, the challenges, the what can go wrong, and they enjoyed it. They wanted to be the fly on the wall there. Yes?
Can you speak to the culture at NASA that made it either easy or difficult to sell some of the decision makers that are hardcore scientists on puffins and puppies as the lead into hard science? I mean, how did that dynamic work?
Oh, no, it wasn't any problem at all. Those were all on different channels on the Ustream website. And we knew that those, people who like those things are going to Ustream to watch that. They might be going there to watch wrestling. They might have been going there to watch a rock star who was doing an event that day. But, just like you go to YouTube to look at a video and then you get distracted, Ustream, it was much the same thing. We wanted people who were coming in from every kind of interest to see that we were there too and know that they could watch. And of course we promoted the landing over all of our social media accounts with the Twitter and Facebook and everything else. So
did you get any caution or hesitation?
No.
This is going to reduce our image or?
No, I will say that at JPL we started all of these first. We kind of do that, go back to the guy with the no shirt on. We kind of like take these, we kind of always feel like we can maybe jump in first and test the waters. And so both with Twitter and Ustream, we made use of those platforms first. And if it had been a disaster, everyone would have stepped back. But instead, NASA saw that it was working phenomenally well. And now there's a NASA television channel on Ustream. There's several other NASA centers on Ustream. And NASA now actually embeds their Ustream feed into their nasa.gov page. And so, it's a matter of testing it. The Phoenix Twitter account, I was waiting for someone to say, stop that. I never put the NASA logo on that page, just in case somebody was, didn't like it and thought I was doing anything wrong. Luckily, because I am the manager of the news office, I know what all the rules are, and I knew how to follow the rules. If it had been a random, somebody else, a scientist or engineer who didn't know like when the press release was going out and when to put, when it was appropriate to start releasing news to the public once NASA had already announced it, it could have gone the wrong way. And they might have looked at Twitter as being something that was, upstaging the agency. But because I was always following the rules, not really explaining a lot before I started, but always following the rules, they loved it, and it worked.
And there is some very, very elastic language in the NASA charter that says that we are required to share our activities and results, so the missions and the data, with as wide an audience as possible. And it does not specify how to do it. And so it may have used to be traditional media. We haven't abandoned traditional media, but social media is where the people are. So if they're there, if there are millions of people going to watch puffins and puppies and eagles, we're going to put our science there too.
So with this tremendous success in social media, has NASA yet been able to translate this into affecting any policy changes or budget changes, or trying to see, get leaders to recognize that your mission's working?
I think it has helped, but I don't have any hard data on that. And since we're not at NASA headquarters, really, John Yambrecht and Jason Townsend would probably be better able to answer those questions. Because we are from a contracted center, we are actually not allowed to lobby for any of our missions or anything. So, instead, our goal is just to put the news out there, make sure that people are buying into this mission, are excited about this mission, and participating in the mission. And then we have to just hope that it's having an impact. And we'll talk about impacts, actually, at the end of this presentation.
Yeah, we should.
On that note, do you guys, how are you thinking about balancing being informative versus amusing?
It can never be at the expense of the science. We would use a hook, like song lyrics or movie quotes, But like 140 characters do not engagement and understanding make. So we would use a hook, and then there would be a little piece of news, and then there would be some kind of call to action. So the rover wants you to go and watch this video, or look at these pictures, or read this article, download this PDF, and you go to that next step, and that's where the learning happens.
And as Stephanie often says, we're just the carnival barkers. We're just, we're the folks standing outside the tent waving something, really great and saying, but come inside and see the whole show. We want you to see everything about this mission.
All right, so quickly here, because I know that we are at time. Are we good? Oh.
We're running over a little bit anyway.
Okay. Well, yes, here's our hive mind again, Veronica, Courtney, who are both professionals, and I'm the weirdo who sits with them. Anyway, that's us on landing night wearing our fabulous blue shirts. Took a lot of heat for those shirts. 3.2 million people watched landing on Ustream, plus another 1.2 million on the nasa.gov, NASA television website. And we got a lot of kudos from traditional media for this. The one I was looking for here was the one from Mashable.
Yeah, Mashable. It was in the video that we actually beat cable news. And that was actually Ustream put out a press release saying the number of people watching Ustream that night was more than all of the cable news channels combined. So that is, I'm sourcing them on that information. But we thought that was great. And that, again, was our goal. We needed to find a way that everyone could watch this no matter where they were. And every time I hear someone say, I watched landing, especially when I'm on the East Coast, I'm like, great, and where were you watching it? Because some people had multiple computers set up. They were watching, we had multiple feeds going out. We had the commentary with the video roll-ins and interviews, or if you only wanted to have the fly-on-the-wall camera, just what Mission Control was saying.
Raw and uncut.
Raw and uncut. You could watch that channel. We had the real-time animation that showed exactly what was going on with the spacecraft on another channel. So there were all these different channels people could watch, and people picked their favorite, and some people used multiple.
And while all that's going on, we were also live tweeting, and this was the tweet heard round the solar system. I'm safely on the surface of Mars, the part that no one ever remembers. Gale Crater, I am in you! And Will Wheaton was on lab with us that night, too. So we had his blessing.
72,000 retweets. So.
Which is Bieber level. Yes. I think it may be our only Bieber level tweet that we've had.
Others in the tens of thousands. Not any lower than that, but
But
still.
it's sad that that's your comparison.
He's got 38 million followers. If you're in the social media world, I don't think that you can ignore that.
No, definitely.
Let's not, look at the tenor of the content, but the size of the audience is key. There's an engagement there, and we can learn from that.
Do you know how many follows you picked up on those retweets?
Well, I can tell you how many we picked up from that afternoon to the end of that week. So we were at 130,000 followers on @Mars Curiosity the day before landing. We did a tweet chat between the rover and Neil deGrasse Tyson. It took maybe an hour, and we went from 130,000 to 150,000. And we're like, oh, maybe this is going to get big. Well, here, I'll just walk you through some of the numbers. Almost 375,000 tweets about Curiosity and MSL happened the week around landing. So a little bit before landing, throughout for 1 week. It created 1.2 billion potential Twitter impressions. So this is very careful to say potential impressions. If the rover has 1 million followers, tweets once, that's 1 million impressions. Potential.
Because we all know not everyone reads their feeds, but this is just a number that we can count.
You're not counting overlaps.
Well, these aren't individuals, and so yes, this could be included in this. Could be, there's a certain number of individuals that probably got 20 different tweets, about it, and so. But this is using our service kind of blew up, trying to even count.
Some of the queries timed out, so that's why I had to limit it to 1 week. Yes.
Successful, cutting-edge social media operation. But I'm kind of interested on the what is really the motivation? Because there are a lot of governmental bodies, institutions that deploy social media operations, but they're doing it because everyone else is doing it.
So why? Why does NASA and why does NASA JPL do social media? I think it goes back to the charter.
It goes back mostly to the NASA charter and making it available, making all of our information. We are a civilian space agency, and it was one of the key parts that Congress put into the NASA charter in 1958. It's what makes our office at JPL a must-do, not a should-do, and across NASA. This is a requirement. And so that is one reason. And then the other reason was just that we were anxious to take advantage of all of these new things that were coming along since, way earlier in the 2000s with when iTunes went online. Now, I will say that a lot of people in the JPL newsroom, a lot of us are former journalists who covered the program before we went to go work at JPL. When iTunes started up and podcasting started, my deputy, who was an ABC News radio veteran, was ecstatic. She hadn't done radio in about 10 years, and she jumped on and started podcasting. And she does a great job, phenomenal. I am from CNN, and I love video. When YouTube came along, my whole video team stopped. Well, they still have to do video news releases, but they started doing all these other kinds of videos, fully produced, and the graphics and everything else to make things really compelling and educational as well. So I think we kind of ran off into the things that we love to do. But behind all of that, we couldn't have done it if it hadn't been for the NASA charter. Oh, absolutely. And you know what I think is so crazy is prior to Twitter, I think, we would have our meetings at work. We'd talk about our educational initiatives, our setting up our exhibits outside the Smithsonian in Washington. We would talk about how wonderful it would feel to know that we had encouraged one person to go into engineering, to select this as a career. Right, but we were saying one person, because that's all you might ever hear back. And today I laugh at that, because now over Twitter, we use Reddit and everything else, we're getting these messages back all the time now. I've changed my major. I've applied for the astronaut program, because who knew how to apply for the astronaut program before we had Twitter and we could tweet the link to it?
Over and over again,
yeah.
right? There's something about, not fire and forget. You're not always going to hit the same audience every time you tweet, so
right.
Put it out again.
Yeah. So, it was definitely to inspire. I mean, absolutely, to inspire people to get a bigger audience. Yeah.
Okay, so back to landing week. Facebook reach 17.4 million. Yay, share button.
And I think that was when we had 30,000 followers, well before. We went from 30,000 followers to well over 500,000 followers today. So.
And a lot of this was driven by the pictures. That rover has 17 cameras, and we are very thankful for every single one of them, because they get sent back.
People per camera.
There we go. How are we going to keep it going? Well, we're always looking for the next forum, and this was about 3 weeks after landing. We got together a group of scientists and engineers from the Mars Science Laboratory mission. Which is Curiosity. Curiosity is the name of the rover. Mars Science Laboratory, name of the mission. We stuck them in our conference room. We holed up for 3 hours, and we answered hundreds of questions.
We got about 8,000. It was.
And it wasn't just answering those individuals' questions. The added benefit for us was that there were journalists lurking in the Reddit, and voila, we got coverage that we weren't even expecting from this. So many science journalists have been cut. They've had their budgets cut. People can't travel anymore. They're looking for story leads anywhere they can find them. And so we have a tremendous number of science journalists who follow all of our social media channels, and they're using it to come up with ideas for new pieces. It was and is the 5th most now.
5th most, yeah, number 5 on the list of all-time Reddit AMAs. We were in 3rd, but I think then Barack Obama.
Yeah, there's some guy named Obama. Jeez. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Gates, and Bill Nye. A lot of science and technology up here. Science, technology, and government. Yay!
That right there tells us so much about that's a fabulous place to do things. And we've used not only the AMA, subreddit, we've also used Ask Science if we want to just hit the audience that, you know, really already has an interest in science. And the 2X chromosome, that is a fabulous place. We put our women engineers, scientists there to mentor women who are looking for how do they get into careers. You know, what's it like? What's the climate like for a woman in that area? So that this is a really great way to share that information. All right, now I'm going to talk about, you know, if I, 4 minutes? Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about something else that we do. It's not all Mars Curiosity. We also have this account called Asteroid Watch. Because JPL leads the Near Earth Object Program Office for NASA, there are telescopes around the world, a few that, some of them are NASA assets contracted, and some of them are amateurs and other observatories around the world that feed all of their data of recently observed new asteroids, goes into one location, and it comes to our team, and then they calculate where exactly the asteroid will pass Earth, whether it poses a danger to Earth, and usually at any given time, we have a long list of asteroids that on the website that are passing what we call an Earth's neighborhood, and that would be something within 40 lunar distances. I think we go out about 4 million miles. I mean, actually, it could be even further than that. But on my Twitter account, on the Twitter account for Asteroid Watch, I only tweet the ones that are coming maybe within 3 lunar distances. And a lunar distance is just a nice way for people to visualize exactly how far away that is. I could say, you know, 800,000 miles, but, you know, 3 lunar distances works a little bit better. It's more like, yeah, it's about 850,000 miles. But what happened was, well, I thought it was incredibly cool when these things come close, because all the observatories are going to turn their telescopes on them. Our radar is going to turn on them. We all think this is really fun and neat, and I posted the first time that we had an asteroid passing Earth at about 2 lunar distances, and panic ensued. And then I went, oh, okay. This account went from 0 to 800,000 followers like almost overnight, and then I realized, oh, they're not space fans. These are people who are just terrified of asteroids. And so this was another one of those, oh my gosh, moments of, okay, now what can we do with this, you know?
Know your audience.
Know your audience. One, you know, it's a whole different psychology. I am going to tweet things completely different. The word safe goes into every tweet about an asteroid passing near Earth. And what's great, though, is the goal here is not only do I tweet about the asteroids and the comets and things that are passing close, but also, you know, there's other interesting research, asteroid retrieval. But I'm also promoting our other missions here, because I feel like this is this, you know, audience that really came in with very little knowledge about space. They're not born space fans, and so this is a great way for me to now introduce them to the other things we're doing. So you probably, I don't know if you remember, but, you know, a couple months ago, there was this very large asteroid that was going to pass very close to Earth. Only, what was it? Don't have it off the top of my head.
February 15th.
February 15th, DA14.
Like rendezvous with comets and asteroids around Valentine's Day. Yay,
Right.
love is in the air, and also flying space rocks.
So we set up on Ustream to do a live show. It's funny, the asteroid was actually passing on the opposite side of Earth over Asia. There was not a single NASA observatory that could spot this asteroid as it went by, and we wanted to do a live show on Ustream. So we ended up contacting observatories everywhere else around the world that could see it in real time at closest approach. We found a couple observatories in Australia. One was an amateur. One was sort of a mom and pop educational observatory for kids in Perth, Australia. There was an observatory in Israel, and then there was another observatory in Spain that often does spots asteroids actually for our near-Earth object program. And as the globe turns, you know, different observatories were going to be able to see the asteroid. For us in the United States, it was going to take 12 hours after closest approach for any of the observatories based here to see it. So we went with a lot. We were planning to use all of these other live observatories. We taught them all how to use Ustream. We had them plug into Ustream. We captured their Ustream feed. We put it on our Ustream feed. But first, what happened the night before, I'm sitting at my computer at home, and I'm answering everyone's questions about DA14. No, it's not going to hit us. No, it's not going to kill us. No, it can't go off course. No, because those are the questions we get. And then I got this tweet. You guys know anything about this thing in Russia?
Giant
fireball that was on all the dashboard cams. That was the night before. Yeah, the Russian Chelyabinsk meteor actually hit about less than 12 hours from the start of our live show. And this was the way we learned about it, okay? Somebody in Ecuador saw the breaking news posting to the RussiaToday.com website, and it was this really bizarre thing. It said people in Chelyabinsk are evacuating after a meteor shower. That didn't make any sense. You know, meteor shower, you're looking at the sky at night and you're seeing, little falling stars. So it was like, what are they talking about? So I had to start looking, found a video. It was the first dash cam video of the fireball. Well, you know what? Fireballs happen every day on Earth, and they're usually not a big deal. We actually, our account, and the reason why this person wrote to me, had become sort of the clearing ground for people to say, I saw this really bright thing streak across the sky tonight. What was it? And I answer, it's a fireball. It's just a basketball-sized meteor. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're very lucky you saw one. If you see one in your lifetime, you will be amazed. It gives you a great appreciation for how busy solar system is, and that we have this wonderful atmosphere that was going to incinerate them in most cases. So when I first saw the dash cam, it was like, okay, that's just a fireball. It's okay. I was getting ready to post the typical response, and then I looked at the next video, which was the shockwave. And then it was like, oh, okay, it's a little bigger. Put out calls to NASA headquarters, tried to call our asteroid experts, try to get them up and talking about this immediately because we were so close to that other flyby. And I knew everyone was going to say, did this splinter off? What is this? I finally caught one of our asteroid experts he was actually in Vienna, Austria. It was morning his time, and he was at a UN conference on asteroid mitigation, so it was perfect. He ran off and found the Russian experts there, and we were ready. We were ready, and we had, because of Twitter actually, we had this information. We had all the videos. Our experts were looking at those videos. We had the experts who look at the shockwave readings already looking at their material. So by morning, we were fully prepared with answers about it, and we went live with our show about the DA-14, and it was much more exciting. Sorry I didn't put in the video, but when that little white dot zooms across the screen, it's kind of cool. We broke the Curiosity landing record. We had actually 8 million people watch our show about this asteroid close flyby because we had the best lead-in ever in history. But it is great, and so again, this account is now turning into something we didn't expect, the Asteroid Watch Twitter account. Now, of course, since Russia, I'm getting even more people asking about fireballs and giving them more information about this. And so, yeah, this is great. We're seeing an evolution of something that was meant, really to put out information about one thing. We're morphing into what people want from us, because that's important, is to know your audience, the psychology, know what they want, be prepared to give that to them, and be prepared to change your content a little bit and provide what they're looking for. That's it for the presentation. I don't know if you have any more questions, but I think we're running a little over, so yes?
Just another quick question. The nature of social media and posting updates so quickly as things are happening, how much thought do you put into, like, that one tweet, I am in you, crater?
That was a special one.
Yeah. But I mean, like, how much thought went into that? Did you think, like, this is factually correct, but
we were in a crater. Where is your mind? It was a running, well, it's a meme. So we started with when we shipped the rover from California to Florida. When it landed in Florida, we said, Florida, I am in you. But actually for landing night, what we did is we sat down and went through every major milestone that was going to happen during landing. And we, the three of us, sat down and went over all the different tweets that we were going to post that night. And we all agreed on that one. But yeah, and usually it comes out with someone coming up with an idea and somebody else adding something else. And someone, between the three of us, we have a lot of fun every day. If we can make each other laugh, there's a good chance that there's going to be engagement and laughter elsewhere.
Sometimes we just look at her funny.
So this is just our ages are kind of spaced out, and this is good because then we have this like built-in gut check on, are people going to get this? Between Courtney, who's an early career hire, and then me and Veronica. And so if we got 2 out of 3, we're all right. That's good. If it's one person and the other 2 are like, no. Then back to the drawing board.
It is fun. A lot of stuff I come up with, Courtney goes, I've never heard of that.
Or they come up with something and I'm like, okay, explain it. And then it's like, oh.
Sometimes we'll send YouTube videos along with the post being like, and for your reference player.
So it works really well that way.
But the best references, the best jokes are the ones that work on two levels. Like an old Bugs Bunny cartoon, right? If you're a little kid, oh my gosh, this is so funny, I don't get it. And then mom and dad get the reference. And
right.
But it makes sense. You don't have to have the annotated glossary to know what it means. Yep.
Okay, I think we'll let the next one come up. Thank you.
Thank you, that was awesome. Could someone turn the first switch up? Thank you.
Is that your PowerPoint? It is.
Okay, well that was amazing. I don't know how anyone's going to top that.
Get a laser. Highly recommend.
Or have a space agency behind you, one or the other. Thank you very much. That was really impressive, and I think some amazing lessons for all of us and any government agency who's trying to figure out how to make use of social media or media in general, for that matter. There's definitely some lessons to be learned from NASA, for sure. Our next speaker is someone I'm very pleased to have speaking today. Amy Singer is joining us. Amy is one of those quiet technical wizards, and has been really a strong player in social media for many years. You're one of the early people on Twitter and blogging and all sorts of stuff, and was one of the project managers for Intellipedia. Is that correct?
I was one of the lead trainers.
Lead trainers, excuse me. And so I invited Amy to come talk to us today, pretty much about just views on how things are changing in our lives with multiple screens. And when I say multiple screens, obviously I'm talking about TV, computer, mobile phones, tablets, however many screens you happen to have around you in any given day. And also, just briefly while Amy's getting set up, I'd like to briefly thank CallFire and NIC USA and Davenport Institute and TechZulu for really just tremendous help in sponsoring Gov20LA and helping us get going every year. We couldn't do it without you. And also, I just want to acknowledge the people that are in the room and tweeting and blogging and everything else, and it's greatly appreciated. Definitely getting a lot of interest online. And I want to say also to use the online tools. So Twitter, the hashtag is Gov20LA, Gov20LA. Feel free to use it to ask questions. If you'd like to have one of the speakers answer your question, that's a good way for us to do it. Or you can send an email or a direct message. And we'll have a few more speakers, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then we'll come back and have an afternoon full of this again. And I also just briefly want to say thank you to everyone who's been supporting me and Government 2.0 and Gov20LA for the last several years. It's really been an amazing experience. I can say that when I first jumped into this whole open government Gov 2.0 stuff, I never thought it was going to take me to places like Russia or Canada or Australia or wherever because of that. But in fact it has, and it's really opened my eyes to some of the things that are going on around the world in ways that I think we all have to start paying attention to. And one of the lessons that I've really been learning from the last several years of Gov 2.0 LA and putting this together is the tremendous passion that people like yourselves have, people who are here in this room, the people who are watching online, the passion that you bring to your jobs, the passion that you bring to using technology to change our society, hopefully for the better. It's something that I think many industries should learn from, this type of passion and the energy that whether you work for a government agency or you work for a private company or a nonprofit or an academic institution and you're trying to help. I think that this is where you can really see a big difference between the people who are putting their passion into something like social media or trying to use these stories, because it's storytelling, really. It's just like sitting around a campfire and telling a story, but we're telling stories about technology or about world events. So whenever you're ready. All right, but I think that it's really about passion and the people behind the technology, and I think that the storytelling that goes into it is something that every industry really needs to learn from. So with that, Amy Singer, and thank you very much, Amy.
Hi, I just want to thank Alan for putting me behind the NASA people and, following that act. I can only go from, the bottom up. Again, I'm Amy Sanger. I'm Sang Sang in Twitter, and I want to thank Alan for asking me to participate. I'm actually kind of a retired Gov2O individual. I moved here from Washington, D.C. about 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, to pursue screenwriting. So I'm currently an undiscovered but soon to be discovered screenwriter. But my previous career was working in various arenas in government, in information technology, from everything from writing code for the State Department, which was very sexy, to modernizing the state of Nevada's Department of Taxation, to most recently, as Alan mentioned, working within the intelligence community to kind of usher them into the age of Web 2.0, Enterprise 2.0, and social media with projects like Intellipedia, which is the Wikipedia for the intelligence community, to the CIA Wire, which is the preeminent kind of analytical dissemination device for the intelligence community. Now, when Alan asked me to speak, I was a little reluctant or hesitant, mainly because I've been retired from that government arena. And he said, well, I'm giving you a blank slate to talk about whatever you find interesting and relevant. And I kind of thought about it. And there is something that I found really compelling and interesting lately, and that's the use of the second screen. It's something that's very popular and talked about in Hollywood. There's not a conference or discussion I go to where the second screen isn't really kind of a point of conversation and focus. And that's our cell phones, your PDAs, your tablets, and your laptops, and how we're interacting with content creators and having conversations at them, with them, and over them. And I kind of thought about it and how I could relate this back to government and the use of it. And one of the things I really found interesting was the use of the second screen in the recent presidential election. And I thought there were some really major themes, which it's a nice segue from the NASA presentation, because they touched upon the major themes that I saw coming out of the presidential election. And the presidential election gave us this great economy of scale to learn some lessons. We had a lot of people interacting. You had this kind of long timeline. So I kind of looked over the presidential election and thought, what are the kind of the themes or topics that I really kind of saw emerging? Now, mind you, I'm not an expert. I'm not a political pundit. I'm just an armchair enthusiast. I'm a total nerd bomb when it comes to politics. So you can take me out of DC, but you can't take DC out of me. And I scheduled my entire schedule around the presidential debates, the Republican National Committee, the Democratic National Committee. I wouldn't go to events. They had tons of viewer party watching in LA, and I wanted to be at home because I wanted to have my laptop up. I wanted to have multiple channels going. I wanted to see everything happening online, and I thought that was a really compelling part of the presidential election that didn't get as much notice as, say, big data did, open data, but it was a big factor in Obama winning this campaign, and I think it was one of the reasons he won, was because he won the second screen. So without further ado, one of the things this is kind of a big inflection point for the Obama campaign, and this was the 47% comment made by Romney at a $50,000 a head campaign fundraiser dinner. It was kind of taken with this clandestine, operation. And this is where he said, if you were, kind of under a rock during this time, Mother Jones leaked it, September 17th. And he said basically that 47% of Americans, are entitled, they don't pay taxes, and he doesn't care about them. I'm kind of paraphrasing a little bit, but and this was a huge inflection point, because up until then, if you looked at kind of what was happening over the summer, Romney was gaining grounds. As of June and July, he had outperformed Obama in terms of fundraising. In August, the polling numbers were neck and neck. He was actually polling about 45. Obama was polling about 45.5%. So he had kind of tightened the gap. September, he broke loose after the RNC and DNC, and I'll talk about that. But 47% and Romney Encore became this really major point of conversation. And I talk about resonance as relevance. It really resonated with people and kind of got people talking about a point in the campaign that Obama had tried to make an issue prior. I don't know if you remember What Else Don't We Know? That was a kind of ad that Obama was running, and it didn't really stick. You know, it didn't get people kind of talk. We were like, okay, yeah, Romney hasn't released his taxes prior to 2010, but it didn't gain traction in the media, really. So fast forward to September 17th, when Mother Jones releases the video, and Nicholas Kristof, who's, you know, this famous author, works for the New York Times. He starts, this is his first foray into creating a meme, and this is the second point. The subline is memes matter. Nicholas Kristof starts the Romney Encore hashtag, and it takes off. It's a top trending item in Twitter. 47% is a top trending item in Twitter, and it becomes a point of conversation for the Obama campaign and a real turning point in terms of Obama delineating himself from Romney. It kind of painted, Romney as this out-of-touch millionaire, which they hadn't really been able to paint that picture quite clearly. And by people talking about this, it became a talking point in the conversation. Now, Obama, during the first presidential debate, I'm sure everybody remembers that, at least I do, you know, they said Romney won, Obama came out, he seemed lackluster, he didn't seem enthusiastic, he wasn't the great orator that people expected from him, and he didn't bring up 47%. Fast forward to a week later to the vice presidential debate, when Biden drops the 47% bomb, 47% back into like the public discussion, everybody's talking about it, and it really became, you know, a point of conversation, and people said, this matters to us. And it goes back to something that, I don't know if you guys are West Wing fans, I am, and I've been having little West Wing reunions, or marathon, because it's on, all 6 seasons are on Netflix right now. And the Bartlett campaign was always polling, right? They're always going to Joey Lawrence. They're like, we went polling data on this. Memes are the new polling data. This is what people care about. This is what they want addressed. And 47% became the new polling data. This matters in the campaign. And it did. The middle class mattered. And that was saying Romney was out of touch with the middle class. On a tangential note, we've seen from the Boston Marathon bombings, we are now in an always-on society. We are constantly being recorded, and not from the top, the eye in the sky, which is surveillance, but from our personal devices. And surveillance, if it's kind of a common phrase in the intelligence community, but surveillance is from the French word sur, from above, veiller, to watch, and then when you substitute su is from below. But it's that constant recording of activity from personal devices. We are always on, and that was the second lesson, which I'm sure Romney has learned now. But and that goes to government officials, to any type of agency member. You know, what you say is going to be recorded, and just from good housekeeping, you know, be impeccable with your word. Second point, friends really do matter, and it did matter in this campaign. And you know, there's a lot of things that Obama's campaign did right. This is one of them. They used Facebook really to replicate the door-to-door knocking kind of field organizers on a mass scale. During the final weeks of the campaign, Obama supporters received pictures of friends in swing states. They were then urged to click a button asking the swing state voters to register to vote early, and to get to the polls. And the campaign found that this tactic worked 20% of the time, in large part because the message came from someone they knew. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Edelman Group, but they're kind of this big PR agency, and every year they do a trust barometer. And over the years, they've shown that if they kind of poll like 5,000 individuals over the world, and they kind of gauge what people's trusts are in major organizations and bodies. And over the years, public trust in institutions has been decreasing. We trust government agencies less, we trust corporate industry less, we trust religious organizations less. Except for in business, technology is rated at like about 77%, so they have a fairly high level of trust if you're a technology business. But overall, trust has decreased in kind of government agencies. But this is where government can actually, you know, harness the power of the Friends network. If the message is coming from a friend, you can actually reach those voters, those constituents, those people that matter that you're trying to communicate through their Friends network. And that's what you're going to have to do that in order to combat this kind of growing discomfort or deterioration of trust. lesson number 3, this is something NASA has done really, really well. And I actually was going to bring up the Gale Crater, I Am In You. Humor is an extremely powerful mode of communication, of motivating, and resonance. And if you haven't heard of the Binders Full of Women meme, it dominated, if you were watching media, it dominated the media. It was a preeminent talking point. Now, some people didn't really get it. They're like, why does that matter? Well, during the second presidential debate, Romney was asked, it was the kind of domestic town hall, he was asked, you know, do you support equal pay for women? He doesn't answer the question. He then goes into how during his administration as governor of Massachusetts that he wanted to, you know, fill his cabinet with women, and that he had people bring them binders full of qualified women. Well, this meme took off, and it really resonated with people because before then, the issue of women hadn't really kind of been a noticeable or notable talking point in the campaign. But this made it a talking point in the campaign, and it delineated Romney from Obama. And I'm not calling Romney a misogynist, but Sheryl Sandberg calls it the nice guy misogynist. And it kind of helped paint that picture and really kind of crystallize these two different types of you know, candidates, which is interesting because my boyfriend and I went to talk, and prior to really the debates, Romney and Obama were fairly similar leaders. They were both extreme pragmatists. They're fairly moderate, well-educated, well-spoken. They both went to Harvard. So there wasn't this huge disparity. I mean, yes, he was a millionaire and a businessman, but in terms of their leadership styles, they're fairly similar. So Obama really had to make a delineation for how is he different. And the Binders Full of Women was hilarious, but it dominated the media and helped delineate this factor. Just so you have the precursor, the predecessor to this, Text from Hillary was a year before. It resonated with people. They're huge Hillary fans. If you haven't seen it, go back and read it because they're just hilarious. But another great use of how to get to kind of instill the conversation, someone had taken a picture of Hillary on her military airplane, wearing the sunglasses, texting on her BlackBerry, and they started this Tumblr site, which, you know, is just a micro news blogging site or photo blogging site, and kind of created these little taglines or, you know, commentary. And Hillary actually responded. The creators of it actually got to meet her, and she submitted her own, which was this one. And it showed her command of, she understood the power of this medium, the power of the second screen. Before I get to the next slide, and one of the reasons this is so important, talk about memes, talk about humor, is that for the second screen, as the screen size diminishes or shrinks, our attention spans grow smaller. So if you think of it in terms of movies, right? We go to the movie theater, our attention span's about 2 to 3 hours. The smaller the screen gets, television 1 to 2. Laptops, about like 15 minutes for content. Your cell phone is about 2 to 3 minutes. And they've shown that our attention span kind of decreases as the screen size decreases, but everybody's on their mobile now. Not as many people are watching television news. You know, the way we get our information, the way we get our content is going to a smaller devices. So you have to be able to command these smaller screens in order to captivate, which will get me to the third lesson. But I did want to make the point that the message from this, I actually kind of stole this from Kathy Sierra, is never underestimate the power of fun. Kathy Sierra is kind of this luminary in the technology world. In 2006, she used an example of how this water municipality in Bryan, Texas, every year they're legally bound to release a drinking water quality report, and you know the content's kind of stayed. Government's not the sexiest, you know, most invigorating, you know, kind of institution, but they have to release this report, and they said, how can we do this in an innovative, fun way? So they decided to release a calendar, which is fine, except they were going to feature actually employees of the Waterworks municipality, and these are just your average, you know, guys and gals, but they really had fun with it. So it's not the, you know, the sexy Victoria's Secret or Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. But this took off. People loved it. They were hanging in their homes, at work, and they actually read the report, and it increased user engagement. So a really powerful way to increase user engagement, to get people talking and interested and paying attention is the use of humor. Now, if anybody was watching the Republican National Convention, you might, bring up the next topic or the next point, which is Clint Eastwood, which was, if I can get out of here, I'm just going to show a clip of it real quick, and let's see if let's see. I don't think I'm going to have volume, so it's just going to be from, let's see. Is it working? Shoot. Oh, well. All right. Well, it should be playing, but I don't know why it's not. The point being, during the Republican National Convention, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch it. Clint Eastwood did this, improvisational reenactment or enactment of him having a conversation with President Obama using a chair. The kind of response to it was mixed. Some people loved it. They thought it was, kind of a nice departure. It kind of showed, risk. But for a lot of people, it fell flat. It seemed kind of disrespectful to our sitting president. He basically said Obama was telling Romney to go fuck himself, in not so many words. He didn't say that, but sorry. Yeah. But it became the number one. It kind of precluded everything from the RNC. Eastwooding was the top trending, tag and conversation around the RNC. You're not supposed to, what, I don't even remember what Romney said because everybody was talking about Eastwood and kind of what happened. So, but within an hour or two of this happening, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but Obama comes out with "This seat's taken." It was a genius use of the second screen. It kind of eclipsed the RNC. "This seat taken" was kind of retweeted and favorited over 100,000 times. And it was really kind of a genius and smart, fun way to respond to something that was kind of not very positive. It was kind of a dark, or a not positive moment in the campaign. So I thought it was an excellent use of the second screen. And going back to what I said about the screen, the medium being smaller in our attention spans, it's 3 words, it's 1 picture, but a picture paints 1,000 words, and it became like a true talking point during this campaign. And that gets back to snackability. My friend Leslie Bradshaw, she's the COO of a new startup called Guide. She was previously the COO and co-founder of a data visualization company in LA, and she's really focused on data visualization and content creation. And she introduced this topic to me, or at least this is where I first heard of it, about content needing to be snackable, which is it needs to be brief but powerful. And either that's through video, that's through photographs and messaging. We're competing for attention spans. There's a lot of noise, and we've got to find the signals, and you have to be powerful and concise. And so content needs to be snackable in kind of the current landscape of social media. And just to make a point, for this photo, 4 more years, again, President Obama, after he won the presidency, the team tweeted this out, and it became the #1 tweeted moment in Twitter's history. So that's just the power of that. Now, what's interesting also is that Romney's campaign really wasn't doing a lot of this. Obama really commanded and got the use of the second screen in this campaign, and that brings me to the 5th point, which is the medium is the audience, which is there is no panacea for social media. You cannot go to one place. You cannot go to Twitter. You cannot go to Facebook in order to get your audience. Audience are, if you're younger, you're not even on Facebook. That's an old person's medium. You're on Snapchat. You're on text. So you have to go where your audience is. And Obama made history again when he did a Reddit. And this is going back to NASA. The #1 Reddit moment during this Ask Me Anything, where you get about an hour, he takes questions. He was the first sitting president ever to do a Reddit. They had other notables like Bill Gates. But the reason why this was so important is because Reddit represented a specific audience. They were young males, either in their teens or 20s, kind of educated, nerdy. It's a news aggregator, so they tend to share kind of, gaming or like kind of humorous kind of, I don't know, topics. And he engaged with a targeted audience. He was trying to win the youth vote, and he was trying to, really engage with males. And I think he did a really good job. Like, it was a risk, kind of a risk-taking move. It was a bold move, but it was well done. Incidentally, Reddit also asked Romney to participate in the AMA, and he declined, or they never got back to him. So. I just want to give you kind of an overall snapshot of kind of the digital campaign spending. Obama spent $47 million, which in the grand scheme of the $2 billion spent during this campaign isn't that notable. But in comparison to Romney, it was tenfold. Romney spent 4.7. Obama did a really good job going to where his audience was. He did Google Hangouts. He did Facebook town halls. He went to Reddit. He was on all the different mediums, having the conversations that they needed to have in order to kind of win support. And I also use this to frame it. A lot of these tools don't cost a lot. Government agencies don't need to spend a lot in order to kind of engage their customers. Someone asked NASA why they were doing it. Yeah, education is extremely important, and information, but also, citizens are the shareholders. We are taxpayers, and we are shareholders of government agencies. So these are people that you are winning your support of. If we don't know what's going on with NASA, we're not going to vote for people who care about NASA. We're not going to make that a priority in our kind of public agenda. So that's basically it. What I have. If anybody has any questions, I'm certainly open. And I've never given this talk, so thanks for coming on the ride with me.
Yeah. So, do you know the relative spend? What Romney was spending? That basically extra $2 million on.
I don't know. I could imagine if it. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, Obama had a bigger war chest. I know that, but I don't know the actual breakdown. I just know what, for that specific one, it was his digital campaign. So.
The two examples, or some of the humor examples, were any of those actually in the humor section, not the snackable section? Were any of the humor ones actually driven by the campaign? I mean, they just basically lucked out that they had funnier, more meme-centric people online, right, with like texts from Hillary and...
Yeah, but then again, that's a great point, which is, good artists copy, great artists steal, right? We live in a medium where we don't even have to create the content. Other people are creating these messages for us. Steve? But the Obama campaign would retweet kind of and comment on the talked about comments like binders full of women and 47%, and so they use that as fodder for their conversation and even part of their social media outreach.
Well, I think that the intersection between your points about friends and your points about humor are super important, because if you're the only one making jokes, it sounds like there's a much better chance that they're going to fall flat. If you have a lot of friends and your friends are making jokes and then you're able to capitalize on that, then you're leveraging that community to generate the humor, which really benefits you. And in Romney's case, Eastwood was clearly a net negative, right? You didn't have enough of the right kind of funny friends.
Right.
So what do you think about the Republicans catching up, though? Because it seems like, Twitter was somewhat dominated by Tea Party folks for a while. Then the Democrats were winning with the memes, but now the two most popular ones, frankly, lately, are the Marco Rubio water bottle thing. The new report says he raised $650,000 after spending $47,000 to buy water bottles to sell.
Huh.
His pack.
Okay.
And then also the gun control stuff. It seems like some of the guys. Have you seen the meme with Harry Reid, can we get this much gun control? And then Mitch McConnell says no. And he says, can we get this much gun control? And he says, no, you can get this much gun control. And they got like 70,000 Facebook likes.
Huh. I haven't seen it, but I think it's anyone's race. I mean, I think, you know, that's, you know, you don't have to spend a lot of money. You just have to have kind of a creative audience. They are, but there's no reason why Romney couldn't have dominated this. There's no kind of overt reason, you know, unless you're just inherently not funny or, you know, astute to, you know, how powerful it is. But, you know, it's not a fiscal issue.
If you're inherently not funny.
Yeah, or, I don't know, innovative. Yeah.
Would you say that the only way for a really uncool leader to sort of capture an younger audience is to sort of make a little bit fun of themselves? I think the answer is yes, but I want to get your perspective. Back home, our prime minister is very much like Romney, you know, same type of education, Netanyahu, prime minister of Israel. And Doppelganger Week, he actually put up on the official website of the Prime Minister's office a picture of our version of Saturday Night Live imitator, and it got a boom because it was the first time he actually made fun of himself. Is that sort of what that advice you would give to leaders who can't tap into the crowd?
Yeah, self-deprecation is extremely powerful. I mean, you know, if you're kind of a staid and rigid person, one of the best ways to kind of make light of the situation is to call it out. I think it's a huge shift because prior to Obama, you know, Obama was really kind of aggressive in going to, you know, like he went on Ellen, he went on Oprah. This was not something Bush would do. Like it was below the president to go on these different mediums. And Obama's like, I'm going there. That's where my people are. If I need to talk to 40-something women, I'm going to, you know, Oprah and Ellen. You know, if I need to talk to, you know, a 50 to 67-year-old audience, I'm going to go on late night because those are the people who stay up and watch that, you know. But I think he broke precedent on kind of trying these new channels and these new methods of resonating with voters. So I think you have to do that. I don't think that. I mean, I guess get to your point. Maybe if Romney had done that, he might have been more likable. I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, Obama during the polling data, the exit polls, was Obama was just more likable. How do you do that? You know, he could have made fun of him. I don't know how you. And humor is extremely kind of tricky and nebulous because you can, you know, as Clint Eastwood proved, you can kind of fall flat or you can completely fall off the mark. So when it works, and when it doesn't, it can be disastrous. So I don't know. Yeah. Well, if she takes a lesson from text from Hillary, she might, you know, be able to boost her or buoy her likability. So, okay, are we good? All right, thank you.
Is this mic still on? Good. Okay. That was awesome. Thank you very much. We're going to be having a slight schedule change here. We had Kamneev Singh listed as speaking. However, Wendell Hom is going to be speaking in his place from CallFire. CallFire is one of our sponsors. Really appreciate everything that the company has been doing to help Gov20LA. They are a Santa Monica-based mobile company that's really becoming a powerhouse. In fact, one of the things that caught my eye during the 2012 elections was, you know, there were a list of polls that were running. So that, you know, the various media outlets had their polls, some of the polling organizations had their own polls, and then there was the CallFire mobile poll. And to my knowledge, CallFire was the only company actively doing full-time mobile polling. in the 2012 election. And obviously, I think that, you know, with all of us carrying these devices, smartphones, dumb phones, tablets, whatever they are, mobile polling is going to become more and more critical to politicians, because who answers your home phone anymore? I mean, especially during dinner time. You know, I know I probably never answer those calls. So I'm never counted in any of those polls. However, if someone reached me on my cell phone, you know, I probably have something to say. And so CallFire has really led this. I think that we're going to see a lot more of this mobile polling coming out of CallFire and companies like it. And today we're going to be hearing about how, you know, mobility and emergency services are really coming together. And we've seen that just this week, unfortunately. And fortunately, you know, I think a lot of the news cycle this week was generated in part out of, you know, videos that people were sending to various sites and things that just regular citizens were doing on the street. Maybe they were being asked to help and they were following the lead of the Boston Police Department, or maybe not. Or maybe they were just standing there and they happened to take a picture, and then afterwards they said, oh wait, this could actually be helpful. And we will have 2 more speakers here, and then we're going to have a brief lunch break and come back for more of this today. If you're following on Twitter, the hashtag is GOV20LA. Feel free to ask questions. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, so Wendell Hom with CallFire, and here you want to hold the microphone to your...
Okay, good. Yeah, when we did those polls with the cell phones, sometimes people said, how did you get my number? Okay. So there are a lot of questions, and what I want to talk about is emergency services. And I want to make it clear that CallFire has a lot of technology, but it's putting a lot of time into training its staff to talk to the public, okay? Because when people call you in an emergency situation, they're not always calm, they're not always polite, but you have to engage them and work out the problem and not worry about what they're saying to you, okay? Because they're saying, I want it now. Why isn't it happening now? So a lot of what we do is train our workers how to calm down the public, all right? I like the talk so far. I mean, you know, Clint Eastwood, I was so sure he was planted by the Democrats. I mean, it had to be on purpose. And our neighbor's son is at JPL, and he does the curiosity thing. So that's also very interesting. And he talked to me about the probability of success. He said, just think about all those steps during those 7 minutes. You know, what's probability of succeeding? And I said, you know, I didn't want to calculate it. And he said, they didn't want it either, but they pulled it off. That was amazing. That was really amazing. And as for 3D printers, we have one at the office, and it prints out vases, 3D vases, like delicate lace work. And it's probably printing out another one. They hand them out. Okay. So as we talk, a 3D printer is cranking out a vase at CallFire. Okay. So our talk here is about emergency services. And I want to talk about the technology, but I also want to talk about how we're educating our staff to engage the public, because that is a very difficult issue. And it's something that, you know, we can't ignore, and we think it's something that all the other companies should do and tell us about what they're doing. I'm going to tell you what we do. We're not 100% sure it's working, but we're testing and testing, and we want to hear what other people do, okay? Let's see. The thing that's interesting is that we are a cloud-based company, which means that if you use our services, you don't have to buy our software, you don't have to buy equipment. It's all running off our website. Okay, all that is being run in these farms of servers. So all they do is work with entering what they want to do on the website. And we have to make it simple, and make it fast, and make it reliable. And so that means our people, whether the programmers or the people talking to the people, have to be a cross between, remember that Poindexter in the Bullwinkle show, that nerd? And then they have to be like the Renaissance man, okay? They have to be somewhere between those two extremes, because they have to know the technology of the system, but they also have to know how to speak to people, and that's not easy, all right? Last Monday was really traumatic for us. Max is one of our energetic sales guys who pulled off his coup to go do a presentation in Boston, which happened to coincide with the marathon. So when on Monday we knew Max was out there and we heard what happened, it got very quiet. And we got a phone call from Max. He had his cell phone on him. He's sitting on the curb. He had crossed the line, okay, and he was safe. So we were cheering. And then I got a text message from a friend in Boston, and he said, Nancy is okay. And I said, why shouldn't she be okay? Okay, and his point was, she's on the line, okay? She was watching it. It was Patriots Day or something, and everybody was off in Boston that day. So the point is that we're so connected today, all right? Everything is, it's not as if they have to call us, go home to call us. They call us from the curbside, okay? And everything seems to be happening at once, and everything seems to affect all of us, right? It's not like, oh, those people in Boston. It happens that we know all the people in Boston, right? Because we have friends in Boston. Boston represents, you know, the extreme panic mode that we sometimes encounter. Southern Wesleyan, all universities are now required to have text warning systems for their students. And Southern Wesleyan represents the day-to-day emergency service, where they have to be ready to send out, you know, if they have any situation on campus, they have to be able to touch everybody instantly. They represent the day-to-day. In the fall, we get their day-to-day tornado warnings, because it's mostly what they get. Southern Wesleyan has a lot of tornadoes in there in the fall. Chicago, yesterday, we got a funny call. It's from an elementary school teacher who was taking her class to the Brookfield Zoo. And they just had a humongous rainstorm, and it was flooding. So she called us, can you send a text message to all my parents to tell them, because she was worried about all these SUVs approaching the zoo, right, to stay away from the zoo. And in a way, we had to be able to engage the school teacher and advise her how to do it, and we did it quickly for her, okay? But that's a day-to-day thing that we see. It's also slightly comical. I mean, some of the things that we get for emergencies are comical, like barbecue fires out of control at a condo party, you know, and can you tell everybody not to come to the, because we're having a fire, okay? Things like that are funny. Things like Boston are not funny. Things like Chicago are every day. And somehow you have to prepare not only your people who answer the phones to help people, but also the engineers to understand what's going on out there, okay? So, what we provide are text broadcasts. My daughter got me to start using text on the cell phone, and now I find that she sends me text messages more than voice messages, okay? And, well, we still have voice broadcasts for other people, and they're used by emergency response teams. And all those, you know, volunteer fire departments that you have out there are using the voice broadcast. And then there are inbound calls. We can create a virtual call center. And in this case, people receive calls from the outside, and they handle the emergency situations, okay? So, looking back on it, the people we serve are schools, universities, volunteer fire departments, on and on and on, okay? All kinds of organizations, all kinds of people, all kinds of backgrounds. Some are technical, some are very untechnical, okay? Some people struggle to use their computer. So the services that we provide require people who can understand and communicate, all right? And the result has been that people tell us that it's easy to set up campaigns with us, that 24/7 operations, you know, are part of what appeals to them. The increased access, whether it's a telephone, a cell phone, or, you know, a voicemail, all these things make our services more attractive to them. And they didn't happen by accident, okay? We have a very diverse staff and a more diverse client base. And there was a study about the MOOCs, you know, all the massive online open classrooms. Everyone's talking about them. And there was a study at MIT that pointed out that it's changing education in a profound way, but there was an important need for face-to-face interactions. In other words, if you just said, here's the course and it's available, you're not guaranteed that people will use it and follow it. So we insist that when our people take part in these MOOCs, and I'm supposed to be taking part in a course at Duke about irrational behavior. It's something I studied in grad school, so I'm not really that worried about it, but the point is that we have these meetings on Wednesdays where we talk about it face to face, and it makes you do the readings and sit in the lectures. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it, all right? We have brown bag seminars. The point is that we're trying to reach out to these online courses, but we're trying to adapt our organization so that they actually use the MOOCs. I mean, a lot of people will sign up for it, and if it weren't for these face-to-face meetings where someone will ask you questions about it, people are not likely to really follow it, okay? Alphonse Carr, I think, you know, he's the guy that said, the more things change, the more they are the same. You know, there's a lot of truth to that because the online courses are today's books. So the libraries are full of books, and now they're full of these lectures online. But the fact that you have a library doesn't mean that people no longer need the university or teachers, right? If anything, they need them more. You need the person who puts that book or that course in the context of what they're doing. And that's what we do at CallFire. We have these courses. Some of them are in programming, okay? Everybody's taking programming, database, you know, studies, and they're being engaged to follow up on the course so that they just don't sign up for them, but they actually use them, okay? So we're trying to develop what's called an innovative tradition. And we define a need. We create classroom resources, whether it's a face-to-face lecture or online courses like the MOOCs. We sit down and we start evaluating the results. Are we getting better because of it? And then we're going to go on and either accept or refine these programs. But the whole point of CallFire is that we are requiring people to take courses to understand people more so that they can communicate better. And it's not just the people who answer the phones, it's also the programmers, okay? They're being told to make sure that the system is usable, you know, so that when you look at the screen, you don't hunt for things. They're being told to make it scalable. We do things for birthday parties. I've gotten a guy called and says, I have a birthday party coming up. Can I use your voice broadcast? And you know, you think it's a joke, so you help him set it up for 5 people. And then he mentions to me, oh yeah, I'm a president of a company. We've got, you know, branches all over the US. Can that also be used? And it's those kind of shockers, okay, that tell you that you have to really get in the head of the person who's talking to you, whether it's for his birthday party or for his corporation, okay? And we work on both ends of the scale. And reliability is there, and reliable software, open source software is there. So I guess I'm just saying that we're talking today a lot about cloud computing, cloud services, all right? But you have to emphasize that it's a lot more than the technology, okay? It's a lot more about teaching your staff to listen and have empathy. And it's also telling your engineers and programmers who always say, why do you want to do it that way? That's stupid, okay? To understand that that may seem stupid to an engineer or programmer, but it's the way it's done in business, okay? So we're learning from others, and we're here. We're going to learn from you, all right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
It's interesting that you mentioned the younger generation, I think, texts and slowly to a quick burst, a quick message.
But we're also adapting to the texting. I mean, my daughter, whenever I talk to her about, a few years ago I asked her, should I get on Facebook? And her eyes just rolled, and she said, yeah, she said, Dad, the only people your age who go on Facebook are perverts. Okay, so I pulled that back from that. But then I said, you know what? I just bought a Google Nexus 7, and there are movies on it, and there's music on it. And she just, looked at me like, what do you not know? I mean, so the younger generation is pulling their reluctant parents along, and we're learning, and we're learning that a lot of people will rely more on a texting message than a call. Okay, they pay attention to their cell phone. They'll skip over a phone call. Okay.
Or just not listen to voicemail.
Yeah, or they come home and they hear the phone call of a voice broadcast, and they'll look at the number and they'll just skip it. Okay. But if they get a cell phone call, they'll grab it. Okay, so those are the kind of things we're learning. Okay.
Thank you. Yep. And thank you, Qualifier, for all of your support over the last couple of years with Gov20LA. We really appreciate it. Up next, it's really my pleasure to have Tom Levesque come. Tom is active duty with the Arcadia Police Department here in Southern California. Was actually one of the early attendees at one of our first Gov20LA events, and has been a very active leader in the Southern California area with regard to how social media is used by law enforcement and first responders, and also, more importantly, the human side of this, which is, that social media being used by law enforcement or by fire departments or by government agencies is not necessarily Big Brother. In a lot of ways, as we saw this week, it can be very helpful. And I think it's partly about an approach. And, I don't want to speak for you, but I know that you've got quite a following amongst the law enforcement community here in Los Angeles because of the trainings that you're doing. And you're helping departments across the county really learn how to use these tools in ways that are helpful and friendly and not necessarily Big Brother. So with that, Tom, it's my honor to have you speak here today.
Thank you, Alan. Well, to be what stands between you and lunch is kind of a hard ticket to come with. I had a very nice PowerPoint that I had done, and I got in a hurry yesterday and copied over it. So I worked this morning to put some slides together from another presentation that we do. I'm very fortunate to teach with what I consider to be one of the best guys in this business, and that's Captain Mike Parker from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We co-teach along with about 3 or 4 other officers for the California Peace Officer Standards and Training for California Post. And just in the last year and a half, we've been able to get this message out to a lot of public safety, police, fire, local government agencies here in Southern California and up north. And I titled this one, Making a Difference. That's our motto from the Arcadia Police Department. I think that it's not necessarily the motto for every law enforcement agency in the U.S., but I think it kind of sums up what we are supposed to be doing, and it really works well for us. Common theme for law enforcement, we're there for public safety, enforcement of laws, quality of life, community service. I don't think there's anybody that would disagree that that's what law enforcement should be doing. Today we deal with such a changing environment in the world that we have to deal with. I've been a policeman for 28 years now. When I started, I had a wheel gun. Now I carry a semi-automatic. I didn't have a radio to carry on my belt. I turned on the PA in the unit and listened to the broadcast out from the car when I was on a traffic stop. Things have changed, and so we have to adapt. And it's no different with social media, technology. Everything that we do needs to evolve. The problem is that law enforcement, government in general, I think, is very slow. We're not only slow to adapt and change, but we're a little resistive. And law enforcement particularly has that label. We talk about Big Brother. We spoke of that before, Alan. We talk about the want to keep things close to the vest. And so the concept of open government, sharing information, it's even difficult between agencies sometimes. And so that's a hurdle for us. We talk about a need. some of my bosses in the past, bosses at other agencies, administrators, why do we need this? We've talked about this morning about the medium, the audience. You determine your medium based on the audience. Well, our community is using social media now, and so we have to be there to respond to them. They're concerned about policy. They're concerned big time about misuse. You can go on to Google, to Bing, look for a photo of a police officer, and I can guarantee you, you'll probably find one in a compromising position or something that we would prefer not be there. So we're looking out for our brand, just like private businesses in a way. Staffing, another big concern. Andrew and I were talking this morning about cutbacks and budgets and such. In the short time I've been at Arcadia, we started with 78 sworn. Now we're down to 70. And that's only over the course of the last 4 or 5 years because of budgets. As far as staffing a social media presence, who's going to do it? We don't know. In our agency, it's an ancillary duty. I do it, assisted by one other patrol sergeant. And how do we make that work? I'm going to show you a video in a little bit of one of the only agencies, at least in Southern California, that I'm aware of that is actually dedicating somebody to social media full time, and that's the Sheriff's Department. So we'll take a look at that. I show a slide like this to my administration, they don't understand any of it, none of it. If you would have shown that to me 5 or 6 years ago, I wouldn't understand it. I started in this in about 2008 on behalf of our police association, and it was because we were looking for a way to get our voice into the community other than a letter to the editor. And everybody, I'm sure, at one point in your life has tried to write something to a newspaper, be it at a college or a municipality or wherever it may be. And the chances of them listening and putting that out or taking it from you and then twisting it is pretty good. And we had no way to get our message out, so we turned to social media. We started with a blog and a Twitter feed in 2008. I went to our chief at the time, and he was very reluctant, primarily because of the unknown. It was very foreign to him. So we went ahead and ran it for 1.5 years, 2 years, got pretty successful, had good feedback from our community, from our council people, and all of a sudden it clicked, and my boss said, let's do this on behalf of the agency. So we developed an official presence, and that started off basically with our blog, a Facebook, and a Twitter. Since then we've grown, and I'll show you some of our platforms in a minute. Some of the reasons we want to be there, and one of the biggest keys to all this is listening. I don't want to tell my community what I think they want to hear. I want them to tell me what they want to hear. And I want to be able to go back and forth and respond to them. Some of the points this morning were about being able to answer questions. JPL, talking about how they were able to address questions about the rover via social media. Just some quick examples. The lady on top here is a resident in Pasadena, and she wanted to know why the streets were blocked one day in the area of Huntington and Baldwin around our mall and things like that. Well, the reason is because we were burying one of our firemen. A fire captain had died, and we were conducting a pretty significant funeral on his behalf. And when I replied back to her and explained that to her, it went from a, why am I being delayed and why am I being put out here a little bit, to, oh my God, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And not only was I able to build a relationship there, but I was able to get that message out about our tragedy and what had happened within our department, our city. The gentleman below here on Twitter was talking about his misunderstanding of Nixle. So I took that message that he put out about not knowing about Nixle and getting good info and the time of day and stuff, and I replied back to him with links of how he could update his Nixle account so that he wouldn't be bothered in the middle of the night if he didn't want to be. So that became a positive interaction. One of the biggest things that we try and teach in the class is the importance of listening is, what are people saying about you? We have no control over that. I can't even manage that message. I do my best to help dispel rumors, maybe direct a message or misinformation. This was shortly after a shooting up north in the city of Richmond where they were getting blasted. I don't know anything about the shooting. I'm not sure if it was a good shooting, a bad shooting, or anything else. But there was a hell of a lot of chatter in the social space about it. And if Richmond PD wasn't online and listening, they'd never see that, so they wouldn't know how to address it. Benefits. Gets pounded in. All the speakers throughout the day have a little bit of a different take on the benefits of the use of social media. Engagement is huge for us. Engagement is a tool that we can build that community and build that base with our community before we need it. I'm not necessarily in the emergency management business, but when we have a major windstorm, big power outage, an earthquake, people are going to know where to turn in the city of Arcadia and the surrounding area because we already have an established presence, and that is huge for us. We're able to reach out the community, not just locally, but our reach is very large. We were talking earlier about I don't quite have the NASA figures, that's for sure, of the 8 million and such, but we can get 500,000 people depending on the reach. Just a simple Nixle message for us will reach 3,000, and that's just a community message. So we have that built in. Media relations goes without saying. Boston and Seattle are two examples I'll use. Boston I just added this week, obviously. Seattle had a pretty significant shooting in their downtown area about a year ago. And within 30 minutes, I think, Seattle PD was already up and putting out messages about the incident. They were putting out messages about the incident occurring, the suspect description, where not to go, areas to avoid, and action for their community to take. They had a lot of interaction with that also from the media. They also put out information about media and the press conferences that were coming up. So it's not only to the community, it's also a medium to get to the media. Boston PD. Boston Police, if you followed any of the stream after this incident last Monday and throughout the week, obviously, they weren't quite as quick to get up on it, but they were up on it within an hour or so of the event. And they started confirming information, putting out updates as to where and what was going on, and it's a good tool to keep your public and community informed. This was just a reply back talking about during the windstorms a couple of years ago here for our area, telling us that we're doing an awesome job. We're a hub of information. They don't have anywhere to turn with the city. Our city, unfortunately, has an older, clunky website. We're improving it. We're getting an update, but it's not the best in the world right now. And this gives them a medium to go to talk to us that they didn't have. Talked about branding, influence of opinions, and correcting misinformation, dispelling rumors. So how do we make it work? Well, I discussed the APOA. That was our start back in 2008 with a blog and a website. Everything that we do on behalf of our agency, be it a government agency or any type of public safety, or even a business for that matter, you should be linking back and tying everything that you do to an official site, an official website. That way it authenticates what you're doing. It lets people know that you're who you say you are. There's other ways to do it. Our account on Twitter is verified. That too can be replicated though, so you got to be careful with that. People have done it. This is our blog. This is also LAPD's blog. LAPD was one of the first agencies that had a law enforcement blog. They're very, very restrictive with their comments, but they do have it. We do not restrict comments. We'll allow anything up there. However, we've got a takedown policy and moderation. We're not going to allow spam. We're not going to allow, obviously, hate speech, anything that inflames. But if somebody wants to tell us that we're not doing a good job, I want to hear it, and I want to see it. And everybody else should too. And that builds our authenticity within our community. This is our Facebook page. A little over 1,400 followers. If you take a look, one thing I want to point out here too is another thing that we teach to other law enforcement agencies when they're building their presence and engagement. Highlight your people. Let your community see your people. And so everything that we do, we try and either get an officer in the photo, we've got the older officers down there, but we try and get that connection so that they see a face behind the patch and the badge. It's not just about the patch and the badge and I'm the cop and I'm here to tell you what to do. I'm a person and I'm here to help you. And that's what we try to do.
So do you think that what you just said about the role of personalizing the person behind the badge, how much do you think that kind of psychologically helped this week in Boston?
Huge. Boston not only tweets from their official account, they've got a chief PIO who has her own Twitter feed. I saw that they had assistant superintendents, their rank structure, superintendents of chief and things like that. They had them with accounts. Most agencies, you'll see, if you take a look in the Los Angeles area, a lot of the LAPD stations, the LASD stations, their captains have an account and are actively tweeting. It puts a face to the presence. And my personal feeling is that really builds that community and that bond.
Do you think that, so at a time of crisis like we've seen this week, do you think trust kind of helps people maybe reach out and actually send you the information that you need, as opposed to saying, oh my gosh, if I send an email to my police officer, you know, they're going to have my email address.
Well, we don't. That's the big brother aspect of things, thinking that people think that maybe perhaps we're capturing this for other motives and such, and we don't. Where I think it helps is that if I'm reaching out to just an email address, it's very impersonal. If I'm reaching out to just at Arcadia PD, as opposed to Tom at Arcadia PD, there might be that fear of being not heard, or the message might go unanswered. And I think it gives that little bit of a personal bond between the reader, or the person receiving, the message, and us being the senders. So in my opinion, it does help. Palm Springs is just another example of another police agency doing a good job. Boise Police Department, it's not just in California, obviously. You can go anywhere in the U.S. Outside of the U.S., the UK does a great job with social media and law enforcement. Here's our Twitter page. We've got about, let's see, 4,400 followers or so. And for a small, mid-sized agency, that's pretty darn good. I think we were ranked third in the nation for our size agency not too long ago. We can reach a lot of people real quick. Yeah, and on that note, this is Nixle. That's the platform that we use for instant communications right now. Yeah, I get all the notifications and everything on my phone to my hip. When we talk about staffing and how do we man this stuff, how do we make it work, there's varying levels of commitment, I'll say. There's also laws that govern when I'm supposed to get paid, when I'm not, based on salary and hourly wages and such, and sometimes it makes it difficult. My wife keeps on me quite often about being home and doing work, but that's Tom. That's me. I'm going to do it. And so God love her. She's my biggest supporter. She puts up with it. My agency, we've kind of got a little understanding, so to speak. I don't put in for overtime all the time. There's no need to do it. This is a hobby of mine, and it's become a work-related hobby as well. Nixle, awesome platform. Listening to about CallFire, others, Code Red throughout the nation. There's others that are great instant communication platforms. We entered into a relationship with Nixle back in the late 2000s, and we've stayed with it ever since. Like I said, we can deliver messages now to your hip based on geographic area. You can do it by zip code, you can do it by city, any specified area. I can get down to a building if I wanted to and go straight up in that building for only that address. We don't use that too often. Normally it's a geographic area. They're also coming out now with the ability to hit subscribers to Nixle based on their location at the time. Not the location I defined, but their location. So if somebody from San Francisco is visiting the city of Arcadia for Breeders' Cup at the racetrack, and I put out an emergency message, they'll get that if they're a Nixle subscriber. So it's a pretty cool feature. Nextdoor. If you haven't heard of Nextdoor, it is a growing virtual neighborhood watch, a great program. We can start it, or you as a consumer can start it as a resident. I personally started my own out in my neighborhood in Laverne and created the neighborhood based on the geographic area. You have to have 10 subscribers or 10 people in the program within a month or so of starting it to get it to stay valid. We in the city of Arcadia entered into a partnership. Obviously, we're in a constant partnership with the city, but we're doing it as a collaborative effort between the city manager's office and the police department. So we're putting out messages. One nice thing about Nextdoor is you as a community member and a resident can have conversations in amongst yourselves. We never see them. However, we can blast everybody. They can't, but it's kind of a neat feature so that people feel that little bit of security and not necessarily talking to government.
The tools that you're mentioning, are these free tools? Are they paid tools?
No. Some are pay. Most of them are free. Almost everything that we do is open source. Almost everything that we do is free. We can't afford it. It's just it's not functional anymore. Nixle is the only oddity for that for us. We're also contracting in the future here real close with a company called Blackboard for similar communications and a reverse 911 style. Nixle, because of our partnership and our relationship with them over the years, we don't pay. We were under the initial contract of being free for government agencies. They still have a free service, but it's not as robust for other public safety agencies. We started using Vine. Vine, and another one that's out is Tout. Vine is a 6-second looped message. tout, I think, is 15 seconds. I haven't played with that one quite as much. Pinterest. Where are the women in here? How many of the women in here have a Pinterest page? Come on, don't be shy. A few, okay. Well, Kansas, I got it too, so here we go. Kansas City, Missouri was one of the first police departments to jump onto Pinterest. They saw a vision and they ran with it and they did great. They've got a page, a pin board dedicated just to the women police officers on their agency. I think it's great. But there's such a push, recent studies or studies over the last few years talking about perhaps women police officers are better suited for a lot of aspects. So where are we going to reach out? Where can I recruit? Where can I help make an impact? Pinterest is one. Vine is going to have huge, huge good implications, I think, in the emergency management field. Google Plus, haven't used it quite as much, but we're there. I want to make sure that we have a foothold with our name and our presence. My opinion so far is that the Google Plus users aren't quite as mainstream as the Facebook and the Twitter and such. Google Plus seems to be preaching to the choir a lot of the time. I'm hooked up with people that I deal with, and I would rather hook up with my community. We have an app. We've got an app for that. Several different app providers out there. We entered into a contract. This one is a pay-to-play, but it's very good. It's not a high rate at all for us. This links back to the majority of other platforms. Everything's intertwined. Everything that we do links back and kind of cross-pollinates, I like to say. One of the nicest things here, aside from the submit a tip, commend an officer, questions and feedback. So people have an instant button they can hit and give us feedback about a cop's performance. If they're unhappy about something, if they're happy about something. I didn't like the way you guys handled my call. We get this notification, shoots to an email group, and we can respond to them in a timely and good manner. YouTube. We don't have a YouTube channel. We have our name is on YouTube to basically collect videos. One of my partners here in South Orange County, Newport Beach, does a great job with YouTube. They are way ahead of the game in that. Crime prevention is an awesome arena for the use of YouTube. Look outside law enforcement. This is the message we give to other cops when we're talking to them, cops and firemen. CERT organizations, cities, City of Monrovia right next to us. Passing and Humane, I love this one. They rotate their photos on top, but they had a squirrel on their logo for a while that I had on here. It was great. But look to these other organizations, because don't reinvent the wheel. If somebody else is doing a good job, take it and run with it. You want my stuff? Take it and run with it. The more the merrier. I throw this slide in here. We use this more of an officer safety teaching point when we're doing the class. We are everywhere. And as far as the police officer's perspective, I've always been taught I don't want anybody to know where I live. I don't want anybody to know my identifying info. I've got a post office box that I've had for 35 years. You know, I try and keep my personal information private. And that's a good thing if you look at it straight from the officer safety standpoint. And nowadays, we talked about cameras being everywhere. Our information is not that secure. If somebody wants to find Tom Levesque, they're going to go online, pay $10 and get my records in about 30 minutes. It's not that hard. They can do an open source search and probably find me without paying a dime. So I have to constantly go on and vet my information, opt out, and do all that good homework, and that's what we're teaching our cops. But putting photos on your own personal stuff. This one happens to be one of my SWAT guys. He's an inter-perimeter officer. He's got that on his Facebook page for everybody to see. So now everybody that didn't know he was a cop, friends he hasn't seen in 30 years, now they know he's a cop. Piper, motor officers, this guy and his kid with photo recognition and everything else nowadays, or geotagging on photos. Who's to say that photo wasn't taken by a relative, doesn't have their geo turned off on their phone and their settings. You know, now they know where he lives potentially, or a relative. A lot of danger behind it. Forums, same type of thing. We, law enforcement, public safety, government, we have to be careful with what we put out there. How do we get it out? We go to meetings, we go to the schools, we put out flyers, we talk to people. We've got little business cards with our stuff on it. Every business card we have now has the www.arcadiapd.org. We've got a banner, $1,000, spent $1,000, put a banner up that we rotate throughout the city. Bumper stickers on our police cars. We stole that one from Portland Police Department. They were one of the first to do it. Get your message out. People have to know where they can turn. Not monitored 24/7, go back to the staffing issues. That's a message that we constantly try and put out, although I do get notifications. I can't guarantee that I'm going to see that next week if I'm on vacation at Vale Lake and I'm not getting any service down in Temecula or something. You know, so we try and push that. I talked about the LA County Sheriffs. This is a good time. Do you need to play it or should I play it on here? Okay. Show you a quick little video here. I'm not going to have audio. Hang on. I am not a technologically astute person here.
I think we're going to have to use just
The microphone?
your computer.
Oh, okay.
So, if you want to just bring up the video.
Now we know all sorts of stuff about you.
Yes, you do. It's all good.
Antivirus, that's good.
Oh, where the hell? Oh, I had it here, and now I lost it. So
Is it in your PowerPoint? Is it still open there?
I don't think it'll play though, will it?
Well, maybe not, but it might pop up again.
No, I took it out.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize. We'll talk real quick about LASD and their e-com unit. LASD does a great job. They've got a headquarters media unit that's staffed by deputies, a sergeant, a lieutenant, obviously Captain Parker. And they respond to media inquiries and do their press conferences, normal stuff that we do every day. But they've also committed social media dispatchers, civilian personnel, to their unit. They have 5. So they are the first agency in Southern California that I know of that is actually monitoring social media 24/7.
So you're saying that someone could basically tweet 911?
No, no. Not yet. Not yet. They are monitoring it for officer safety, for investigative purposes, for illegal activity. They are not yet ready to take calls for service via social media. None of us are at that stage. We are quickly approaching a stage where our 911 will be capable of accepting texts, photos, possibly short videos, but we're not there yet. This, to me, their e-com unit is the first step toward that, at least in our region out here. You know, I know there's other centers that perhaps have a more robust system and are dedicated to do it, but we out here are not ready for that. I've got a note in here we talked about earlier about open source and that type of thing. None of this replaces boots on the ground and replaces the functions that we're supposed to be doing as law enforcement officers, public safety folks. We still have to go out when we're doing, yeah.
Are you tracking or familiar with swatting?
We are.
Comment on that?
We have not been victim to it. Now that I've said that, somebody will probably remote in from Florida and, you know, do it. You know, it's a double-edged sword for law enforcement. Swatting. Basically, swatting, my understanding of swatting is that when someone is able to replicate a 911 message and misrepresent the location and forward that, call that, get that into a 911 center. And what that does is it prompts the agency into taking action. And if somebody calls up and says, I'm hiding in my closet and there's a guy with a gun outside, we're going to send the troops. You know, whatever it may be. Somebody just broke into my house and they're rummaging through the house. We're going to send everybody that we got. And if it comes to the point that they indicate that there's a barricade, a hostage, things like that, this term swatting came because some larger metropolitan agencies out this way perhaps sent a SWAT team at one point, and that became the term. Targets were personalities and celebrities in the industry. Yes, ma'am.
Just know what you were saying about swatting. I heard in the news this morning that a state senator, TechZulu, and this goes to your point about electing digital natives who know what they're talking about, that TechZulu was trying to sponsor something in the state legislation that was an anti-swatting measure, and he was now the victim of swatting this morning. Supposedly his wife had to come out of the house with her hands up and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, this morning. You know, and it happens to be in the neighborhood not too far from where I live. So that just shows you that people have to understand and know how these things work that pass the laws.
Very much so, and it's a difficult rock to deal with. We're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. If we don't respond and take care of business and something, God forbid, something were to happen and be a legit call, then what happens? If it's not a legit call and we still go, then we have mud on our face potentially. You know, it's a balance that we have to reach. I know some of the larger agencies here have taken the stance, we're not going to talk about it. I don't know if the lack of publicity will help or not, but that's one way of dealing with it. Again, most of this stuff, we're talking about everything for the most part being free or low cost. Investigative-wise, yes, we still use departmental resources. We still use our Accurants, our TLOs, our databases that are available only to law enforcement. One of my investigators called a gentleman regarding a credit card fraud. He lived, I think, in Illinois, and he was talking to him, and the gentleman wanted he was vetting my officer and wanted to know if it was true that who you say you are. And my officer was giving him, here's your last 4 of your social, here's your address, is your phone number still this, is your wife's name XYZ? And the guy was astounded that we had all that information at our fingertips. And when we're doing it for the right reasons and we're conducting an investigation, yes, we have a lot of resources available to us that are not for public use. Mapping. Mapping is huge. I don't know if we'll see that today. I think we might with mapping. And no, Hurricane Sandy, no. Oh, okay. It's not my specialty. Another partner of mine at LA County Sheriff's, he's great at map using maps and the geo information that's available to us in the social stream. This is just an example of us being able to nail down into an area around our racetrack. This is not during a meet. This is just any average day around the San Diego racetrack. And people don't have their geo turned off. We're able to dial right in on their Twitter messages and see what they're talking about. So we utilize that quite extensively when Breeders' Cup in town. We are a soft target, Homeland Security, all that good stuff. So when we have major events at our track and an influx of people, I will man the command post and be monitoring and using a lot of these social tools on behalf of the agency. So what kind of tools do we use? Again, goes back to open source, Hootsuite, TweetDeck. You know, that's an example of TweetDeck right there. Google Alerts, can't say enough about Google Alerts and monitoring what's being said about yourself, RSS feeds, things like that. I want to know if somebody says or tweets out or messages on Facebook, Arcadia Pig. I want to know if somebody says something about Tom Levesque or Sergeant Levesque or Arcadia Police Department. And so I've got all that stuff coming in. I don't get to see it all. I don't see it all the time every day. But at least it gives me the opportunity to vet some information that's out there and perhaps be ahead of the game. We had an applicant about a month ago that posted a tweet how excited he was to be going on a ride-along with our agency the following Tuesday. Oh, cool, this kid's coming to work with me. I want to see who it is. Pull up his profile. Profile photo's okay. I start going through his tweets and his stream. He's got pictures of people blowing on a hookah and doing all kinds of stuff and talking about weed and whatever. Yeah, that's all good, but keep it to yourself, dude. Don't put it out there. And I don't want you working with me. I'm sorry. So I took that information and I gave it to our personnel department, and needless to say, that gentleman's not an applicant with us any longer. So moving on to other resources. IACP, if you haven't heard of it, International Association Chiefs of Police. I would invite you all from your agencies, wherever you may be, from private businesses, take a look at this website. A lot of resources, a lot of policy information, best practice, a lot of who to turn to and contact information. They've also got how-to videos for something as simple as setting up your privacy settings on Facebook. Some of it might get outdated because, again, these platforms change so often we have a hard time keeping up with it. Connected Cops. If you're at all interested in law enforcement social media, the lady, she's a friend of mine that I work with and have taught for, she runs the Smile Conference series. Her name is Lori Stevens. Her Twitter handle is @lawscom, LAWSCOM. I have to look it up. Everything populates for me nowadays, so I lose my typing and spelling skills. Anyway, her website that she runs through Laws Communication and such as connectedcops.net. Again, it's in a way almost like a Wikipedia for cops. She allows us to post information on there and update things. It's got tools, policy, tips, safety, you name it. Another good resource especially for law enforcement or other government. Cops 2.0, another similar website. It did have a lot of Canadian-centric information. Now it's moving back to more mainstream North America. GovLoop, got to give a shout out to my GovLoop friends. I do have it. I got the little sticker. See? I tell you, the folks at GovLoop, I've stolen a lot of information and a lot of discussions and things off of the website there. I love it. Just another place to turn to get information. Knock the cops in the head that I teach. Quit looking just at cop sites. Look outside. Look at other agencies. Look at other businesses and such. California Post, we talked about peace officer standards and training. They're the guiding light for all law enforcement training in California. I was fortunate enough to sit and help develop a 2-hour training video with a panel of, I think there was 14 or 15 of us on that. It's now a 2-hour training video available to other public safety throughout the state free of charge through Post. Now, I don't remember the exact title, but if you were to call them or query social media, you'd be able to find it. CaliforniaPost.gov. That's my info. If anyone needs to reach out to me, feel free. Thanks.
I have a question because it happens a lot where somebody in an agency of any kind, but particularly law enforcement, says, okay, we need to do this. So they just pick a body and say, okay, you're in charge of the account, or get us on social media. So what kind of advice would you give?
Shame on them.
Why is that a bad idea?
It's okay for an agency to jump in. It's not okay for an agency to jump in and be ill-prepared, to not have a person who is interested in it, and to know the medium. You don't necessarily have to be a tech geek. I'm 49 years old. The only reason I used social media 5-6 years ago was to talk to my kids and to monitor their accounts on MySpace or their email accounts. I've had to learn all this by doing. And we have such a resource nowadays with our younger officers that are already participating in Facebook, maybe not the right way, so to speak, but we can garner that. I've got a kid that came out of the military, was an intelligence analyst in the military. I want him, help me out here. And it's best to know what you're talking about. If you're going to jump into it and create a presence and push stuff out, what's the difference between having a static website? There is none. This is all about engagement. We talked earlier about the people and the engagement in your community and the audience, and that's what we want. We want to have that two-way there. Not necessarily to discuss a call for service per se, but to get that feedback and to really know what people think about us, how we can help them better, how I can make a difference in my community.
I agree, though, that often in government and public safety, it's the random person assigned. Actually, one person in my unit absolutely loved him, but he applied for the position. He had no idea what it was because he wanted to be denied and complained that he never gets juicy positions. And then he got it. They came in and said, so what do we do?
Yeah.
Because if you Google it, it was totally cool.
You're going to hear from Andrew this afternoon, and I love him. He's going to be great. He's right on target. People may want to do something, but if they don't have the capacity to do it, find somebody else. Find someone that's interested in doing this, or you're going to fail. And another thing, something stupid as simple as follow back. For God's sakes, we're here to engage. We're here to talk to people. Some of my partners, even that I teach with to a degree, some folks say don't follow back, or we're going to only follow an official presence. In certain instances, that's good. But when it comes to Tom Levesque representing the Arcadia Police Department and wanting to engage my community, I want to have those fingers. I want to have that influence. And I'm only going to be able to develop that if I do follow back and participate. Anyone else? Thank you very much, and have a good lunch.
Thank you very much, Tom. That was excellent. We're going to take about a half-an-hour break. We're running a few minutes late, but sorry about that. It's a live event. So we'll be back around 1:15 or so, 1:20, and we'll start up again with several more presentations, again, about emergency social media use in emergencies, and also I think we're going to hear a lot about how the military and intelligence agencies are starting to use social media, or not, as the case may be. So we're going to have lunch.
Yeah, so lunch is, box lunch is next door, and obviously I think it's probably best to find some other place to take it. There's a Gulls Way patio. If you just make the right-hand turn around the corner and make a left, you'll see a beautiful outdoor space there called the Gulls Way patio. I think that's a great place to take your lunch, and the cafeteria is right next door.
I think that's where we ate last year, too.
It's over with.
if you've been trained by certain news outlets to just to go with that, that's the bias, then we're really pushing on the road, right? Yeah. Because that's going to be really hard to dig people out of that. So they're just looking for proof that looking for an agenda.
No, I think that's a really good point.
I think we skipped Adriel because he was out of the room introducing himself.
Oh, you're back.
You're Citizen of the Year 2012, right?
I think it was 2012.
Yeah.
For Citizen of the Year for what?
GovFresh. So I'm with Nation Builder in downtown.
And so what Nation Builder does, because I always try to tell people.
And you also ran for Congress in 2010? 9?
Long public
I met
service.
the founder of Nation Builder at the first Gov2LA for the first time in person.
Yeah, oh really?
Alan Silver bringing people together.
Well, I just remember a 3 in the morning direct message back and forth about you running for Congress, yeah.
So Nation Builder is a combined CMS and CRM platform for organizing. So it's like instead of having to stitch your website to some kind of database product, everything someone does on your website, everything they do on social media, everything they do in email is all linked back to a database that also allows mass communications and kind of CRM person management. So it's used by politicians, business, filmmakers, governments.
Also like cities, local government.
Local summit, yeah, we just launched a government edition in January, and so there's a couple of small cities, city of San Francisco, city attorney's office.
Oh, yeah, that's small.
Yeah. Oh, it's one agency. But Houston, you're an investigator? So I was an investigator for 6 years. Did all my social media stuff, similar. And then just being a technology tech.
All right, I think we're good, so thank you. All right, I'm Alan Silberberg. We're going to start up Gov20LA again. Sorry for the delay. If you're following us on the internet, the hashtag on Twitter is Gov20LA, Gov20LA. And it is my pleasure to introduce Andrew Nebis. Andrew, you are a veteran Gov 2.0 LA speaker. You spoke here last year. I am not allowed to say which agency Andrew works for. Suffice to say, it is a large domestic Homeland Security police agency.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, it's not because it's top secret. It's ethics rules. You can Google my name. I'm sure you can figure out who I work for, stuff like that. I'm really glad to be back here at Gov 2.0 2013. I've been in public service since 1996. 10 years I was CIO of a city, and the last 7 at my current agency. In that time, social media and just open government and big data and small data and really data has really come on board, and I've really enjoyed that transformation and change. So when I tell my coworkers, hey, I'm going to speak at Gov 2.0 LA, they said, well, what are you going to talk about? And I said, well, I talk about social media, or I talk about data, and listen to other speakers about this and that. And they're like, well, that's what we're doing here. And I'm like, yes, exactly. They just have no idea it's 2.0. They don't know any of the terms, technologies. They're just doing the work, which I find really great about public servants for the most part. They don't know what it is, but they are doing it. So at work and in normal life, I think about information a lot. And I think about how it's coming into us, what we're broadcasting back out, how we can use it, who needs it, how we can secure it sometimes. But what I found out in the past year since my last talk is really how social media doesn't just connect agencies with people to broadcast this information. A lot of that is still just being done on a broadcast level, but it really connects people to people. As Alan said a few minutes ago, when I go through events, I'm messaging him, I'm messaging Adriel sometimes, I'm messaging people I've met online, just as if they were next door, although hopefully they have power, even if I don't. These are real connections and real communities, and that's really what's the most important part about social media, even coming from a government to citizen or company to citizen perspective. And I think Tom was really good at pointing that out. It's much more important to have that relationship rather than just, oh, I'm going to broadcast out to you. So So, okay, my words are my own. I'm here by myself. I'm not here from my agency. Nothing to do with my agency. I am Andrew Nebus. My personal Twitter account is @AndrewNebus. And you can go aneb.us. My name just sort of worked out that way. You'll actually find my LinkedIn there. Feel free to connect. I find that conversation usually starts here. I've met a lot of you and connected with you over the year and stayed in touch. So I'd really appreciate it if you do connect with me. Tweet me anytime, email, of course, etc. So social media in 2013. It really has, sorry. I'm going to go through 3 separate areas. First, social media 2013, some of the sites that are being used. Tom alluded to a few, so I'll speed up my presentation a little bit. Next, a broad discussion on what should be done during massive events. And third, my real life experiences from my point of view, not as working at an agency, but really being in a event and having to, work with other agencies. To be honest, I'm not sure I'll get through the presentation without getting choked up a little bit. It was a very emotional year. Oh, geez. A very emotional year for me. I'm a normal person, and, so I'm from New Jersey. So when Hurricane Sandy devastated our shore, and when I started seeing pictures of places I had been to as a kid, it really struck home for me. So hopefully I'll make through most of the presentation. Skip this because Tom went over that. Okay. Social media and public safety is a huge topic. I'm going to touch upon a little bit of it. There's a lot more. So again, feel free to reach out to me and we can continue this conversation later. So more and more agencies are joining social media, which is a great thing. And they're joining different social media. Facebook and Twitter are still the bears in the room. Everyone's on there because that's where the people are. But there are some interesting other social media experiences out there that agencies are joining. So Facebook, again, monster in the room. This is Philadelphia PD. Philadelphia PD is actually a really great guy. And he runs their social networking with the blessing of the police department. But he got up to 53,000 likes. So according to the IACP, this is the most popular municipal law enforcement agency on Facebook in the category of over 1,000 law enforcement officers, et cetera. But for them to run this and to run BOLOs, which is basically who we're looking out for, get feedback from the community about events, and do that is really powerful from a very small unit, even for such a large police department. YouTube is also very popular. Here's a video done by New Jersey Transit. It's actually about rail safety, so for grade crossings. They did a really good piece about the dangers associated with that. YouTube is obviously the monster in the room for video. Instagram really came up this past year. Last year, really, I was talking a lot about Flickr. Instagram now, part of Facebook, is a great place to show off your agency, and it's similar to the use of Pinterest, where you're showing really your human face. This is the Baltimore Police Department, which is an agency that was established in 1853. And what's really neat about it is that some of the filters really look like it's taking you back, and it really makes me say, wow, this is an agency with a lot of tradition. This is actually their 2012, second Academy graduation. But yeah, it looks like so long ago. Vine, and I'm glad I got a different example. It's kind of interesting. I'm not really sure if Vine's going to be as big as maybe Tom does. I think it's really interesting for showing what your agency's doing a lot of PR work. This is an agency, Mountain View Police Department here in California, that's using it to show how, hey, pedestrian crosswalk has the right of way. The video, actually, the car speeds right by him, totally ignoring the pedestrian, and they give the guy a ticket. So it's really helpful in reaching out to the public and sort of shaking them into awareness through social media, which is helpful. But the reality in 2013 is that social media is becoming the normal course of business for agencies. Well-prepared agencies, anyway. Shortly after the IEDs detonated during the marathon, there was a call on the radio, and again, I haven't tracked down which commander it was, but we're going to get the victims out. Then we're going to conduct a sweep. We're going to get EOD. We're going to get all these people to come in through the restaurants and the bars. I need to get someone up there on social media and let people know what we're going to do. And to activate that takes a while, but just in the mindset of someone in the field saying, we need to get out to people and tell them what we're doing is essential. And in any large event, that's going to be the normal course of business, and it's becoming more and more normal. So, you know, how do we use social media during an event? Yes?
How is that different from just using a megaphone with boots on the ground? I mean, I assume it is, and it feels to me like megaphones actually have become kind of scary and bossy. You know, but
It is to a degree, but you know, coordinating those megaphones and taking those people off from actually getting the job done to saying, get out of here, versus people are already paying attention. I mean, an explosion goes off. You're paying attention to Twitter and Facebook. Yeah, social media really, I mean, baseline is force multiplier. And not only tells you, but it tells the people looking at home what's going on, who then call their friend and say, hey, what's going on? Are you by the finish line? Are you this? You know, I actually jumped on Foursquare to see my friend Eric Anderson. I wanted to see, was he anywhere near there? And he was at home, so, you know, it took a little edge off from me. You know, so it really is, in that way, you know, helpful in addition to the megaphone. So before, during, and after an event, public safety or government agencies are going to use it for multiple purposes. The first, which I really saw a lot of in Hurricane Sandy, was in preparation. Where this is useful is major agencies like the MTA will say, hey, you know what, we're taking this seriously. We're preparing. This is what we're doing. You should take this seriously as well. You know, closing off stations, things like that. We can use it for offering caution and advice. Stay in your homes. Don't go out. That's a very important message to get out very quickly. Critical, you know, from Sandy, it was telling me what was open and closed. You know, where could I go? Could I get gas? You know, in an extended event, those were very important messages to get out. Casualties and damage, you know, sort of part of the nature of humans. We want to know, you know, have people been hurt? Where is their damage done? How big is the damage? Social media is a good way to get that out there, and it's both through the public safety agencies sharing it, you know, stations flooded, things like that, and it's also through one-on-one. You know, I share a picture of, you know, my house if it's flooded, things like that. The next one is asking for donations and offers. No, not yet. I got it next. I've used one of these before. Donations, there's one coming up. Donations and offers. So in any kind of event, you're going to have, oh, give money to these kids, this need, stuff like this. And there's actually a large coordination effort. And, you know, you have your Red Cross, stuff like that. But this year, I actually saw Occupy Sandy, which was kind of amazing because, so last year I talked about platforms like Ushahidi where you can map need versus resource and people tie that together. Occupy Sandy did the same thing. They said, you know, hey, we need drivers to pick up 600 hot meals and deliver them. Here's where we're going to deliver them, and people called in and got this sort of work done. So here's something that the normal government agencies were busy doing work. We had additional resources available, and someone was coordinating it through Twitter, which was kind of an amazing thing. You also get, I'll go back to normal, celebrity reactions are, of course, broadcast. That can be good and bad. Sometimes celebrities include government officials, like presidents or things like that, speaking on it, Mayor Bloomberg, stuff like that. Information sources, pointing to, you know, news broadcasts that might be relevant. Parody accounts, you know, comedians go into full swing. And honestly, after a couple of days of being in the event myself, I actually found a lot of relief in some of that comedy, so it was very helpful. Fakes, scams, and misinformation is a whole category, which I'll bring up a few later. And dealing with that is a whole nother thread, which is probably a good discussion for next year. As Tom spoke about, having established voices already present in social media is crucial to being taken seriously. If you already have these voices on Facebook and Twitter and Vine, when you have an event and then you can speak out, people already know this is the source, this is the authority, this is the guy who's going to give me the correct information. So doing that is very helpful, and it certainly helped my personal experience because I already was following, you know, a number of them. So where I'd like to go now is I'd like to walk you through my personal experience using social media during Hurricane Sandy, or Superstorm Sandy. So the first report that comes in, October 28th, was showing the path of the storm. This, you know, it's about where it's going. But this dot right here, this is an altered photo, is my house. So that's when it started to get a little real for me, because I'm like, oh, it's not just coming to Jersey, it's coming to my house. That's about where I live. Stop by anytime, Adriel. You know, it's getting a little intense, but it was a little early forecast, so things changed, not a big deal. You know, I started to get on social media, I started to follow accounts, stuff like that, and I was able to laugh a little bit. Here's the fake mayor of New York. Oh, he's hilarious. He'll do the Spanish-esque equivalent of whatever the mayor's saying. Evacuate zone. Oh yeah. If you don't follow it now, please go ahead. It will make you laugh about anything he puts out, which is really wonderful. So as I experienced during Hurricane Irene previously, the MTA actually puts out some amazing preparation photos. Here's one of them closing Lenox Terminal, and they're showing you, you know, we're shutting down rail. You shutting down rail in New York City is pretty intense. That's how people get anywhere. So for them to put these messages out and these pictures out on this was on Flickr, and I have the address, it'll be on my presentation online, was pretty amazing. You know, now, obviously, any local agency can do this. Hey, we're doing prep, we're putting sandbags up, we're doing these things. Now, it does help if you have iconic photography. Here's Grand Central Station empty. This photo alone has over 78,500 views. If you've ever been to Grand Central, it is never like this. So in this phase, I really started to get a little nervous because I'm like, oh, this is getting pretty intense. You know, work's still going, everything's still good, you know. But you know, I started to get ready. So I load up my smartphone with everything I need, a flashlight app, which downloaded in advance, very helpful. The Red Cross has a hurricane app. It can help you find resources and let people know that you're safe. The USDA has a food safety app, and you can use their website to get information about, you know, food safety. For me, honestly, after 72 hours, throw everything out. So it didn't really help. But AskKaren.gov is a great resource they offer. And then I saved for FEMA, which is 43362, to my cell phone. If you're in an incident, you can text that number after it, text shelter and your zip code, and it'll give you help directly from FEMA. So that's pretty baseline. You don't even need a smartphone for that. And then I started following more accounts, Breaking Storm, things like this. My local power company, they're always helpful in an event. You know, normally I don't really follow these accounts because, you know, I don't really mind when the next billing cycle is up. I know it's going to get charged. But in preparation, that's really where I went. So through the night, I was up. I'm up late night anyway. But that's when I started to get hit with really a lot of fake posts. And even though I wasn't working, to me, that really hit hard because I don't like people getting duped into these ridiculous things. So here's one I really took offense to. This is actually a real photo posted to Facebook of the Old Guard. The Old Guard is the guard, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. This is really what happened that day, October 29th. The problem is, it had been preceded by this photo of them still guarding that day. It's actually not too big a deal. I mean, they're still guarding, but this was taken in September. But for me, I was tweeting everybody back I could find who was tweeting this, saying, oh, look, they're still guarding. It's not real. Why are you representing a falsehood? You know, this was a great one, Photoshop. Totally fake. Looks very dramatic, though. Oh, boy. Officers were emailing me, and I'm like, yeah, you know, you can see that vantage point a little further away from where you are. You know, look outside. This one I actually liked. It's flooded McDonald's. You know, pretty cool, right? It's actually an art exhibit. So, you know, just people caught on to it and flew with it. So I was emailing people back and messaging them and saying, you know, this is false, this is true. This, kind of driving myself a little crazy then. And the other half of the time I was watching webcams from all around the coast because they put them online for tourist information. And then we got the updated path. Okay, great. No longer coming up to my house, right? I'm going to be okay. Except my in-laws are down here. So that really hit home, and I stayed up the rest of the night going a little crazy. Then we lost power. And that's when the standard rules apply. I had always charged my cell phone. I had my laptop charged so I could deal with that. I had all the power connectors in the world to use in my car, stuff like that. And then my neighbors had to knock on my door because they didn't do any of those things. But we did pretty well. But that's actually when it got a little interesting. You know, I was using Facebook, Twitter, I'm okay, I'm this, I'm that. I think, you know, the thing I didn't expect was people from all around the world who I had spoken with were reaching to me, asking me how I was doing. I'm like, oh, I'm cool, I just got no power. You know, the storm's not really hitting me yet. Then I go to my PSE&G, that's our power company, and I report, and I'm going to get power back within, you know, a couple weeks. No problem. It's just an estimate, so they don't tell you that. But their website is actually particularly bad because they don't have no mobile version. So I needed a portion of my bill statement to prove I was me. I just wanted to report that I was out. I didn't, you know, really expect any answer then. The only one worse than this was Verizon, who demanded I download an app that couldn't then service me anyway. So when you're on a cell phone and you don't want to make too many calls and you know you're out, you don't want to download an app, especially when that's not going to help you. I had some choice words for them. But then I started monitoring more, still on my mobile, living off my mobile for a week, which is amazing. You should really try to do it, because even when I get home, I don't open my laptop anymore. I'm still mobile-based, which is pretty great. There are some websites that are all messed up, but I found 2 really useful hashtags, and these will pop up almost organically afterwards. The 2 that were really helpful for most people, NJGas and NJOpen. Well, so what's open? I actually found a lot more through Foursquare myself. People were checking in, I know no place is open. New Jersey Gas, well, no power, can't pump gas. So those are 2 helpful to tell people what was good and what was bad. Well, not bad, but not open. More interesting was actually trying to get there. Because once you've identified a place that opens, you drive there, right? Well, it's a new place. You bring it up on Google Maps, that's great. But your streetlights are out, and you can't make left turns because you can't cross 4-lane roads without streetlights. So it's trying to use geodata that's been totally compromised without an app that fits it. I have a few good overpasses that I've used to get around traffic, so I did okay. But a lot of people were just stuck. They could not get around. And our, you know, systems don't really adapt enough.
It's like a post-apocalyptic filter.
Yeah. Well, actually, so most public safety CAD vendors do that, mainly for road closings, things like that. And actually, trucks have specialized units for, you know, you can't go under this bridge because it's too short for you. But really, that doesn't get filtered down to, you know, Google Maps, or especially your navigator, your TomTom. Especially if it's not getting updates, you know, how can I get there? You know, it really was pretty much a challenge.
So at this, sorry to interrupt, but at this point, were you 100% reliant on SMS messaging, or were you still able to get, like, you know, intermittent 3G or?
So at my house, I had a little less than 3G on my cell phone. No Wi-Fi, you know, landlines were just out. My central office was underwater. That's what it ended up being. And no power. So I was able to do pretty well because, you know, Twitter really, it's a lot of text. It's not really that heavy lift. The heavy lifts were when any website you visit wants you to download an app. which is ridiculous, because to interact with my power company, and they were actually decent, so I shouldn't knock them, except they had a non-mobile version. But, you know, to deal with these service utilities, or to deal with government, to have to download an app, especially report an outage, was terrible. Verizon actually wanted me to go to my router, and I'm like, I can't even get a signal by my router. I'm just reporting it's out. Get back to me in a week when it's on. I don't care. I just want you to know it's down. You know, so any of the agencies here, certainly, give your webmaster an iTouch and make him use the site that way. Because if he can't, it needs to be redesigned. Because during a major event, it's not happening. You know, I didn't have the signal strength. You know, so my in-laws actually did get a pretty good, you know, direct hit, but it hadn't done any damage in their community. They still had power and everything else. So I abandoned my house, took my family down there. You know, getting through the gas station and stuff like that, finding things that were open was a challenge, but I was able to make all my way down there. And then I got the robocall from work that we were going back to work. So I had to drive back up north, which is pretty okay. But really, how I got through that whole experience was crowdsourced data. I used a gas crowdsourcing app to find out where gas stations were open. I used Foursquare to find restaurants. And actually some interesting data on Foursquare. This is the activity pre-Sandy check-ins. You know, here's Lower Manhattan. That's post-Sandy check-ins. It will really tell you where is open, accessible, and you know, people just checking into their house anyway because they have power, or they just checking in. But this is the section that was blacked out. There's actually a really great time lapse of this, the check-ins as they get lower and lower. So speaking of Foursquare, I check in everywhere. I have sort of an addiction to it. You know, but once I got far enough that there were actually places that open, this was my first check-in.
Wait, go back for a second.
Oh, sure. I'll get you, it's a Foursquare's blog, has this and a really great time lapse of the event. First place I checked in was actually Whole Foods. They were open, they had a generator, I think. And you know, the barista was Dr. Frankenstorm. Got a good laugh out of that. Again, got my family all the way down safe, returned home, and then that was the hashtag before it became a real event, was Frankenstorm. So going back north, you know, home was cold, had no power, really didn't want to return there, so I just started driving north, looking for places to eat and hopefully friends that I can crash at. Now I'm allergic to every pet on the planet, so made an additional challenge for me. Finally did find a place, but this is the first time I cried. I was at a burger joint that had power and service, and out front were trucks from all the way from Michigan. I tweeted this photo and I thanked Detroit for sending help to us, and for me that's when I kind of lost it. But you know, it really shows how, as a community, both with social media and in real world, we're very tightly connected, and how powerful it is. So the next day, drove back home because although I found a place to crash and I got to work, needed to change of clothes, stuff like that. About 2 minutes before I got home, I got a text from my wife. Hey, you know, neighbor said power's back on. I'm like, this is amazing. I could finally get back home, get things back to normal. So I got in, called my wife, everything's okay. The next message I sent out was to a friend who I'd only met once in person. He had just moved to Jersey City, and I know he had no power. So right away I reached out to him. I said, hey, are you and your wife okay? I'll come pick you up, because he relies on public transportation, so no car. He was okay, but that's really when I knew, you know, social media isn't this vague, you know, other not real life thing. This is real life. You know, my friendships with him and his wife, with Adriel, who I speak to mostly online, Alan, you know, are real relationships. And social media for me became far, far more important during this event that I had talked about last year, about how governments and agencies need to broadcast information and be there to listen. This really was, we are all in this together. So some notes. During Sandy, East Coast internet usage increased 114% the first day of the storm. A lot of this was people tweeting, hey, I'm getting ready, I'm buying beer, I'm doing all these ridiculous things. But a lot of it was, really getting real. There were 1.1 million people mentioning the word hurricane on Twitter in a 21-hour period for the storm. Sandy, in 2012, was the #2 most talked about item on Facebook. Coming so late in the year, that's really amazing. And for the first time, a photo sharing site took front line. This was Instagram. There was 10 storm-related pictures per second posted on Instagram during this period. That's an intense amount of data uploaded about what's going on, and then agencies having to figure out how to respond to that. So my final thoughts. I think I blew through this one pretty quick last year. So I really don't have any final thoughts. Government 2.0 LA, for me, is the place I get to connect with people from all around and to figure out the next steps, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, and how things are impacting us all. Certainly, from my thoughts last year to this year, I've just resolved that that's even more important today than ever before, and that's where agencies and us as people are going. So just as a quick reminder, I'm speaking for myself, not my employer. My words are my own, my tweets are my own. You can find me on Twitter at Andrew Nebus, and aneb.us is my LinkedIn. If you're here, certainly grab me. I can share my phone number. Feel free to text me anytime. I do stay up quite late. My experience with social media and the people I've connected was really what got me through Sandy and dealing with that. And our area is still recovering. But the outpouring of connections from all around the world really was important. So the next time there's an event of this scale and you have people in the area, reach out to them over those social networks, because it really does make a big difference. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know how I can follow that. Thank you.
NASA back.
Gabriella, are you ready? Sure. Okay. Also, also a veteran of Gov 2.0 LA, Gabriella Dow, last year actually did, we believe, the first ever, right, live presentation done on Pinterest, and that we then streamed to the rest of the world through this. And this year, I believe, we're going to be talking about Vine. Is that right?
No, I'm going to do a presentation on Vine.
Oh, you're doing it on Vine. Cool. So all you Vine fans out there, this is how you're going to learn how Vine is being used in government and also with small businesses. Andrew, that was a very emotional presentation, but I think that it's a very important lesson because you spoke as a human being, and I think that if there's any lessons that we could learn from this week, maybe it's that maybe if more of us actually spoke like human beings using technology as opposed to trying to sound like robots using technology, maybe we might actually be a little bit further down the road.
Well, I have a bunch of years' experience being a human being, so
well, that's good that you have experience being a human being. I like to say that I do too. And again, if you're following us online, the Twitter hashtag is Gov20LA. Feel free to use it to ask questions. And Gabriella, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Gabriella Dow is going to be speaking for the second time at Gov 2.0 LA. Welcome, and here's your microphone.
Thank you. Uh-oh, I'm juggling a few things, so this will be a lot of fun.
Multi-device.
Multi-device world. So hi again, everybody. My name is Gabriella Dow, and a lot of you know me from my time with GovPartner, which I was a founding member of. It's an e-government firm that implements technology projects for cities throughout the country, and also a few projects now in the United Arab Emirates. Before that, I spent some time working in the news media at 2 CNN bureaus, at CBS here in Los Angeles, and then I also spent some time in Washington, D.C. working for the Clinton administration in the Office of Public Liaison and working for a governor in Washington, D.C. And now I do consulting. I live down in San Diego, and it's been an interesting convergence of all of this background experience that I have, because at the end of the day, I've always been passionate about government, whether I was covering it from the news media side or whether I was actually working within government. And I've always just been very curious and passionate about technology. And so my work today involves consulting with corporations that are international or national, and consulting with startups that might be a 25-year-old launching his or her first business, working with government agencies, which is always very interesting, and then with organizations like Startup Circle down in San Diego. So I'll be touching on some of these experiences, and it really has been very interesting over the last year, because I'm usually trying to get the government agencies to try something new, trying to get the startups to slow down for just a second, have at least one brand standard before you throw everything out there in front of the public, and trying to get the corporations to speed it up a little bit. They're willing to try new things, but it just takes a long time. And of course, the people that have the budgets don't quite have the curiosity to want to do interesting things with them, and the ones that don't have budgets are trying to do the most they can. So I kind of blend it all together. And so what I did for Vine, I'm going to do the presentation using the Vine platform, but my presentation is actually on who is our audience. Because we have a lot of presentations, and I think we've been exposed to a lot of the different platforms and a lot of the different tools that government uses to communicate. But who we are communicating with has really changed and is rapidly changing. And as I found doing some research for this presentation, who we are as communicators, whether individuals or government agencies, I believe is changing also. So I think this is going to be an interesting experience. Using Vine was a little bit disjointed, and I kind of purposely, I think it's going to have a little bit of a disjointed feel, but that's kind of the heart of this presentation, as you're going to see. So like Alan mentioned, I did my presentation last year using the Pinterest platform. So instead of PowerPoint slides, I decided to create a board. And so then my presentation was on public-private partnerships. And instead of slides, I just went to different items on the board. And what ended up happening is there was a lot of coverage about the fact that I did a presentation about Pinterest. And so you can see here, this was an article that our friends back in the back there did about Government 2.0, and it was really about my presentation about Pinterest. And so that was an interesting example of how the medium becomes the message. So even though I was talking about public-private partnerships, the message, because I did it through Pinterest, really became that it was a presentation about this particular medium. So that's what I want to explore today, is what does it mean, the fact that we're using internet-based and mobile technologies and medium, and how does that affect us and our audience? So as you can see here, I mentioned it was disjointed. You can't quite have it in order. I experienced the same thing with Vine. As I was finishing the presentation last night, tweaking a few things so that I could include some of the coverage that, of course, we were all watching from Boston, I actually had people commenting on my Vine and liking my Vine. And so that just, I think, really speaks to the experience today, that it's all in real time. Usually you wouldn't want to be doing a presentation, especially one that's being live streamed to a global audience, without full control of what you're showing up there. I mean, somebody could post something that I don't want you all to see, but I think it's worth taking the risk. So hopefully we won't see any crazy comments. And I think that's the reality that local governments and government agencies of any kind live with as they start to explore putting themselves out on Facebook or other mediums. You're obviously seeking the exposure, and the gals from NASA showed us it's a great way to get exposure, but you are exposing yourself, and so you're putting yourself out there to potentially have a bad situation. Some of the technologies that I've been tracking, and I think we've all been seeing since last year, was obviously Pinterest continues to go strong, and it really shows how the medium is very visual now. One image really can tell the entire story that maybe a web post or an entire printed document would tell. Facebook's acquisition of Instagram, I think, was something that was very important last year. We have Waywire, which popped up there for a second. That's kind of a new version of a YouTube video control system, and Cory Booker, the mayor of Newark, is involved in that venture, so that makes it pretty interesting. Google Glass, I'm going to be talking about that throughout the presentation. And then Nextdoor has been mentioned already through some of the other presentations, where you have a platform where neighbors can get together, which is kind of sad in a way. It used to be the neighborhood block party, and now it's online, but government agencies are able to disseminate messages to specific neighborhoods, so I think that that's interesting. And then there are also payment processors, which I think are very important. This is kind of the behind-the-scenes evolution, but one in particular, Stripe, I think is very interesting. Some of the guys from Twitter have been involved in launching this particular venture, and it's just a very elegant design to make payment processing very simple and user-friendly for the developers themselves. And then, of course, I think a lot of us are familiar with Square and some of the other tools that are out there. So this presentation is influenced by a book, and I know that the author was already mentioned in another presentation, Nicholas Carr, of a book called The Shallows. And has anybody heard of this book or read it? Okay, so a few hands. This was recommended by my son's elementary school principal, and he recommended it because he wanted all of the parents and teachers to understand the way that our children's brains are being shaped, and our own brains. And so, of course, I went to the library and I checked it out, and I started reading about how our brains are no longer able to focus and get through something like a book. And then I started to actually experience what I was reading about. As I was reading that we have this constant distraction from email and text messages and the need to be on social media, I would kind of close the book and then check email. And then the time for me to read the book expired, and so I renewed it. And then it expired again. And so that really showed me that I needed to find a way to get through this material because I was actually living the very scenario that it was describing. And you know, as a former journalist, I was also a communications and literature major at UCLA. I love books. I love reading. It was not unusual for me to get through a really good book in just 2 or 3 nights. But through going through this particular book, or at least trying to get through it, I really did stop and think, when was the last time that I read a book? I feel like I read a lot. I go on Twitter and I get connected to different articles. I'm getting information from a lot of different places. But you know, to go through a 300, 400-page book, you know, I hadn't done that in a while. And so what I did is I got onto Audible. And I think you guys are probably familiar with Audible. It's basically you have the book read to you, which I always thought was for people who couldn't see. You know, for older individuals, that really was easier. My husband does it a lot when he's driving on his commute. But this worked out very well for me. So as I was going out on walks, I was able to get through the material, consume the book, if not read it. And I think it's a sign of the times that I actually had my setting on 2 times, which is 2 times faster than the narrator. And so you have, you know, very measured person reading it so people can understand the information, or you set it at 1.5, which is a little bit faster, or you go to 2 speed, which means that as I'm walking, I'm listening to the information very quickly, and it sounds a lot like I'm talking right now. But that actually worked well, and I was able to get through the material. So the main thing that I would want you to take away from this particular book, and I hope this image does it for us, because it really does talk a lot about the brain. And it was a little bit of a biological story. But what I think we can take away from this is that research is finding that the brain is plastic. So let's, you know, kind of, if you leave this presentation with anything, think about the fact, what does plastic mean? And Peter, I think, alluded to this. You're creating synapses, and it turns out that the brain is not, we used to think it was like concrete being poured. And I remember hearing about this, you know, early childhood development, the first 3 to 5 years set a child's personality and development. But research now is showing that when there's a traumatic injury, a severed limb, you know, different things that require the brain, over time, over, you know, slow impact and exercise and influence, external or internal, the brain does actually reshape those synapses and is actually affected by those external forces and inward pressures. And so this is really the basis of how we are affected by the technology that we are consuming. So again, plastic brain versus what we used to think, which was pouring the concrete and then it was set. So how are we being affected then with the fact that our communication mediums are changing? The traditional communication for centuries was very calm. It was very linear. It was focused. It was undistracted. It was also very comfortable communication, where we could read a book. You think about somebody who is perhaps reading the newspaper, and that's something where you associate that with, you've got your cup of coffee, you've got your newspaper, you're not worried about some of that coffee spilling onto your mobile device, and that's what we grew accustomed to for a long time, and so that's really the way that our brains were shaped. If you think about how communication works today, you have a lot of multitasking, different devices, different screens. You have families that are connected all the time. So you're connecting in bed, you're connecting all the time while you're driving. This is something that research has showed when you are working in this way, when you have more than anything interruptions, when you're trying to focus on something and you're being interrupted, these short overlapping bursts make for people who are anxious and for people who are irritated. And the most impressive research data that the Shallows showed me was we may feel like we're getting a lot of information and we are getting smarter, but a lot of research has shown that you might be able to get through the material while you're multitasking or work on several things at the same time, but when you're asked to really interpret what it was that you read or what it was that you were consuming, whether you were listening to it or reading it, it turns out that the comprehension level, cognitive ability, is truly affected. And so what does that mean in terms of the way that we are receiving and disseminating information? And this was the vine for this one, where again, you know, we're laying down, we're very comfortable, and we're very calm. Now, if you think about all of the different communication technologies, language in and of itself, it's something that babies do. And so that's not something that's unnatural. But the act of writing and the act of reading, those are things that have to be taught. And so the earliest cave walls were a form of technology. Maybe those were the early blogs, right? Where people were leaving the information in any way that they could. Exactly, the first wall post. And you really got like the likes, right, with the little hands on there. Then we moved to the printed page. And so then the act of writing was something that had to be learned, and books became a technology. We've seen newspapers come and go. We've obviously seen the evolution of the different phones. And now I think one of the greatest, it's interesting, you know, everybody's concerned newspapers are disappearing, books are disappearing, and there's a whole movement about libraries. What will the libraries of the future look like, or what will the future be like for libraries? In San Diego, where I live, we're just finishing construction of a large city library. We finally got our city library, and now we've got to figure out what to do with it, because our library is still relevant as we see a lot of the bookstores closing. I believe they are, and this is a good article that appeared a few days ago in Inc. magazine, and it's a library in Arizona that is taking a hipster approach to try to make the libraries co-working spaces. And so the space itself has just changed. Just like the phone changed from being a rotary dial and then a large one that you hold to what we have today, libraries as technology mechanisms will change. It will no longer be quiet. You'll hear, obviously, the keystrokes of people working, and it will become more of an open communal space where people meet, gather, and consume information in different ways, but I believe that it will be in collaborative ways. Now, it's interesting because a lot of what the Shallows talked about is that these technologies that are evolving actually make us evolve as well. So when maps were first created, and as they evolved, we actually became explorers and we became conquerors. So you think about societies before they decided to start documenting and organizing what the landscape looked like, their approach to nature and to what was considered nations was obviously very different. The early monks that were inventing clocks, and so of course early on every village had the clock tower to keep time of when it was time to pray. And as this particular technology became smaller, became more personal, as a society we actually became timekeepers. Then we had you know, the writing ball. It was the first typewriter, and there's an interesting section in the book where the author describes how Nietzsche had these terrible migraines, and so he was used to writing on you know, the quill and ink, and he would get these terrible headaches, and so he was introduced to this machine where he could actually still write, convey his thoughts, but with his eyes closed. So it was something wonderful for him. But then his friends started reporting back to him, your writing has really changed. It's very structured, it's very cold, it's very rigorous. And he then wrote back to them saying, you know, I felt that that was happening. I don't have the warmth and the flow that I feel I used to have with pen and paper. All of a sudden, the machine was helping him to convey his thoughts, but his thoughts were being shaped by the cold machine. So I think that's an early indication of what we're experiencing today. You know, the proliferation of books, especially once the printing press has made books, again, smaller, personal, portable, all of a sudden created a society of readers. It used to be that you had the scribe and somebody would dictate information. It would be written up and there was only one copy in the synagogue or in the church or in the castle. But all of a sudden, books started to become something that people could carry and have for their own. When some of the monks began to read silently, that was a new technology revolution. That was very strange to people, of why would you sit down by yourself and silently consume this information? You're supposed to read it aloud, or at least somebody's supposed to read it to you. That's the way it's always been done. And then the same thing when people started writing for themselves, all of a sudden the content and the creativity, if you will, was truly affected, because when you are dictating to somebody what your thoughts are, that's going to be very different than when you sit down and you write about a very strange dream that you had. Or when you sit down to write about you know, some thoughts that are really only intended to be for a very close friend versus the town scribe. So these, again, are ways that different technology mediums are changing us. And as it turns out, the technologies that affect language and communication over time tend to be the ones that really transform society. And books are a good example of that. The book also describes how once word processors were created, we became word processors ourselves. All of a sudden, we were putting out a lot of information. And I think, you know, I'm certainly old enough to remember typing on a typewriter, and you didn't want to make a mistake because you had to deal with the whiteout, and there really wasn't the opportunity to delete and to go back. But once we had these computers that allowed us to do that, and don't you love how big that screen is? We somehow went from that to a big screen and then right back to a small screen again with our mobile devices. Exactly. But all of a sudden, we became a culture putting out a lot more information with the ability to edit it. With the internet era, we're now data processors. That's what the internet is. It's high-speed data processing. But we ourselves are now having to keep track, as a result of the internet, of all the email that comes in, all the instant messages, all the social media, all the different blog posts, not to mention our own work that we have to produce, and now we're doing it more and more on the web. So the interesting thing is, as we are overwhelmed by all of this data coming at us, we turn to technology and to web tools to help us organize it, to help us remember. We become reliant on these tools, which makes us more forgetful, more disorganized. We try to use more technology to try to stay on top of it, and you can see how this actually becomes somewhat of a downward spiral. I mean, as you know, you can interpret that picture, I think, in different ways. And I think the new frontier that we're going to be experiencing now is MMI, man-machine interaction. And so we're starting to obviously consider this through Google Glass. There's been discussion of, certainly through e-health initiatives, that chips can now be implanted in the body. People who do not have their sight have already had parts of their brain wired up to special glasses so that they can see, and that's awesome. That's wonderful. There are some really great technologies that allow you to keep track of elderly parents. The house technology system in and of itself will keep track of if there's a rapid acceleration, that could mean that the parent has fallen. If they have a special bracelet that's not really moving, that's an indicator for somebody to check on them because they're spending too much time in bed. Something could be wrong. And then, of course, there's the ability to do all sorts of biological testing based on different strips on the body, which, again, are very good things for health purposes, but that starts to get into the way that we are utilizing and really immersing ourselves with technology, and, of course, not just ourselves, but also our children. And it's not really a far stretch. I mean, we already describe our brain very similar to a computer. So we talk about how our brain is wired in certain ways. We talk about, you know, our brain feels fried. But you really start to think about, you know, what does this mean for the earliest generation that is growing up completely with this type of circuitry, if you will. And again, that's an example of how we use this technology to describe ourselves, more of a melding of the human and the machine. And I think, has people here heard about the singularity? Is that a concept? That's kind of a school of thought where there will come a point where we reach the singularity, which means that there is no differentiator between what is machine and what is human. So you can't really tell the difference, whether it's wetware, computer chips that utilize DNA components, and this has been around for a long time. There's fish DNA that was utilized to do an on-off signal. Again, when we think of our own bodies and our own DNA as computer code or our own programming and circuitry, we certainly are moving in that direction, and we're moving at a faster rate than ever. And so it is shaping society. Now, this is an interesting, and I'm a mom of two young boys, and so I experience this on a daily basis. If you've ever seen this video clip, it's got a little toddler, probably no more than 2 years old, if even that, very happy on the iPad. I mean, it's just intuitive to them. You touch it, you expand it, you can see, and then you have the little toddler with a magazine, and that's not so fun. And, you know, it's only 6 seconds on Vine, so you can't see the full video, but basically, the iPad is engaging, and the children will sit there for hours, but when you give them a book, they're tapping, they're trying to open it, and they just kick it aside, like, oh, this doesn't work. They want something that does work. And so, you know, I think we've probably all experienced the moment where you were doing something not on your computer. Mine was, you know, 10 years ago at least, where I was putting bookshelves up, and then I switched the way that I had them, and my hand instinctively reached to click undo because I liked the way I had it the first time. And that was a moment for me where I thought, whoa, what was that? I'm not on the computer, I'm in my living room, and that was a little strange. I was in a meeting last month looking at some maps for a Parks and Recreation department, and I instinctively reached across the table and tried to expand the map so that I could make it, I couldn't see exactly what the legend said, kind of pulled my hand back and thought, did anybody see that? Because I just instinctively, you know, it's the way I interact with my iPad, and I was doing that with obviously a printed document. And so, you know, over time, this is just the way, again, that our brains are rewired and that we interpret the physical world in this way. So this is where I think things start to, you know, feel a little bit scary. And I want to say something about that. These were kind of like my bonus ones, but I do want to share this one here. Do you guys remember the movie Limitless? Does anybody see that movie? So the person who invented the vacuum tube, Dr. DeForest, which allowed electricity to be conducted, it was a major breakthrough. But it was interesting how he felt about his own invention. He thought that there would come a time when scientists would be able to electronically measure happiness or fear of human individuals, and he thought that was very scary. Even worse would be if there would ever come a time, and he believed that it would, that professors would download information into their subjects' minds. So if you wanted to learn a language, it could suddenly be downloaded. If you needed to know certain information, there would be electrical conduits into the brain, and you would suddenly possess that information, you know, sort of like the early thinking would be into a machine. And he wrote, thank God that's something for future generations. I shudder at the thought of that day coming. Well, I watched the movie Limitless, and I thought that would be so cool if you could just somehow do something to like have a language downloaded. That doesn't seem very scary to me. That seems like something that would actually be desirable. The early phones, it was thought that housewives were not going to be able to deal with this interrupting bell throughout the day. So they would be cooking and cleaning and tending to the kids, and this invention of bringing this device into the home that was going to be ringing throughout the day was going to make them go neurotic, and the housewives would have to all be sent away to mental institutions because this was just not something that the human body would be able to handle, certainly not somebody as fragile as a housewife, despite the fact...
In 2013, it does make you go crazy because you never hear it.
Exactly. You know, and despite the fact that the kids were crying and then that they were probably multitasking already. But you think about housewives today. And, you know, I talked about something interesting recently with my friends, which was, what's the one thing that if you were to leave the house without, you would not, you know, is it your wedding ring? Is it your wallet? Is it, you know, your ID? And for all of us, it was. What's the one thing you would turn around to go home and get? And it was the phone. If you've ever left your mobile phone at home, you feel a little bit lost without it. All of a sudden, you know, you think about all the different things that the phone, you know, has replaced and represents, and there is your map, and there's your calculator, there's your Rolodex. There is, of course, your phone and your ability to communicate. And so, you know, I really take this to heart, that things that were feared before are things that are actually not just desired, but things that have become indispensable. And I think it's interesting that Dr. DeForest, one of the things that he thought was just going to be too much for people to handle was going to be when we got to a point where we would have something called, he actually called them indispensables. So he thought that there were going to be devices that were going to be electronic devices that would read bedtime stories to the children. And so we would no longer be reading by sight, but we would be listening to information off of these devices that he called indispensables. And he was right. We have our phones now that are indispensable. However, I don't think is something that we fear. It's just something that we've embraced, and in many ways we're able to connect with more people, with family, and certainly it's something that we're grappling on the significance. So these conversations had been had throughout time. One debate is, is the inventor the judge of the value of the creation that they have invented? And many times they are the ones that understand what they created, so we do leave it to Steve Jobs or Bill Gates. But this particular question of who can judge the actual value comes from the time of Egyptian society. And it was the god Thoth who was discussing the invention of writing. And he was arguing that this was a new technology that was going to destroy society. The other god who invented writing said, no, it's going to be a lot easier to remember things. And the god answered back, no, it's not going to be that people are remembering. It's going to be that they're just regurgitating what they see. So in the end, they won't be creating anything. They will be losing their souls. They will be losing themselves. So that's how far back these debates go. You have Socrates and Plato, and they had a whole discussion. Once written form took hold, then there became a transfer to oral. And I love the image of the early renegades were the poets. Plato was furious that all of a sudden there were these people who invented a new medium, which was not going by the printed and the read word, but just to be reciting. And to me, it seems like, those were the hackers of the day. They were kind of inventing new technologies. And you think about who's on the fringes today. You've got groups like Anonymous and some of the startups that have these crazy ideas. But today, poetry actually seems outdated as we now move into some of these other technologies. I talked about the printing presses, how that really had a revolution. And then we obviously go back to the earliest days. So one of the things, as you think about, technologies come and go, and different things are being replaced. You see here, this is a picture of my kids with one of the startups that I work with called Lockbit, and it really is this desire to have these small technologies. And it is human nature to want to connect. That's how we survive. We did it in the cave days, and it's still something that is in our DNA, it's in our programming, to want to connect with others. And so you can understand why it is this driving force. However, you have to think about, as technology replaces so many different things, you don't want it to replace play for children, or you don't want it to replace actually talking to other people. How do you find that balance? And already there are different tools that are being replaced, and you see here. Does anybody watch the show Weeds? So this is something that was on the television show Weeds that showed it was this little glass screen that would project the light onto the desk, would allow you to type. And I think the interesting thing about this was a point in the sitcom where marijuana was legalized, and all of a sudden this family that was trying to survive in the suburbs by doing this illicit activity now owned the equivalent of Starbucks. And so, that was how society evolved. It seemed very modern and very clean facility and whatnot, with, of course, the technology that made it seem like, that was the normal suburban experience. But I do think that tends to, as I mentioned, bring a lot of fear into people's minds. Now, as you see that different things are being replaced, you have to think about. Hang on one sec, because I want to stop on this one particular one. Okay. So as you see that different things are being replaced, and you have Mayor Bloomberg in New York is replacing all of the payphones with digital screens. And that's a good thing. Why spend money on infrastructure like payphones when you can have giant touch screens that you can touch? It's like having a city representative on every street corner. And obviously, it's better than just having a static sign, because you can project out whatever information is needed. You have to make a service request, you want whatever information. And then you have, of course, the Google Glass. And you're replacing the need to have to find your phone. You're replacing the need to have to reach for your phone. The information is right there. However, are we going to end up replacing eye contact with people? Because you're now walking down the street looking at people that are, quote, with you through the net, and ignoring the people that are actually right next to you. That's something that we already grapple with when we get absorbed into our mobile devices.
I think it's already, all you have to do is go to a coffee shop and look at people who would have a few years ago said hello to each other, but now everybody's, head down into their device.
Exactly.
It's almost as if you're like, there's no one around you. You're just in your own little world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
think the next step is going to be use Google Glass to create overlays on people that are lost, using your social data.
Or to identify them so you can go talk to them. So that remains to be seen. I think that we've seen, Twitter. There was a time when we thought it was crazy that you would be able to convey, certainly for me as a literature and journalist, how could you possibly convey something in such a small amount of characters, not even words, but characters. But are words now becoming dispensable? So as the technology becomes indispensable, what are the things that are going by the wayside? I found it fascinating that on NPR, there is a new initiative. Have you guys heard about the race card initiative? Where the host actually asks people to describe their entire experience with race in 6 words. So I heard about this and thought, this is ridiculous. This could never work. I basically had the same reaction that I had, I think, when I first heard of of Twitter, but then I actually heard about some of them, and this is one of them. So the 6 words are colored children, African American, progress. So it was an older gentleman explaining that he was born colored, his children are African American. Does that represent progress? And it really was fascinating how in 6 words there was the ability to have some very poignant thoughts and messages. Word clouds are everywhere, and so I looked up Martin Luther King's famous speech into a word cloud. People today don't listen to speeches, don't have time, even if it's on YouTube. Can you get the same message through a word cloud? Can you get it through an image? It seems like the answer would be no, but then the NPR program surprised me. And yesterday, I was watching Piers Morgan while I was on Twitter. I was reading the Boston mayor's tweets, and I saw that one of the first things that CNN went with was, we got him. That's all it took, 3 words. And it conveyed so much that could have been done in a speech. And then you got 1 word, teamwork. A picture of all of the different agencies celebrating the fact that they work together to keep the citizens safe. And so I do believe that while these things are scary and while they seem like they're impossible, it's not necessarily going to be, I think, as scary and as negative as we might fear. And so I think government agencies have to actually embrace some of this. So how do government agencies embrace this? This was just an example. I don't have to really get into it. But there was, again, the startup Lockbit. They had a screen on the U.S.-Mexico border. I talked about that last year, how QR codes are now something that you can click with. And so we're in the internet now. It's become, a very different type of experience. This particular firm went from the U.S.-Mexico border to actually, again, 2 25-year-old kids powering the entire PGA Tour in terms of the way that people at that event interact with the screens. They scan the QR code to get the scores. The managers of the event from their mobile phones, it used to be you would call into some data center on site or maybe off site, and then they would change. If Tiger Woods was about to come up, you'd want his bio up on the screen. Now it's all being done through the mobile phone as that remote control. And then again, digital screens popping up everywhere, and this is what the new payphones are going to look like in New York, and that's with a company called City 24/7. So what can government agencies do? What do I recommend? I think first and foremost, and I'm going to use the examples of San Diego, where I live. Mayor Sanders was the previous mayor. I remember seeing him at events and seeing his phone and saying, "Oh, Mr. Mayor, you've got to get a smartphone," and his staff would say, like, don't even bother. But I loved that Mayor Sanders came to the table to meet the startups, even if he didn't understand all of the terminology. This was when the Lockbit guys were explaining to him, now that we're inside the web, our phones become the remote control. That was a year ago, and in that moment, I didn't understand what these kids were talking about. What do you mean I'm in the net? I don't want to be in the net. That seems like I won't be able to get out. But they were very excited about that. And again, the fact that the mayor was at the table listening, and absorbing as much as he could. Now, the next current mayor is Congressman, at the time was Congressman Filner, and he's over on the right. Again, I love that an organization like Startup Circle was able to hold a mayoral forum. And the final 2 people that were running for mayor came, And we did not know if the entrepreneurs and the startups, the initial response was, we don't want anything to do with government. Bring only other startups and venture capitalists to come speak to us. But we really pushed and explained, the mayor is the CEO of our city, and they're going to have initiatives that are going to impact your startup and your entrepreneurial activity. So we went forward with a series, and it actually got some of the highest attendance that we had ever had. So the fact that these candidates were willing to come to the table, take questions, listen to entrepreneurs, and the fact that the entrepreneurs were willing to be there and not just look at government as red tape and bureaucracy, but see them as their leader and hope that their leader would be innovative, I think was a lot of progress, and that's what I would hope to see from other cities. This was a more recent meeting a few weeks ago, again with Mayor Filner. He invited a bunch of startups to come in. They kind of took over City Hall, and not as a result of this, but as a result of multiple efforts, San Diego announced just last week that they are launching the Office of Civic Imagination and Neighborhood Projects. And so this is something that's very exciting. They really want to work closely with the local startups, the entrepreneurs, the students, and local organizations. And so just like, you know, I just finished not reading Lean In, but listening through Audible to Sheryl Sandberg's book, I believe that government officials need to lean into technology and need to really come to the table. And one of the things when you do come to the table is, you know, I think there's always this fear that you're not going to understand what people are talking about. I certainly feel this when I'm at the table and I'm hearing people explain that we're in the internet or MMI. I came to a point where I had to say, whoa, excuse me, what exactly does that mean? And it's usually when somebody explains all these terms, you know what it means, you know, man-machine interaction. Okay, I get it, that makes sense. But I think having a curiosity about it, a sense of playfulness. Here you see, I don't know if you can hear it, but the news anchor that was describing the project at the PGA Tour, in reading the teleprompter and saying that, you know, event managers are using their phones as a remote control. You could tell that she was reading it, but it wasn't quite processing. I think that's always a great sign for emerging technology. And even better is, you know, if the pundits don't quite understand it, but these are my two boys, they got it right away. Mom, give me your phone. They scanned it, and they were playing Pong. So, you know, have that playful attitude where you just get the technology into your hands, visit these tech incubators, and you can see that they're very serious about this. What I love about the startups and the tech incubators is, you know, when I go to one of my corporate clients or one of the cities that I work with, I really can't bring my kids. If I do, it's like, don't touch anything. Let me just tiptoe through and grab what I need. When I go into one of the startups or tech incubators, they stop everything and say, you know, bring these kids over here. Hey kid, you know, try this technology out. What do you think about it? They're really observing how the 5- and 6-year-olds engage with that device or engage with that information, and it's very important to them, and they actually really welcome and thank me. Hey, try to bring them in once a week because we're going to be rolling out a new feature, and I want to see how they, you know, and my kids, of course, love it. They want to come, you know, to work with me more often, but there are only certain places that I can take them. So I think this is something that would be wonderful for government agencies to just have a different mindset in that particular way. How am I on time, by the way? Probably like, okay, 5-10 minutes? Okay. So I think the opposite of having creativity and playfulness is, again, fear and feeling that you have to control the information and not trusting who is getting this information. So San Diego's doing some great things. I mentioned Mayor Filner and Mayor Sanders, and that's the city. But, you know, with our sheriff and police departments, we've had some missteps. And so the City of Poway Public Information Officer, this got coverage, I think it was even in the, you know, national press. She had a moment where she was at the Public Relations Society, at the Society of Professional Journalists, where she explained, you know, just because you're a blogger in your pajamas with your laptop doesn't mean that I should have to answer your questions because you're not a real journalist. The real journalists have been at this a long time, and they know what to ask. And so you can imagine how that was received in a room full of bloggers and journalists. And I do understand, I think, where she's coming from. It's a very difficult position. They have limited resources. That's how every government agency is. But it really does take having respect and understanding that if you're putting your information out on Twitter, you suddenly are putting out one piece of information, shorter the better. Go with the Boston mayor's example of just a picture and a few words can suffice, and then you can answer questions on Twitter. You're not having to talk to each individual. So there are ways to be smart about it, and there are ways to be open about it. Then we had another incident where you had a City of San Diego on the boardwalk. You know, there was a gentleman smoking, so he got ticketed, and he filmed the officer while the officer was writing his ticket. All of a sudden, the officer looked up and said, "Hey, turn that off. You can't film me." The citizen said, "Yes, I can. I'm allowed to, and I choose not to." The officer said, "I'm telling you to turn it off right now. That's a weapon." And the person said, what do you mean it's a weapon? So the officer knocked it out of his hand, arrested him, and the gentleman, went off to jail. The phone cracked, but his friends picked it up and were able to recover the video. Now, last week, of course, we saw that mobile phones can, in fact, be weapons if they're used to detonate a device. At the same time that mobile phones came into play as crucial to finding the individuals that caused harm to so many. And so, it really is a difficult subject to broach. But again, I think if you are having openness, collaboration versus fear and control, that's something that will lead you in a good direction. And then I think finally, who's doing it right? Some of the things in San Diego, Indian Wells is a good example of an app. But more than just an app, the designer that provides their app also has this interesting thing called U-Design, where you create custom t-shirts on the go and they're delivered to your doorstep the very next day. So there are really great technology companies that work with government, but find out what else they're doing. Again, have that curiosity. We have the Voice of San Diego that is putting together open data forums. Hopefully you have these things happening in your city. I learned a lot from TurboTax, where they didn't ask for permission to utilize government information. They just put it out there. The public found it very useful, and now, of course, we have one of the largest corporations in tech using government information. At GovPartner, I was always trained and believed that we don't just put a website out there. We work in partnership with the local governments. We work behind the scenes. And so, there's a lot of disruption in the private sector, but I think it's okay to anticipate some of that disruption within the government industry. This is a good example here of, again, somebody else that's in the nonprofit world all of a sudden looking at donations to nonprofits, not from the standpoint of serving the nonprofits, but from the standpoint of serving people through their Facebook accounts. So if you want to donate to different organizations, you do it through them. They give you a report at the end of the year, and these non-governmental organizations have to reconcile into that system. Now, they're getting the donations, so that's a good thing, but this is certainly disrupting what they're used to. This is just a picture of a startup class that we put together down in San Diego. And so you can see here, this is, I think, a better picture. So you can see all of these are 7th graders taking notes on their iPads, talking about the startups that they were going to launch. And we really have some great startup mentors and some people. Again, Qualcomm is very involved. They're not exactly a startup in San Diego, and others are. There's a company called Bump. That individual has launched 44 different companies, and it's amazing how he gives of his time. His name is Mitch Thrower. And the advice that he gives to college students above anybody else is learn how to communicate. Worry less about how to use technology, because you guys are down with that. You know how to do instant message and everything, but you don't know how to talk to people. And one city, I'll end with this, that I feel is doing a really great job of talking to its citizens is the city of Carlsbad. Carlsbad is the 50th largest city, I believe, in California, not in the nation. But they have the 4th largest Facebook following. And so they really are following, I think, the advice I can give to local governments. Use a lot of images. That conveys what an entire press release can convey. So invest in that. It actually ends up not being as expensive. And have a conversation with people. Don't just post things and not engage. And we certainly heard that from the Arcadia Police Department. Video, everything is visual. So here you can see that on YouTube, Carlsbad has 142,000 video views. And so if you are putting relevant information on there, you can, again, put it out on Twitter, you can put it out on Facebook, but you have to at least create the initial video, and it has to be something that's short and that is actually engaging. Pinterest, we've talked about. If you're a beautiful coastal community like Carlsbad, it kind of lends itself. But sometimes it's not just about a pretty picture, it's about infographics, and those are hugely important. I think you can use an image and one-word headline to draw somebody in, and then you can have just a quick blog post, no more than a paragraph, or ideally you create an infographic, and that tells you as much information as an entire report would do. Then allow people to click into different data sets and drill all the way down to the open, usable data that they can then take and create apps off of, have their questions answered. And so we're in an era where you may start with just one word or one picture, but that will lead to actually giving out some of your information, open data, so that the public can then run with it. And I think that's it. if anybody has any questions. This is actually on Vine, so just search for Gov20LA, and then you can actually look at some of these, and I hope you comment and let me know what you thought about the information.
Okay, coming up next is Graham Plaster. Graham is the CEO of the intelligence community, which is a 25,000 person community on LinkedIn. He's also a former graduate of Annapolis, correct?
That's right.
And worked at various branches of the military for several years, correct? I don't know exactly how long. 11 years. Thank you for your service. So this is Gov 2.0 LA. This is our 4th year. If you're following us on Twitter, the hashtag is Gov20LA. You can ask questions of the speakers and or participate. And Graham, just hold the microphone sort of towards your face. Thank you.
I have simultaneously my Barack Obama teleprompter and my Marco Rubio water bottle. So I'm apolitical. Yeah. Well, Clint Eastwood was an outlier. All right, so my name is Graham Plaster. I'm the CEO of the Intelligence Community LLC, and I'll talk a little bit about what my company's doing. But first, just a word of introduction about myself. I just wrapped up 11 years active duty in the Navy, graduated from the Naval Academy in 2002. I am a digital native, although I'm not a programmer. The extent of my programming skills is a little bit of QBasic in high school. And then I went off to the Naval Academy, became an English major at an engineering school. So that gave me a BS in English. But I've always been fascinated by the human side of engagement with technology. And what happened is after about 7 years as a surface warfare officer, which is the ship drivers of the Navy, I took an academic interest in what was happening with literature in the Middle East, especially in Iran. And so it was about 2007 that I started working on a master's degree, kind of focusing on what was going on with social media, with its roots in Iran going back to the poetry heritage, evolving to journalism and free poetry, and then microblogging, and then what we saw happening with the Green Movement. And I got picked up in a special program in the Navy called the Foreign Area Officer Program. They sent me off to learn a little bit of Arabic, which turned out to not be my strong suit, but then I caught the interest of some senior level intelligence types and became kind of a back channel advisor to some things that were happening. Since I've gotten out of the active duty, I'm still involved with the military as a reservist, and so my CEO role with this company is we're still in the startup mode. You know, we've been going as an organization for as a company for about 1.5 years, and the founder John Goodnow's in the back, and I took over as CEO just about 4 months ago. So a lot of what I'm pitching to you today is kind of vision, big vision for where we're going with it, and a little bit of history about how we evolved to where we are, and also some deep thoughts by Graham Plaster on the internet and culture and stuff like that. All right, so 4 kind of overarching questions, just to give you some background, because I know the audience that's watching this isn't necessarily going to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to talk about the U.S. intelligence community, what that actually means, what the monikers, the intelligence community and the IC kind of actually refer to in common usage now, post 9/11, the vision and values of my company, and then trends and market forces I think are pretty interesting to discuss in light of that. So the U.S. intelligence community, in case you already know, is a coalition of 17 agencies, both focused internationally and domestically. And they have their own seal, they have their own focus, And it was 16 agencies. After 9/11, they stood up the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and which has the administrative responsibility of overseeing all of the intelligence agencies. And so each one of these agencies you see listed here have their own, of course, large bureaucratic structure, and all of them work together, ideally, to provide recommendations for senior decision makers in the government for what we're going to do. So I think there was a recollection and a realization after 9/11 that, especially in the 9/11 Commission report, if you've had a chance to look at that, that they're just, although a lot of the intelligence was there to potentially prevent 9/11, there wasn't the kind of collaboration that we needed. So there were what we call silos of information. There was redundancy of collection of information. There wasn't the sharing of information that we needed across the different agencies and organizations. A lot of money was being spent redundantly to collect that kind of information. And so what we see happening in social media as far as cultivating a new culture of sharing, of course, there's a lot to be gained in the intelligence community from that and incorporating that. And I know, Amy, with everything you did with Intellipedia, really important, for moving forward in that. So, what we're doing with our company is a little different because it's a private company. I'm a veteran. It's a veteran-owned U.S.-based company. And we're kind of focusing on the larger audience of the intelligence community. So how is the intelligence community in the IC, how's that term kind of thrown around in vernacular? Well, after 9/11, as you can imagine, there was a lot of money spent on counterterrorism in every organization you can imagine, domestically, internationally, the U.S., our allies, and other countries. There was sprawl. The Washington Post 2 years ago did a big expose on the amount of spending that was going on. They call it Top Secret America. It's a decent read. And then, as I have at the bottom of this slide, CIA Director Leon Panetta, he says, particularly with these deficits that we're facing, we're going to have to hit a wall sometime. I want to be prepared for that, and I think that everyone in intelligence ought to be doing that. So he had some foresight. Now we're a few years later, and we're doing it. We hit the wall, and we're starting to see the sequester and the furloughs and the things that are going to force us to make some changes. But the intelligence community isn't just the federal organizations. It's also, in kind of a slang sense, it also incorporates people that are just interested in it or have worked as translators in service to it in the cottage industries around counterterrorism, translation, geopolitical analysis, embassy work, diplomacy. All of that kind of folds under the umbrella of the intelligence community. And so if you just use the baseline of the number of clearances out there that the government has issued, and this includes government workers and private contractors that get clearances, we have 4 million clearances out there, 4.9 million. And you see some of the numbers there as far as the increases that we're seeing. There's a lot of money involved in that. So our company evolved.
You're throwing some huge numbers around here. Over 1,200 agencies, 1,930 companies. Well, when you break this down, are you seeing are some of the focus shifting because social media is creating new avenues of information flow, or are you seeing most of these sort of on the same old thing?
Well, these numbers come from a 2010 study from Washington Post. So this is just a snapshot in time 2 years ago. As far as what I see, what the companies are doing, the organizations and the private companies are doing, I can talk about that when we talk about what's happening on LinkedIn and our website. I certainly see trends for what's happening with them. I see, other than the innovative approaches used at DIA, and General Flynn, who's the director of DIA, is trying to forge ahead and do some really innovative things. And CIA obviously has done some innovative things with In-Q-Tel. But what I generally see is a lot of trepidation on the part of the government and especially the military and intelligence when it comes to things like social media, because there's so many vulnerabilities involved. So as a culture, people generally shy away from really forging ahead and being on the cutting edge of using those things, because Oftentimes they have proprietary platforms at work that they have to spend most of their hours learning how to use. And when they come home at the end of the day, they might get on Facebook a little bit, might get on Twitter a little bit, but they're going to try to minimize their profile a little bit. So they're kind of late adopters, some of them. And so what we're going to see with these huge numbers as far as what's currently on the market, and then we'll talk about the market forces and what's going on with the downsizing of the government a little bit. And you'll see that there's a flow of expertise and money into these social networks, especially LinkedIn, because it's a professional network. And I think that we are poised to see something really interesting happen on LinkedIn especially. So we're a veteran-owned US-based company that manages 2 online communities for military, government, and business intelligence. Business intelligence is something we could talk about a little bit in Q&A. It does relate to government and military intelligence when you talk about providing geopolitical analysis to Coke or Pepsi if they want to put their headquarters, in some African location and they want to have some sort of readout on cost-benefit analysis. Then there are some similarities between a government analytical report and a business analytical report. Of course, they diverge when it comes to other aspects of economical advice. So we manage 2 things. The LinkedIn group called the Intelligence Community. John started in 2008. He's a private investigator. He said, how am I going to network for my next job? That's the kind of the common question. John, can you just raise your hand? So that's John Good now. And so he was a power end user for LinkedIn in 2008. He started this group. He started moderating the group. He probably didn't have as much of an understanding at the time for how large the intelligence community is or has become. And so people started flocking to the group. He put in a lot of work on the front end, making it a quality community, creating subgroups and all that. And some pretty high-profile people started joining, networking with him. And 2 years ago, because I'm on the board of directors for the Foreign Area Officer Association, I'll talk about that at the end, and I do their social media, I reached out to him, assuming he was in D.C., and I said, hey, John, why don't we get together for coffee? Because you run this large LinkedIn group called the Intelligence Community. Foreign area officers fit under that umbrella. How about we, talk about how we can work together? And he said, great, let's talk, but I'm in Arizona. So we got on the phone. We hit it off. Over the course of time, we forged a partnership and turned a LinkedIn group into a company. Brought on another partner, launched a website, and basically with kind of a little bit of an idealistic view of let's provide the kind of structure, not necessarily for sharing secrets or information, it's all unclassified, but the kind of structure that can create the relationships that might have prevented a 9/11. So we can introduce the person at Organization X to Agency Y through LinkedIn or through a website. And it's global and it's virtual. And then that private conversation can happen through another channel. So, our focus really is on community rather than content. Although a lot of people, clamor to our community and say, where's the content? Well, it's user generated. So, and I'll talk about that with our internship program and what we're doing to generate some really interesting, unique content, especially in light of what happened in Boston. Here's some snapshots of our most recent numbers this week. So we currently have 29,000 members on LinkedIn in our group. Comments last week, 119 is very low actually because I posted a discussion thread as soon as the Boston bombings happened, and that has currently 223 comments on it. And these are all people that have some sort of analytical skill level. It might be like, they might be in like a counterterrorism program at a university, all the way up to a PhD in Chechnyan geopolitics. So we've got some really interesting stuff going on there. It's if you know about LinkedIn, this is actually an open group. That doesn't mean everybody can join. It just means everything's indexed and viewable on Google if you search for it. But you'd still have to be vetted and approved to join, and then every discussion thread is vetted also. And I use a really unique criteria for getting onto our discussion board. So people have to read the group rules to figure that out, and so it makes it really easy for me as a moderator to weed people out who haven't read the group rules, because it requires a human interaction to figure. You have to read. So it's great because I can have this high volume of people on the group, and And as a moderator, I can very quickly weed out the people that are not in compliance with the group rules. Some of them get a little frustrated at that. I just say, obviously, you have not read the group rules. Okay, but the demographics are interesting. When you look at the seniors, the people that claim to be in a senior position, is about, I think, 9,000 people right now. It roughly corresponds, actually fairly closely corresponds to the number of people that are in the Washington, Annapolis Junction area. So 32% senior, supposedly, 15% entry level. And then a lot of them are in either IT, it's about, I think, 15 to 20%, or they're in defense and space, which is kind of a really rough category, I think, that LinkedIn uses. And then location is heavily in the Baltimore, Maryland, Washington, D.C. area. As you can see, that's a natural outgrowth of all the spending that happened after 9/11 with the intelligence community and national security sprawl across that region. But if you were to compare us to some of the other intelligence-related nonprofit associations, and I'll just pick INSA, for example. It's the Intelligence and Security Alliance, I think. And INSA has their physical focus on the national capital region around D.C. And we have, by comparison, 30 to 35% of our constituents are in that area, and then the majority are sprawled all over the world. And so compared to other intelligence nonprofits and associations, we actually have a really unique kind of global reach. So that's the industry spreads. This is what our website currently looks like. It's built off of a Ning platform. If you're familiar with Ning, allows you to customize like a social website. Very low cost for us. We just launched it a year ago, and we have about 2,000 members. We've had 277 blog posts, and I'm using a really robust internship program to start to create an alternative to the LinkedIn group. And I'm using a freemium model, so you have the large free network on LinkedIn, which will always be much, much larger than our website. And constantly, LinkedIn allows me to message the LinkedIn group on a weekly basis and drive traffic to the website. And then I encourage all of our interns who are ranged, like I said, anywhere between college students to PhDs with multiple languages and work for the USAID and UN. And they are providing rich content for the website. And we're going to be conducting interviews with industry leaders and posting those to the website, all with the intention of building relational bridges in the community, and also creating a conduit between the established government agencies and the de facto live global intelligence community. So we advertise at every turn that we're totally unclassified, open source. So we never want to tempt people to share anything, any industry knowledge that would get them in trouble. And so we actually post on our website all the different social media policies of the intelligence community organizations that we have. So our vision, our grand vision, is to become a virtual global volunteer intelligence agency. So in that capacity, and this is disruptive because it's kind of positioned between a couple different industries out there for the intelligence community. One is all of the nonprofit associations, and currently there's an association of intelligence associations. It's called ICANN. It's got 37 intelligence associations that are members of ICANN. And I think pretty much all of them, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them are 501c3s, so they're nonprofits, and they have a focus of building community across the intelligence communities. A lot of them are focused on kind of alumni-type networks or retirees, but oftentimes those types of leaders have an interest in providing mentorship to the next generation in their field. So we're trying to work alongside those guys and provide kind of an umbrella for them, because I've attended some of the ICANN meetings, and I know some of those guys personally, and there's a sense that we should be having more members. Why aren't people coming to our live events? Why aren't people subscribing to our journals? And so they're facing certain kind of evolutionary challenges as they're adapting to the new environment. Meanwhile, everybody is flocking to LinkedIn because whether you got furloughed and you're looking for a new job, or you're in a brand new, shiny counterintelligence degree program at a university that's supposed to give you a great job out of the door, but you don't have a security clearance, so you're trying to knock on doors, trying to figure out where you can get hired. There is a strong demand signal to join our LinkedIn group. So as a virtual global volunteer intelligence agency, we want to rapidly crowdsource analytic products for the U.S. and allies. We want to create some job mobility and mentorship tools. We want to create business-to-business opportunities for collaboration. We look at the government contracting process, and there's a lot of small businesses, 1 to 10 man or woman shops that want to get in on contracts. They're just kind of new to the process, and so we create a forum to do stuff like that. Virtualization, increased collaboration for the nonprofit associations that I just mentioned. A publishing house, and I'll talk about that in a minute. A think tank incubator, and we'll actually do some live events eventually, and webinars. So I'll jump ahead for a second. The internship program that we started, within the first month and a half of us launching it, we had 50 people apply to it. And I would say 99% of them highly qualified, got accepted in the program. And I have no limit on how many interns we bring into the program. We're going to be breaking the interns into 2 categories, liaisons and analysts. And if you're an analyst, you'll be asked to provide quality thought leadership on the LinkedIn group or the website. And you'll be broken into analytic teams, and there'll be team leadership. So you have the opportunity to network with somebody who might be a little advanced in the career, somebody who maybe has worked for a contracting company or an agency, and you'll have the opportunity to be evaluated based on your thought leadership. Doesn't have to be much. It's actually very low commitment. Doesn't require any travel. These guys, I've got interns that currently are located in Afghanistan and Australia. And one of the things I do with the interns is I get them on a conference call and I run them through these values. Because the way I see it, any social network, including the intelligence community or including even NASA, which I think is really interesting because it really naturally self-selects a really intelligent crowd. The kind of people that come to your group are going to be mostly civil. So even with a group of supposedly intelligent people that kind of self-select civil people, you're still going to have the Godwin's law, where as the comments go down, the probability that someone's going to draw a comparison to Hitler is going to just approach absolutely. And so, what do you do? So I personally, and I'll talk about this in a minute, I really feel like there's a lot of responsibility with anybody who governs protocols for an organization. Whether you're determining what platforms work on a website, or what the group rules are for a LinkedIn group, or who gets to join, who doesn't get to join. Those protocols that you establish are tantamount to writing the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution for your group. And the higher up you go with technology, with the people that are determining the protocols, the more important it is with what they're doing. And I know Pete talked earlier today about how some people are opposed to creating any kind of bias in the system. But I really kind of feel like anybody who's a designer of any system is creating a bias of some sort. You're creating a protocol. And so these are some of the protocols that I want to establish with people that are interns with our organization. This is the tone that I want to set as we try to manage a large group. If I were to leave it unmanaged, as John experienced for several years, he managed it, but we've started to formalize what is expected of this group, and so I've articulated strategically, we want a professional tone. If you're partisan, if you're emotional, you're probably going to get deleted. And I've applied it to myself. I posted I think 2 different things that somebody said, I probably shouldn't have posted that, so I deleted it. Not because I felt like it was inappropriate, because somebody else did. And so we maintain a very high standard. So these are the kind of the 3 things, and I would like to approach it kind of almost in a sense that, in this new era of information, where someone who is an intelligence analyst or, a thought leader has a responsibility almost like a physician and should kind of ascribe to like a Hippocratic oath to do the highest good with that information. to do the highest good with that intelligence. That would be a great thing, I think. So these 3 core values is what I try to inculcate into the interns. One is the wisdom part, because when you're dealing with mountains and piles of big data, whether it's bank accounts or medical records, I think it's best to insert the moral component and try to seek do the highest good with it. And so I say, you have to have more than intelligence, you have to have wisdom. And then the second one is more of a kind of a tactical thing. The care and the curation comes, curation, of course, is a buzzword in social media. To curate a great website, pull from the best sources, weed out the good from the bad, and have a great blog or, a great feed. That's the skill of a great intelligence analyst. So when you have a pile of hay and you say, find the needle, and they find the needle, and they get rid of the hay, and they say, here's the needle, to a senior decision maker, whether it's the president or a senior military decision maker, then that's a great skill to have. So it's a tactical skill that we want to cultivate. And also, when it comes to perspective, and this is where the word care comes in, and we have the eagle in our logo, it's the idea of, from a strategic perspective, you have the big picture, but the eagle is also able to drill down and have a really fine-tooth picture of the rabbit running along the ground. So it's being able to zoom out and zoom in very rapidly, have the big picture and this fine-tooth picture, because what happens is people get myopic. They focus on one thing and they miss everything else, or as we'll talk about later, there's the signal to noise ratio is really unbearable. So all the scanner chat comes in and clouds everything out. So integrity is the last thing. Let's just assume that everything eventually will be known to everybody and there is no privacy. How would you act? And also, let's assume that eventually everybody in the intelligence community is going to want to get in a security clearance. How would you act? So integrity is absolutely essential to operate in this environment where we're constantly increasing transparency. So I already covered a couple of these, but trends and market forces that are affecting our growth and our strategic direction. We're seeing the nonprofit associations that have traditionally been the gathering places for those in the intelligence community to come, share industry knowledge, network for the next job. They're tied to geographic locations. They are, they're struggling to adapt to the new environment of social media. We're coming alongside them, helping them out. Programs and companies are struggling for government contracts. So where are they going to turn to try to win the government contracts, and a network to try to get in that space? Getting on LinkedIn is natural for that, because the net worth of an individual on LinkedIn is 5 times that of a Facebook user or a Twitter user. Newly trained and retired national security professionals are between jobs or about to break into a national security job. There's just so many people in that space right now who are trying to get a clearance or just got laid off and trying to get a new job.
So in a way, if I may, it sounds like what you've created here really is a social network within a social network, using LinkedIn as your sort of parent social network, as a way to create a place for people who maybe have never felt comfortable being public to be public.
Yeah, and we're trying to create that sense of comfort, not to share anything that would be, detrimental to national security, but to network for professional purposes so they can get in the door. And so, and I'll talk about a little bit more about the internship program, how we're going to help people to do that. And then, the odd simultaneous push for government transparency, and at the same time, information security. It's a little bit schizophrenic sometimes, and also maybe you're not all feeling it, but there is a demand for social media savvy. It's kind of slowly percolating. Well, maybe not by your standards, but there is a sliding scale on that. I think you could probably do a great benefit to the rest of the public by making sure that you create a relational bridge with people that want to be thought of as good at social media. I think we need to basically cultivate community with humility and say, look, you're not the same kind of expert as this. I just read a great article, I think it was Mashable, about seven different types of social media experts, and it just kind of laid out all the different kind of backgrounds that people that are claiming to be social media experts are coming from.
I mean, I'm on the record as saying, many people here are on the record as saying there isn't such a thing as a social media expert. It's changing all the time.
Well, and it's, you know, you really, like in calling myself a doctor, and I think we talked about that, John, yesterday with private investigators. You know, there's different brands, right? If I'm an orthopedic surgeon, I don't want to be your ER doctor or vice versa, you know? And so social media expert, we're still kind of discovering what that might look like, but the different, you know, variations of that are going to be necessarily plugged into different roles. So not, you know, square peg doesn't fit in round hole necessarily. Yeah.
And she's like, what? And, oh, you're the social media engineer, aren't you?
Copies, yeah, what are copies? I'll tweet it out.
She says, yeah, what am I supposed to make them with this tanning bed here? Yeah, what is this thing?
Well, I think another interesting question for me is, I mean, listening to what you're saying, you deal with a bunch of people who basically live their lives, you know, not public at all, okay, as you said. But yet here they are using these very public tools to network with each other. Well, what does it say about the space that they cover as professionals if they're turning to social media as a way to coordinate or talk to each other? Is it changing the nature of their job? I mean, does this mean that, like, you know, obviously the intelligence agencies aren't going to go broadcast to the world how they're using social media, but clearly there must be some changes occurring.
Yeah, I think so, and I think the reality is, and I tried to paint that picture in the beginning, I didn't do a good enough job, but there's the U.S. intelligence community, which is a lot of people who will not be using social media anytime soon. And you think about anybody doing any kind of clandestine work or whatever, and they have a you know, explicit policy, do not engage with social media. Now that's the current environment we're in for them. Now that's going to continue to evolve over time. And we can talk about how maybe it should evolve. We can discuss in our forums on LinkedIn how we think it should evolve. You know, it's a good place to do that. We've started those conversations. But really, the reality of the people that are in our space right now are the job seekers, the retirees, the senior leaders who are using social media as a PR platform, the people who own their own company and have a product to sell to the intelligence community, the IT professionals who aren't really concerned about getting caught for what they do because they're just like coders or whatever, you know. So it's skewed. Like the community that we represent is skewed from the federal intelligence community. So yeah, there's probably you know, a movement afoot for more and more people. And we look at like General Flynn, who's a mentor and a friend of mine, is the director of DIA, and he had asked me to be his aide at DIA a couple years ago, which I wasn't able to do, but I continue to maintain correspondence with him and provide him some, you know, tidbits here and there. And he has a LinkedIn profile, but so does Admiral Stavridis, who's, you know, UCOM. Those guys typically lean on somebody like myself to come in and say, okay, run my LinkedIn page for me, or something, you know, and I'm just going to use it for PR releases. So.
Serving as a way, almost like a private platform whereby some of these government officials can essentially learn about social media without necessarily actually dipping their toes in?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the functions that we can serve is to demo new technologies and new companies. That's why I want to do the interview format and do it really in a big way. I would like to, over the next couple of years, bring on board several thousand interns and have them all running simultaneously through the program, and be able to task out to a group of them, say I need 30 China analysts located all around the world to produce a book in a week on a particular issue that's hot. Or I need a couple of my liaisons to reach out to industry leaders in CIA, DIA, FBI, and do interviews with people on this particular topic and post it to the website. And then I need another intern to collate all that data and provide kind of an executive summary. So we'll have the manpower and the woman power to do that. More broadly and specifically, kind of coming full circle to what I said about wisdom, I'm going to kind of go jackhandy deep thoughts on you and share some of the things that I think about. And I pose a lot of them as kind of relationships between opposites or opposing forces. Convergence versus curation. So with convergence, we see in a lot of industries, academic disciplines, media formats, we see things blending together. So an example is the combatant commands. In the military, we have regions, European Command, Central Command, Northern Command, Southern Command. But if you are an intelligence specialist and you for your whole career, you've been providing analysis on Iran or on Chechnya or something like that, and then you find out that Northcom, which is the United States and Canada, suddenly has Chechen influence. Well, then there is a seam between Northcom and your area of specialization. So the COCOMs, there's some academic debate on whether or not we should do away with COCOMs or redefine the lines, gerrymander them a little bit, and figure out, like for instance, that Israel is not in CENTCOM, it's in EUCOM. So go figure. But with the academic disciplines, when I got my master's degree, I got a master's in humanities because I wanted to get a blend of history, poli-sci, English, and then you turn around and try to market that for a job, and they're like, well, what's a master's in humanities? It's not a specialist. But the reality of the world we live in, especially with regard to social media, is that everything's blending. And for that reason, we value people that can stand in the gap between two industries or groups. We value liaisons. We value translators, linguists, not just for languages, but for cultures, for people that are able to go back and forth between two different groups. So that's where convergence actually puts a certain kind of emphasis, a new emphasis, I think, in our context. And then curation is kind of on the other end because we've got so many mountains of data that we're dealing with, especially as intelligence analysts and as specialists. It's so important to be really good at picking out the good from the bad, which means you've got to be really knowledgeable on a specific thing to be able to do that. So the art and the science of curation and pulling together the good out of the bad sometimes requires a different skill set from being the person who can stand in the gap between organizations. And that's why our internship program is broken into those two different categories of liaisons, the people that help solve the convergence issue, and analysts who like to drill down and curate the good information from the bad information. And forms of communication is interesting also because with the convergence of the different types of forms of communication, we look at the dissolution of print media kind of evolving into social media. And I had a conversation with a senior fellow at an intelligence association recently, and she said, maybe you should be talking to like AOL Defense. They might be interested in buying you guys out or something like that, because they are a media outlet and they look at disseminating information, and they're kind of one step between, the Wall Street Journal, news, international news, and then evolve to an online syndicate, evolves to a LinkedIn group that does a decent job at getting the word out through our internship program. Content versus community. So, we hear that content is king, community is king. Which one is king? Well, they're both king. I mean, both of them are important, right? If you have a great content website with no community, then you have the Google syndrome. Let me show you how to Google that. You can go and use it as a library for information, and it'll be a great resource, right? If you have just community and nothing to talk about, the community is probably going to die in the vine. So you have to have some of both, right? And we have rich content and community. So candor versus transparency. There's a huge push to have transparency in government. And the way I see it from inside the Beltway is that it creates a lot of difficult demands on us to perform, FOIA requests and different kinds of things. Not bad, I'm just saying, but they're difficult sometimes. And then it can cost money and things like that. So transparency is a great thing to value. And in an ideal world, we have Julian Assange, we got Mark Zuckerberg heralding transparency as this incredible value that we want to protect. And I would submit that when it comes to intelligence and that candor is maybe a little bit more fine-tuned way to think about it. Instead of sharing all information with everybody, trying to teach people to have the skill set to speak truth to power and to share the right information with the right person at the right time, then that's candor. And that's what any private company should value from its executive team, and what the government should value also from its advisors. And so we want to cultivate that. I think the reality is that when it comes to social media, and especially with our LinkedIn group, I think of it as kind of a virtual embassy party. So if you were an attaché at a foreign embassy, and the attaché from Russia and China and Iran, and everybody was there, and you're all shaking hands, making nice, and checking each other out, see what's going on. It's kind of the world we live in. So all the censorship, self-censorship, really has to take place inside. Keep your cards close to your chest and everything. And you're in the same building together. You're there. You're at the same party. But that's the social media environment that we're in. It's kind of like a virtual embassy party.
Good question.
Yep.
How does that play out when individuals are
untrained?
When it's all being disclosed on WikiLeaks? I mean, that's kind of the true environment that we live in.
Sure.
So you would think that the people that are involved in some of what's being posted would be able to say something about it, since everything is being spilled. So who helps to interpret all that information?
Well, I think the glut of information is part of our defense. We can talk about that. But, obviously the technologists are working on big data mining so that they can solve that problem. But I want to use that problem to our advantage and say, look, there's so much data out there. Maybe as intelligence analysts, we can think of ourselves more like PR firms. And instead of saying, let's keep them from finding the needle in the haystack, let's just pile more hay on top and say that needle looks like a piece of hay to me. It's more like political spin.
So flood, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one approach or posture, I would call it. It's not going to be well received, obviously, by people in the organization necessarily, but it's kind of a jamming approach in a sense to a public appearance for information that's coming out. Then what can intelligence learn from journalism and public relations? Just covered it. Why social media is about images and links. You guys hit this one hard today. It's so good. Because a picture says 1,000 words. But I lean on a certain French philosopher from 1979, Jean-Francois Lyotard. He wrote a book called The Postmodern Condition. And he said that technology naturally truncates language. And so this is especially true when you look at what Twitter has done, cutting us off at a certain number of characters. 5 minutes. So I'll rush on ahead. So this is just an interesting aside. This is a map of the Persian blogosphere from 2008. One of the things I focused on in my master's was looking at what exactly was happening in this space. And the Berkman Center for Internet and Democracy was studying it too. And they were looking at how these blogs were talking to each other, how many of them were Persian poetry, and a lot of them were secular expatriate related. This is all based on meta tags, and how close they are relationally has to do with how many cross-references they have and stuff. And I think it would be really interesting to do that kind of analysis with different kinds of social networks like the intelligence community. I've got a couple models in mind to do that. Talked about our internship program. And we currently have 2 sponsors who came on board recently, DoD Intel Jobs and ClearJobs.net, great partners. And then Strat4 is one of our affiliates, 5 Dimensions Consultants, WikiStrat, and TI Data. So we just want to thank them. I mentioned I'm on the board of directors for the Foreign Air Officer Association. So if you find yourself in Washington, D.C. this week and want to go to a black tie event, I'm inviting you. And the keynote speaker is Mr. David Shedd. He's the DIA Deputy Director. And then this is a book that I helped write and edit. Tom Brokaw liked it. And it's been on the LA Times bestseller list. And all proceeds go to veteran nonprofits. That's it. Questions? You mean as a civilian?
Was there any inherent risk in collating kind of a massive number of feared individuals? Obviously, independently does not affect.
I didn't amass it. John did. I just came on board. The LinkedIn group is 29, and the website's just 2,000. So I mean, 10%, whatever. And we're growing slowly, which is okay because it's more manageable for a small startup to have that kind of gradual growth. But as far as top cover, General Flynn sent me a personal email saying that he's excited that I'm doing this and that he's going to be checking the LinkedIn group on a weekly basis. We had General Laguerre, the head of the Army Intelligence, recently joined both website and the LinkedIn group. So I think what's really important for us is to get those values promulgated, and also the message very clearly promulgated that we're not interested in kind of like flexing or challenging any of the policies that are in place. We're interested in promoting them. We're interested in serving the community. And so, I haven't had any problems yet.
So when he was very senior in the government, the legal advisor, city council was sort of transferred, and the job in Israel was created for him. And because he was part of the system, he was able to get them to do Google Street View, which is, it's very common and sort of we take it for granted that it's here. If you told the Shin Bet over in Assad 10 years ago that someone's going to come with a car and take a picture of every single building in the country and put it online for everyone to see, they would probably just arrest you for thinking about it. But it happened. They had all measures and done, and the sensitive areas were sort of not documented. But it seems to me that someone from the inside, not the two of you will sort of put things and build commitment. Someone from the inside needs to see value, because otherwise, in terms of counterintelligence, I can imagine that one of your thousands of people probably is collecting information not for positive purposes.
That's right, and that's what I said with the virtual embassy environment, right? So the question is, how would they let this happen? And I think that it's out of the control. Right. I think I think that these groups are emerging organically, right? The intelligence community, more or less. I mean, John is not even really that much in the intelligence community in this group. He started it and it grew organically. So the government maybe could have come into LinkedIn and shut down the group. But what is that? I mean, that's just going to emerge somewhere else, right? We got probably hundreds, if not thousands, of intelligence-related LinkedIn groups out there right now. So we just want to. It's important to recognize the right kinds of leaders of the kinds of organizations that we want, that are already existing. And for virtual communities to succeed, they have to have virtuous leadership.
Thank you, Graham. Appreciate it. Very interesting stuff. So joining us next is Hillary Hartley. Hillary has been involved in the sort of the ground level Gov 2.0, you know, in the states and counties now for a long time. Her company, NIC USA, is also one of the sponsors of Gov 2.0 LA. We thank you very much. And it was pointed out by Adriel Hampton, who was here earlier, that Hillary controls some of the key Twitter handles, you know, for the Gov 2.0 space, eGov and, of course, Hillary, and Gov20. How you managed to get that, I don't even want to know. Early. See, that early adopters always helps. So our schedule's a little bit off than is printed on the website, so just bear with us. This is a live event and things happen sometimes. And you, Graham, do you want to get your computer? Or That's okay. Excellent. Okay. And then we're going to have 2 more speakers after this. All of the videos from Gov 2.0 LA are archived. We post them for free on the internet. So probably a few weeks from now would be my guess to see some archived videos, full-length videos. And also, many of the speakers will be posting their presentations. And I'm sure you can reach out to them and find out, you know, if you want a copy of it. And you know, I just want to reiterate something that I've said in my written posts, and I've said to many of you. You know, just having people show up here is a humbling experience. Having all this interaction on the internet and people saying how much they appreciate the speakers and the information that you're sharing with them, it really, I think, says a lot. And so I thank everyone. You know, I say this every year for 4 years now. I feel silly saying it, but for all the people who come in here in the room, it's like, gee, we're this small event, you know. But then you realize that there's tens of thousands of people around the world participating and watching and learning from you and listening from you. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved over the last 4 years, the sponsors, the speakers, the people who've been participating online, people who've been writing blogs, doing videos. You know, we couldn't do it without you. I couldn't do it without you. And certainly I think that it helps make the speakers recognize that their messages are being heard, you know, when they see people tweeting about them and they see people responding. So thank you to everyone here in the room and everyone online, you know, who's been watching and helping with this, because we couldn't do it without you. I couldn't do it without you. And I think that that's kind of part of the message here of Gov 2.0 LA and of Gov 2.0 in general. So you tell me when you're ready, Hillary. You think so? All right. Well, then I'm going to hand you the microphone. Okay. And Hillary Hartley. Thank you.
Hi, all. It's nice to be here. I'm going to speed through this. It's the end of the day. Hopefully we'll not use my entire 45 minutes. And if I do, I'll just stop. But yes, so as Alan mentioned, I work for a company called NIC. It's egov.com. And we recently celebrated our 20th anniversary. So we've been doing this stuff for 20 years is an average, and we actually were doing a little bit before that. So we've been doing e-government for about 21 years. We started in Kansas. I'm personally in the Bay Area, and the sales team is all spread out. I'm on the sales and marketing team. We are doing business in 29 states. We run the online portals and the online services for 29 states. So if you go to kansas.gov or oklahoma.gov or oregon.gov, that's all us. And we have a couple of federal contracts. We do work with the FEC, and we also do work with the DOT, the Department of Transportation, with their Federal Motor Carrier Administration. I always mess up the acronym, but we do pre-employment screening for them, and actively kind of trying to figure out new ways to do business at the federal level. But just kind of interesting and of note, the transaction numbers, the securely processed and the number of transactions has doubled really just in the last year. So e-government is alive and well. And while sometimes I feel like Gov 2.0 gets sort of misrepresented, you know, somebody says, I can pay my parking ticket online, you know, that's great, you know, Gov 2.0 in action. And I sort of, you know, take a step back and be like, yeah, okay, we were doing that 15 years ago, and it's all exciting. And so that's kind of what Alan wanted me to talk about, was just kind of what is Gov 2.0 and how we think about it and how it is relating to kind of the day-to-day core of e-government across the country. So just a really quick shout out. We have a group on GovLoop going right now, because you are all innovators and everybody watching the live stream are government innovators. We've got a group kind of that we're hoping to grow on GovLoop. So NIC plus GovLoop equals awesome, so check it out. So kind of back to, Alan asked me to sort of talk about what is Gov 2.0, and I laughed at him because you guys have been hearing about, what is Gov 2.0 all day now. But all of these things are Gov 2.0, I think. So hackathons, data portals, mobile gov, social gov, the app challenges, petitions, the government as a platform. That's that's Tim O'Reilly's big quote that kind of started it all. And API, all the things. That's one of my new favorite quotes from Ben Balter, who was a Presidential Innovation Fellow and is now working for GitHub. So, all of these things really play into what is Gov 2.0, I think. So, yes, all of that is Gov 2.0. And for me, in terms of kind of when I speak to our clients and our partners and trying to get them to think about Gov 2.0 for their agencies, for their constituents, it's really, for me, my thesis statement about, what is Gov 2.0 and how, e-government sort of plays a part in it. It's really just sort of stepping outside your comfort zone, stepping outside your standard operating procedure to think of new ways to deliver information and services. So that's my thesis statement, kind of going through the talk. And, I've sort of came up with these 3 pillars several years ago when I first started kind of being the evangelist for Web 2.0 back in 2004, just internally in our organization, talking to people and then sort of getting brought in to sort of speak about this. And this to me kind of defines sort of your social media platform, your Gov 2.0 platform, how to think about Gov 2.0. They're data-driven solutions that encourage participation and enhance customer service. And that 3rd bullet point to me is really the heart of what makes Gov 2.0 exciting and important. The focus really is on customer service because first it helps us reduce support costs. You talk to call center people and their jobs are just repetitive day after day, hour after hour. So Gov 2.0 social features kind of help us surface those things online. We're putting knowledge bases online. We're making those questions that people have public and searchable. We're essentially letting users help themselves. Second is just the notion that increasing user happiness increases user success. And if we can help people accomplish the mission that they set out with, then we create repeat visitors, we create fans, we create champions, people who get really excited about something as simple as renewing their driver's license online. And they'll tweet about it, and then their friends will do it too. And then finally, just kind of this concept of marketing. Marketing isn't something that a lot of government agencies can afford. That's one of the benefits of working with NIC is our services, when we build a service, it's incumbent upon us to market it to get adoption to go up. But, a lot of agencies can't really do this. So the way I started thinking about it was, back in kind of the early Web 2.0 days, one of my favorite slogans to emerge from that time was customer service is the new marketing. And, just kind of this idea that when you engage your customers, when you really listen to them, we've heard just this concept of listening over and over today, that is your best marketing. And it's fuzzy, but it absolutely leads to an increase in adoption through return visits, social sharing, et cetera, et cetera. So with that kind of as the baseline of how I think about Gov 2.0, this is just a quick outline of what I'm going to try to rush through, and all sort of based in what we're doing in our states. In some ways, kind of the Web 2.0 era really brought us as web developers, web designers, kind of brought the web back to basics in a lot of ways. We know that users search. If not first thing, they do it very quickly. We know that if your website is not immediately perceived as usable, people bail, they go back to Google. And we also know that it must be accessible. So rock solid search is absolutely essential. And I started kind of referring to this as BYOL. If you have this solid search, users are able to bring their own link. It really allows you to streamline what you're delivering on your home page. You know, we used to just do battle with agencies and with the governor's offices and you know, people wanting to have their content on the homepage. Oh, this blurb really has to be on the homepage, and it just, you know, became the NASCAR problem it's been referred to, you know, just really crowded homepages. So Utah, 2 years ago in 2011, they just got rid of everything. They got rid of the governor's picture, they got rid of everything. And they did that, not just on a whim, but they did it absolutely based on analytics. They took a look and they saw that search was clicked twice as many times as anything else on the homepage. And then they just really poured over their analytics to say, okay, what can we get rid of? What can we get rid of? How can we streamline this even further? And when they launched this, a lot of their quote-unquote competitors, meaning their colleagues and the other 28 states, thought they were crazy. But it's really, it's absolutely been, it's been a boon for the website. That, you know, they got a lot of attention, obviously, so they have had people using the site, but also it has not hindered in any way the delivery of services or information. Adoption has continued to go up. Transactions have continued to go up. So, you know, and I'll click through here so you can kind of see a little bit about what they deliver. So even just something simple like typing in the word driver. It's sort of an auto-populating Ajax-y thing for the developers in the room and watching the stream. So this stuff kind of comes up immediately as soon as you start typing driver. They give you the top 10, you know, this scrolls, but the top 10 services show up. The next tab is forms. The next tab is sort of the all-encompassing search. They're trying to do smart things like, okay, well, you're probably looking for the closest Department of Public Safety. We also want you to know that nearly 300 people scheduled their driver license renewal online today. So kind of, again, thinking a little bit about marketing. That's cross-marketing. They're letting you know that this service is available, and not only is it available, but a lot of people are using it. So it works well, it's easy to use, it's secure, et cetera, et cetera. Just kind of communicating a lot of really big concepts just in the fact that it's there. So again, this is Maryland. This was just a very recent redesign. They launched it last month, or in the end of March, I think, or the beginning of April. But so you can kind of see, so this is one of the latest states that NIC has redesigned, and you can see those same things, a really prominent smart search. We're trying to predict what users need, so that concept of predictability is huge. We want to give people what they want. So, you know, it's based on analytics. Maryland, Utah, you know, people kind of using this search functionality as their main content driver. Again, they're just poring over analytics, and they're saying, okay, we know people are looking for X, Y, and Z. And it's also seasonal, so the first day of hunting season, you know, we want to make sure people are getting straight to getting hunting licenses online. I just took this screenshot, and it is tax season, so taxes is there. And that's, you know, those are both, sorry, those are both probably based on analytics, because it's probably what people are searching for, but it's also a little bit of curation. So we know it's tax season, we want that to be there. So several states have kind of adopted this concept that really probably emerged from Twitter of the trending topics. And you know, the underlying theme is that we're really surfacing content that we know users are seeking based on analytics and seasonally. I don't know if you can see that or not behind the chair, but sort of, you know, we put a lot of energy into designing our sites, but we also know that just because you build it doesn't mean they will come. So even though it, you know, you say the word widget and it screams 2005, these are still really, really popular. Virginia has a whole suite of widgets that get used a lot, everything from the state parks widget to their traffic widget. I'm curious to know if iGoogle going away has affected that at all, because I think that was probably the big driver. But Arkansas has an online services widget that is geo-based. So you can put in your zip code, and then it spits out a list of services next to you, and then you can embed that in your website. So just this concept of taking you know, taking a web service and allowing anybody to deliver that content for you. You know, at the end of the day, it's all eyeballs. We don't care how people get to the service. We just want them to use it.
Do you find that like the people who are accessing government websites are now looking for a higher quality user interface, a higher quality experience simply because of what they're used to in the rest of the web?
Yes, absolutely. Great quote from one of the founding sort of team members at the CFPB, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. You know, he said something like, government websites should not be ugly. They don't need to be ugly. You know, everybody, you know, your world now revolves around what you know from like consumer websites. You know, people are visiting Amazon every day. People are visiting Apple every day. They come to your website. If it immediately doesn't look like something they want to use, they're going to go back to Google. And we have absolutely found that out in our focus group research. You know, we did for Maryland in particular. That was our last big project. You know, we did focus groups in 3 different areas of Maryland. And we had one woman, I mean, almost her direct quote when we popped one of a state website, I won't say which one it was, but we popped a state website up on the screen and she said, oh, I think I'd just go back to Google. So, you know, we know that people are not going to use your site if it's not sort of what they are expecting and immediately perceived as usable. So then this little thing came along and everything changed. That is the iPhone in case the screens aren't showing it somewhere. But you know, with mobile, content really becomes the platform, and delivery is paramount. Delivery is key. So we went through a phase of kind of the shiny app syndrome. You know, everybody needed to have an iPhone app and a press release. And we've gone away from that. Now I believe that most of the apps we're developing really are of great value and people are using them. But we've built more than 130 iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows mobile apps. And those apps have had more than 1.7 million downloads. Yeah, so, you know, people are using them. You can search for unclaimed property. I think that might be in Indiana. You can get directions to departmental offices. You can look up your dentist's professional license. You can tag the buck that you just shot, you know, in the field, and then, you know, send the description of it.
Interrupt you, but
yeah.
You know, when you look at this and you think about where we've come
yeah.
just since 2008.
Well, and that just scrolls too.
Just 2008, none of these would have existed.
Yeah.
In 2008, and it would not have been possible.
Right.
To do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And are these reusable? Like, do you have different? Does
yes.
you just provide them, and if the functionality is acceptable to another, then
yep.
they can
Yeah, exactly. So, like for instance, the hunting and fishing app from Arkansas, that has been repurposed, I think, in probably half a dozen states. But Arkansas was the team that initially put it together, and then it's kind of like our own internal open source lab. You know, it gets better each time it gets built for a new state. And then they're able to Arkansas is able to go and say, oh, that's cool, I want to put that in mine too.
Do you like supporting different code sets, or do you, like, we
well,
manage just enhancements, and everybody, you could turn switches on and off, but it was
yeah.
one code base?
That's a whole other conversation in terms of NIC. Mostly because we have, so we work in, say, I'll round it up to 30, we work in 30 different states, we have 30 different teams and 30 different customers. So while we are internally reusing code, it's not a set delivery, you know, and it's not managed on any enterprise way. So mobile apps, as I said, I think we've moved beyond kind of, oh, shiny bling, this is a new toy, to stuff that really kind of has staying power. And when we talk to clients now, we talk about that, you know, not just doing an app because you can, but doing something that you know will have staying power. So for instance, these are 3 of our most popular apps, a driver services app, a hunting and fishing app, and a practice exam app. You know, we want apps that will, you know, either remain installed on your phone because of kind of this notion of endless utility, or we want an app where the user base is essentially a renewable resource. So, you know, you're always going to, you know, have to do something with the DMV, even if it's only once every few years, or maybe you get a new car every couple of years because you're leasing, you know, that'll probably stay on your phone. The hunting and fishing app absolutely stays on people's phones. I wish I had a graph of those numbers. It's just pretty incredible. And then the practice exam, you know, you may delete that after you've taken your exam, but there's always another 16-year-old that is ready to take their exam. So just, again, that renewable resource. Just a side note, that Maryland app was just released at the beginning of the year, or the end of last year, and in Q1, it was downloaded 38,000 times. Yeah.
So on that,
yep.
do you think that you see governments sort of moving towards BYOD and mobile as like the next big thing, almost skipping over some of social, or?
I think mobile and social automatically go hand in hand just because of kind of how people are communicating. I mean, all the case studies we've heard today. And what we talk about is, like, especially like with this hunting and fishing app, there's a piece of the app that is basically like a trophy case. And so you take a picture and you tag it, and you can say, I just caught this 16-pound trout. And then you post it to your Facebook wall. And so then, we're kind of using mobile to reinforce the social, and we're using social to reinforce the mobile, because then people see that we have an app. So I really think that for us, the mission is to make them go hand in hand.
In terms of like what states are asking for local, are they looking for like, or we want the apps now, or like they're so focused on mobile now, or we're not quite there yet?
Sorry, you said, do we want the apps now? Or are you talking about sort of, right?
When the state
Right.
is saying to you, are
Yeah.
they saying we want a website?
Oh.
Or we want an app? Or what is
No,
it?
it's still web, I think, is first, and I'm actually, the next slide is kind of transitioning into that, because I'll be the first to tell you that before you go down the path of building the app, as we talked about, it's not just kind of shiny new. We want it to be, we want it to have some utility, we want it to have staying power, but first and foremost, make your website mobile friendly. And we're doing a fairly good job of that right now. At least in our 29 states, the percentage in terms of a real functional working mobile version is pretty high. I wouldn't say it's the majority yet, but it's pretty high. The mobile web is here to stay. I think even just probably in Q2, Q3, you'll see probably about half the states have a really good functioning, either responsive web design or a good mobile site. The mobile web is here to stay, and if it's not in your current, if you're in your department plan or your agency's plan, it should be. You'll be left behind. And as I mentioned, the hot topic right now is responsive web design. From a technical perspective, the thing that allows us to do this are these things called media queries, which are in the CSS of your code. From a practical standpoint, basically what that means is that it's one HTML code base, and no matter whether you come to it on a screen that's this size or a screen that's this size, the content, the images, the text is all going to resize to fit your screen nicely. So as you can see here, with Rhode Island site, there it is on a big screen, there it is on the tablet, there it is on the mobile. And that's all just one piece of HTML and CSS. I'm going to turn this up. This is something that our team in Hawaii put together just after they launched their new templates with responsive web design. There's not any text that you're going to miss, so I'm just going to keep talking. But, it just really kind of gives you an idea of what we're talking about when we talk about responsive web design. So as you can see with that browser shot, the browser screenshot, when a website is responsive, that's how you'll be able to tell. You can actually take your browser and drag it smaller and smaller and smaller, and you'll see the website just morph in front of your eyes. And it's very cool. Just to show you a couple, so we've seen Rhode Island, we saw a little bit of Hawaii there, but this is, that's Maine's website in my browser, and then that's Maine's website on my phone. That's Maryland's website in my browser. And that's Maryland's website in my phone. So you can really, these guys are wizards. They can just do a lot of really amazing things. And I wanted to show this. This is an old screenshot. This is from 2011 and 2012. But that number there is 2,000. That number there is 4,000. So just from 2011 to 12, mobile traffic doubled. And right now we're seeing mobile traffic growing in some states almost 25% per month. And the big quote is that mobile internet use is predicted to overtake desktop use probably sometime within the next year. And there's one last preachy point when it comes to mobile web, because I like to be preachy. 10%, we'd all agree, is greater than 1%. Mobile traffic in probably an average state is averaging 10 to 15%, 15 to 20%. We can all agree that's much higher than a 1%, which is where IE6 now is. So from a web development perspective, we can and should start phasing that out and start thinking about delivering to our core constituents. That's my one little soapbox item for the day. So again, the key really for me is that it's not just content. You know, a pretty homepage is awesome. Delivering content to all screen size, great. But we really want to be thinking about strategic mobile online service delivery as well. And first off, if you're going to prioritize, you want to be thinking about what people are actually trying to access on your phone. So on their phone. So you'll need to, again, dive into your metrics for that. In 2010, Arkansas became the first state to provide secure payment processing specifically for smartphone users. They had a whole suite of apps that they launched with. Property tax payments was one of them. And in the last 2 years, Utah and Maine have built basically responsive frameworks that allow them to deliver automatic mobile and tablet versions for any new web application that they build. Quickly, a little bit about QR codes. Some people got really excited about QR codes. This is a little bit more where I fall when we talk about QR codes. But if you can't see the bottom, it's worth seeing. But they do have some utility. So I'll talk about a couple of the cool initiatives that people are doing. So this is just a business card that the electrical division in Nebraska is using to give to contractors. And so they're able to kind of hand out these business cards, and so the guys who are on the go keeping the business cards around, I see you've got one there, so it's a really easy way to get people specifically to your mobile services. Okay, great. Another cool one that I don't have a screenshot of because it just got launched and I couldn't get in touch with the GM in time, but Oklahoma just announced that they are using QR codes for the medical board. So now every licensee is given a QR code, and it goes on their badge, it goes on any documentation that is associated with them, which will really enable real-time check-in at clinics, at hospitals, or even during emergencies. So like in Boston last week, kind of man on the street, Good Samaritan type thing. They'll be able to pull it out. You'll be able to really quickly kind of scan and get this person's license and information as maybe they're accompanying the people during the emergency. So that's another good use of QR codes. And I know that they exist, although I think we're often inclined toward the former. So next topic is kind of mapping and the concept of geolocation. And to me, this is just a way to add personalization to a website. So we also went down the path several years ago of the My Indiana or My Tennessee, and okay, we're going to allow you to redesign your homepage and move the boxes around, and nobody does that. I think at the end of the day, the metrics will tell you that nobody really does that, and that personalization should really kind of come from a more bottom-up kind of a bottom-up system in terms of figuring out ways to surface that bottom 10% of your content that users really do need, but they're never going to find. And GeoIP lets us do that. So we're sort of going beyond the map mashup. Mapping and sort of plotting things based on a map. Near me, you'll see the near you sections on a lot of our websites now. Those are really, to me, just this type of personalization. So here in Maryland, when you click the near you tab, if your browser allows it to grab your location, it will immediately tell you, okay, you're in Annapolis. Here are the government offices near you. You can click over, see state parks. They've got integration with the DMV. In Maryland, it's the MVA. And they're putting wait times up. I took this in the late at night or late in the evening, so there was no wait time. But you can get your wait time just straight on the homepage of Maryland.gov. In Arkansas, they've just got kind of a little section on their homepage dedicated to this sort of GeoIP stuff. So near Little Rock, they're showing there are 56 job openings near you. Here are some of the government offices near you. There are 21 online services that sort of could be applicable to you specifically where you are located. In Utah, very similar to Maryland, they just have a bit more data. So in Utah, they've got offices, schools, libraries, parks that you can plot near you. They also have a really robust public meeting system in Utah. So again, it's just grab my location based on my browser, and in Salt Lake City, it's showing me all the public meetings that are happening this week, and also local jobs. Next, social media. Most states, I think, are using the big four, if you will, Facebook, Twitter, Flickr, and YouTube. And as we've seen today, there are a host of other apps that people and states and agencies are experimenting with. To me, the keys are just, be consistent in your voice, be consistent in your messaging, make it incredibly easy to share, and think about platforms and APIs. Think about what these tools can do for you beyond just, I'm gonna use it as a communication tool. But Twitter has an amazing API. Think about how you can use that data, pull it into your site, pull it in and help you, tell a story with it. And then, as Jeffrey Levy, I think, became sort of the godfather of this statement, at least on Gov2 on Twitter. Jeffrey, I don't even know his title. I just know he's at the EPA. He's probably the head of social. Yeah, he's head of social for the EPA. And, he wrote a blog and has sort of coined mission before tools. And, just always constantly remind yourself to use the tool that serves your mission best. And, I remember him saying that email may be that tool. It might not be Twitter. It might not be Facebook. You might have a really lively and engaged email listserv. And if that is what your community needs and thrives on, that's great. But mission before tools. And then again, think beyond the obvious use and how their platforms and their APIs can help you deliver information. Just a few quick examples. We've seen a lot of awesome examples today, but this is Texas's web Facebook page. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that they're doing on Facebook. So this driver services widget here. Facebook now allows you to embed web pages into the Facebook Chrome. So all they've done is they've taken their driver services page and put it in the Facebook Chrome. So now you click there, you never have to leave Facebook, and you can renew your driver's license. But it's all driven by, it's all texas.gov in the frame. So it's secure. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Secondly is a Get Satisfaction widget. Get Satisfaction is a customer service tool that Texas is using. I think I have a screenshot of it a little bit later. But they have it embedded in their website. They use the Get Satisfaction portal as a kind of an FAQ and a help center. And then they've got it embedded. Get Satisfaction has a great Facebook app, so they run it through Facebook as well. And it's API driven, so it's all the same code, it's all the same questions. It's just that people can see them in Facebook as well. So really kind of just thinking about taking advantage of this vast ecosystem of apps and frames that Facebook lets you embed in your page. The last one is commercials. Texas has done a series of commercials that they've put on YouTube to get people to use their driver services online. If you're ever curious, go to their Facebook page. Some of them are pretty funny, but we're actually doing a whole other presentation about sort of ROI of social media, and that was a big case for them. They've had lots of views on YouTube, and it's really kind of driven adoption up of their driver services. A couple of Twitter examples. Kind of an old school Twitter portal, if you will, from Oklahoma. I actually don't even know if they do it this way anymore. This is an old screenshot. But just the concept of really taking the time to, like Utah has, taking the time to really make that list and let people know, okay, these are all the verified accounts, social media accounts within our state, within our agency, within our department, so that Utah has basically said, we vouch for all of these, and we know that they are good information. On the federal level, the GSA has released a social media API that allows you to do this very thing, so that you can go and you can immediately know if a certain account is indeed a federal government actual account. So kind of along that same concept. But just really, presenting this universal picture, presenting a stream of what's happening right now in Utah with government, education, jobs, tourism, et cetera. And I believe all of these are driven off of Twitter lists. So it's very easy to use the API and embed this in your site. The next one, Flickr. Let's see if this is going to work. Ready? That's Rhode Island's Flickr gallery. So again, it's sort of just this bigger picture of, okay, these are all the Rhode Island photos. This is where they are on a map. Just sort of bringing a little bit of that into the site, kind of bridging that community a bit, bridging the community of photographers, bridging the people who are excited about the fact that their photo just showed up on the homepage. Just kind of, it's just another piece, source of engagement, really. So Rhode Island is using crowdsourced galleries and combining it with geolocation. Nebraska also has a Flickr group that people can post photos to, and they are using it to crowdsource the photos for their homepage. So all of the photos that are in use on their homepage sort of just revolve through the Flickr photo group. And they, it says all images used with permission. When you roll over the photo, it gives the, excuse me, the attribution. And you can click out to Flickr to go see the photo. So they worked really closely with the Flickr community that they built to kind of make sure that people knew how their photos were going to be used. And they're just really excited to be able to kind of showcase some of the local talent on the homepage. YouTube. There's a few examples of this, but Terry Branstad, the governor in Iowa, has been the one that's kind of been the most consistent with it. He started this thing called Ask the Gov a couple years ago. And again, he's just been really consistent with it. They use Twitter. They use a hashtag, which is, I think, AskIAGov. They use Twitter to ask for questions, and they use Facebook to ask for questions. So just yesterday, he said, we'll be filming Ask the Gov on Monday, leave your questions here. So they're getting questions through Twitter, they're getting questions through Facebook, and then his team sort of cherry picks questions, and then the governor records a YouTube video and then puts it out weekly. And it's been a great success for them. And I think last but not least, data. And another Tim O'Reilly quote when he was first talking about Web 2.0, he said, data is the new Intel inside. Data is really the powerful thing that is going to help all of these things move forward. So just the concept of aggregation, making data available for downloads, having these resources for developers. The federal mandate now that every agency has a /developer page. We are trying to also implement that in some states. So you can go to utah.gov/data, utah.gov/developers, and trying to make APIs and data available to the public. We definitely have a ways to go. I'd say most data portals are still fairly haphazard. And some of that is just really because no one truly knows what kind of data people want to play with. There needs to be, I think, more education. There needs to be more outreach in terms of kind of helping public officials understand that data is a big deal and that this type of data, people would really use it and benefit from it. So there's limited data available. We need to be targeting these high-value data sets and figuring out how to communicate that hopefully we can figure out how to get them online. Platforms like Socrata and CCAN. CCAN's open source. Socrata is in use by a lot of cities and counties and states right now. I think that they do kind of ease that pain of consolidation, and it's kind of like WordPress for a data portal. You install it and you're ready to go as long as you have the data. And then just a little bit of geekiness here, microformats. This is something that a couple of our states have implemented, and it helps Google in a way, and it helps sites that are kind of crawling just understand on a machine level our data a little bit better. So embedding microformats into your HTML so that if you have an address in the HTML, you've got all these codes that are saying this is the street, this is the zip, this is the city and county. you know, those things are able to basically, when you Google DMV, if you ever see an address come up there or a phone number, that's because, you know, Google's getting that on the crawl, and they're able to kind of understand some of this content in a data type way. So if you have, you know, geeks around you that are wanting to look into microformats, definitely kind of write that one down. And then I think it's appropriate to end where we started, which is, again, just listening and this concept of customer service. I think really one of the most powerful things that we can do for our constituents as government agencies and government entities is to just make them feel like you're listening. You know, a very straightforward way to do that is to say, well, I guess I'll jump ahead a little bit. We are listening. You know, that's Rhode Island's page. And so, you know, they have something here that's called a 5-second test. It's a usability test. So, you know, anytime someone takes that, they're kind of always gathering usability feedback on the fly, and they're able to tweak their homepage. They've been using user voice as an idea forum, and they've got a Tumblr that is kind of, you know, communicating bits and pieces of that along the way. We'll jump back a little bit. So that's Texas.gov's Get Satisfaction page. Again, it's this community-powered customer service. And then just back here, you know, we've got lots of tools, but one job, and that job really is customer service. Figuring out how to get information to people when they need it, how they need it. Lots of different tools, but that is our goal. And then in my original outline, I said I was going to end with a challenge if I had time. And it says I have a couple of minutes. I do want to keep it short. But I love this woman. Her name is June Cohen. She's probably actually had a title change since I looked this up. But I think she's the executive producer or something like that of TED Media. And if you haven't personally seen a TED Talk, turn to your right or left, and I bet your neighbor has. You know, a few that I have loved, the Bobby McFerrin leading the audience in song, and the Jill Bolt, I think that was her name, I wrote it, yeah, Jill Bolt Taylor, she's sort of studying her own stroke as it happened. I mean, basically, if you've seen a TED Talk, you kind of know the power of these things to sort of take their hold on us, but I digress. In 2006, TED began putting their talks online, which was a fairly big deal. It's an expensive conference to attend. It's invite only. So this decision was a big deal, and I think she had a hard time selling it at first, but she called it her strategy of radical openness. And since then, since 2006, TED has evolved from a 1,000-person conference to something obviously much larger. Millions and millions upon millions of people have seen a TED Talk and know what they are and know about TED. These stats are old, but they've been viewed more than 400 million times worldwide. I'd guess that that's easily over 500 million times by now. Just as a side note, that's more than twice the number of Americans who vote regularly in a presidential election. They are available in 80 languages, thanks to an all-volunteer army of translators. And over the last couple of years, I can't remember exactly when they started, but more than 1,000, probably greater than that, independently organized TEDx events have been held worldwide in over 100 countries. My point there is that this is TEDx is a local community-driven conference. Anybody can apply to present. It's people in the community that speak up and say, I want to have one. It sort of kind of came out of this notion of bar camps that started happening several years ago. And again, sort of a big deal to the concept of releasing control of your brand, the brand of something like TED, releasing the control of their brand, their format, their idea, was a big gamble. But they wanted to make TED Talks essentially a platform that anyone, anywhere can replicate. And that's what they've done with TEDx. So continuing with the theme of radical openness, they started this website called TED Conversations, which is sort of a Quora-like question and answer site. It's a social site. They also released the TED API. But really, again, they're just trying to extend the reach, extend the conversation, extend the conference experience across the web. And the open access provided by the API is going to allow developers to build tools and applications around all of the content that comes through TED, that comes through TEDx, and all of its associated data, topics, speakers, locations, etc. Their tagline is this: ideas worth spreading. And Ms. Cohen has emphasized that their foray onto the web first, then YouTube, then TEDx, TED Conversations, the API, etc. It's not merely about maximizing the social web, but it's about finding the best ways to continue spreading the ideas. So what does that all have to do with government? The theme, again, sort of going back to a quote at the very beginning, be a platform. Think about how government can be a platform. And if government agencies choose a path of radical openness, that was, again, June Cohen's words, the strategy of radical openness. I truly believe that the possibilities are endless. And again, that's not PII, that's not publicly identifying information. It's just this concept of thinking about how we have access to so much data, so much content. How can we make that open in a way that equates to access, participation, and then at the end of the day, a more connected and collaborative world. So, in conclusion, I challenge you to find your tagline, your ideas worth spreading. This is a quote from Obama's very first memorandum that he put out. Government should be transparent, participatory, and collaborative. And if you think about everything that the White House has done over the last 5 years, it really comes back to this. That has been their ideas worth spreading. So get down to the brass tacks of your mission. Find your mission. And really ask yourself, what is the kernel that drives anything worth getting done in your agency? And once you find that, the technology is really the easy part. The end. I am in California? No. No, we're just not. We've actually, we've courted California for a long time. I think they are, it's California, so I think that they, like other states like New York, that kind of have a tech-savvy population and tech-savvy people, they're just getting it done internally. So it's not been a situation yet where we've been able to say, let us do this for you. We'd love to have California, obviously. Yeah.
The number one question I get from government in the smaller, these are cities and counties, is can you help us fix our website? Or we need to fix the website and we need apps.
Mm-hmm.
And so my take to that is, fixing the website as they have it, I tell them, is like decorating a filing cabinet. Like people just don't access you in that way.
Right.
The data is important, but I'm having a hard time. I really love how you showed one great image, search, all that data's still in there, but don't spend so much time updating 700 pages. And then the app side, it seems like they just want apps, but they're not thinking through what's the functionality.
Yep.
Even though I do tell them, forget the website, focus on mobile.
Yeah.
But so Iris, can you help with that general, giving a little bit of direction to what I find is a common question?
Yeah, I mean, and that's honestly, that's a big part of our jobs in each state. Our people really working closely with our partners to say, to figure out the best solutions. Because sometimes that best solution is not what they're asking for at all. And we know that, and we have to be able to communicate that back to them. And you know that, and have to figure out how to communicate that back to them. I think that, the mantra really right now is mobile first and responsive. And mobile first kind of comes back to, touched on it a little bit in that video, but just the concept that, like with Maryland, I was involved in from the beginning in that redesign, and we wanted it to look good on the phone first. So you're almost designing from the inside out. So you're designing from this really small version, and then you break it out and you make it look good at each level. But that mobile first mentality helps a lot with that, because then you're starting with that really most basic thing. The smallest version, it allows you to get rid of a lot of crap, and it really allows you to streamline. And then you can kind of build from there as you again sort of break it out to the larger viewports. You're able to make it look beautiful and at each step along the way. But if you kind of start with that mentality, that helps a lot. If they're asking for apps, again, just I think go back to sort of those two qualities of, okay, does this have staying power? Meaning, is it something that we think people will leave installed on their phone, or are they going to install it, take a look, and delete it? Or is there a renewable resource like the 16-year-olds who are going to be taking their driver's tests every single day, and kind of think about the utility of an app and really get into it with them and just say, would you use this if this were you? Would it be something that you would leave installed on your phone, or is it something that just sounds like a nice to have, and we could do it with a website? Because if we can do it with a website,
They know they have to go mobile. They think that's an app.
right.
Yeah.
Right. You need to think about what specific things the phone, the hardware brings to what they want to accomplish. And if there isn't any of that, then do it as a mobile website and show them that the mobile web is a beautiful thing to be able to deliver, because you can still have an icon that shows up on their homepage. So they click that, it looks just like an app, but you're doing it through the website, which is not having to maintain all these different pieces. Yeah.
To say we're going to ask a company to consult on building or build an app for us, between a situation where there's government data or services that can be streamed through an API and let the private sector sort of entrepreneurs write the codes. I'm looking at MBTA in Boston. I don't think, I just looked again, as far as I can find, there's not a single app that MBTA builds.
Yeah.
And there are 40 of them, which are all done privately. Some of them are great, some of them cost money, some of them are not so great. What would you say about that?
Well, basically, since we are at the end of the day not government, we are an outsourced collaborator with government. I would say that it comes down to may the best man win. And that's kind of how I approach it with our GMs who maybe push back and say, we don't want this data to be open because then we can't control it. Well, I think that makes us up our game. Our app has to be the best one. Our app has to be the one that gets the eyeballs and gets the traction. And I think that's a good thing. But in terms of, I remember even with the map snafu with the last, iOS, Apple sort of reaching out and saying, okay, we're not going to do walking anymore, or transit anymore, and people kind of just this mumble jumble of apps, sort of the land rush to get your transit app out there. I don't know. It is going to continue to be a grab bag, but I think that what a government-sponsored app at least allows you to do is kind of have that official ring to it. And hopefully it is also the one that is the most usable and the easiest to use and kind of gets the traction. But yeah. Right. Sure. Right. Yeah. And sometimes I think the benefit of basically the transit data being open and anybody being able to build one is that that is great for transit agencies for the most part, because they don't have the resources to get it built, or they aren't working with a company like NIC that could build one for them. So I think, probably the majority of cases, that's great. Free labor, if you will. But yeah, it's sticky. Thanks.
That was awesome. Thank you. We have two more presentations, and really thrilled today to have Team Rubicon joining us today. Many of you watching and in the room may never have heard of this group. William McNulty is the co-founder. Basically, Team Rubicon, and I will let him talk about it more, is made up of a number of veterans trained in very specific things who are now using social media and mobile tools to help citizens here in the United States when there's crises and when there's emergencies. And so I'm thrilled to have you here, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thanks, Alan. Well, thanks, guys. And I know it's the end of the day, so I'm gonna make this quick. I'll go through it as fast as I can. Oh, you have to play on the computer? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Where is?
I don't.
It's not going to play out of there.
It doesn't work off this?
No.
Is this one?
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Actually, Alan, grab that computer, that Mac. That'd be better than this. Yeah, there's a rumor going around that these things are being played out the back, and they're actually not. You don't have to plug that in, bro. No. Yeah.
It's called TR presentation. Mm-hmm. Great. All right, like Alan said, I'm the co-founder of Team Rubicon. We are a veteran service organization that just happens to be good at disaster response, as we say. Like many of you who turned on your television sets in early, January 2010, you saw images like this, images of complete breakdown in Port-au-Prince, where the city had literally crumbled, and 250,000 people died immediately. And at the time, myself and my partner, we were just recently getting out of the military. This is myself on the left. I'm a Marine, served in the infantry, and then in intelligence as an intelligence specialist. I'm going to be looking at the intelligence community later. But when the earthquake happened, we thought that, you know what, we want to help. We want to do something. And we just didn't want to text $10 to the Red Cross. We actually wanted to physically get involved in the operation. So we offered up our skills and our services to some of the larger aid organizations, and they all came back and they said, we're sorry, can't get you involved, and probably for some good reasons, but I think a lot for some bad reasons as well. It just so happens that over the last 10 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, military veterans have developed these skills on the battlefield that are really usable in the immediate aftermath of a natural disaster. And talking skills like emergency medicine, teamwork, decisive leadership, risk mitigation, skills that in the immediate aftermath of a disaster can be put to good use. So about 3.5 days after the earthquake, we deployed down into Port-au-Prince, and we operated in mobile field triage clinics. And what we did was we paired Marines with doctors, and we sent them out into these hardest hit areas. And what we found is we were so far ahead of the big aid organization that for at least about the first 3-4 days, we didn't see anyone. It was just us and the Haitians and the walking wounded. And so we triaged all of them, treated anyone we could on site, and transported those that we couldn't treat on site to hospitals, local area hospitals and field hospitals. But we had this point, this realization, this aha moment. We were down in Port-au-Prince, and as you were driving around Port-au-Prince, you saw these signs, and there were many of them. And this one in particular says there's 6,000 injured in this forgotten valley. And if you could look at this valley, the walls of the valley had collapsed all down to the valley floor below. And as you looked down, you saw people picking out rubble and people picking each other out of the rubble. And we put on our medic bags and we hiked down into this valley. And we treated some of the people. We took some of them out and brought them to a hospital. And it was one of those moments where we were just like, you know what, military veterans are really good at this. Why aren't the big aid organizations utilizing veterans? So when we came home from Haiti and had more time to settle and let it settle in, we identified two problems facing both veterans and disaster response. Well, first is inadequate disaster response, and you can see that it's not even just a developing world problem, it's a first world problem. You saw it in Hurricane Katrina and most recently in Sandy. So we can take the skills and experiences of military veterans to improve disaster response. But more importantly, it was thinking about our service in the things that we talked about every night, the reflections of this type of service and how cathartic it was to our experience as veterans coming home and the reintegration issues that we're having. These reintegration issues like PTSD and depression and even worse, suicide. We can use disaster response as an opportunity for us to continue our service, and that's really, really important to the veteran. So what we did is we launched an organization. We filed for 501c3 status, and we got it, and we went to Burma to train refugee medics. And our model was to bridge that gap between large disasters and conventional aid response, because it was our experience that it took the big aid organizations 10 to 14 days to get their huge logistical machine up and running. And we could move faster deploying these very small fleet-footed teams. We went to Pakistan after the floods in September 2010. We went to South Sudan when the North started bombing and created a refugee crisis in the South. But it wasn't until we took a really hard look at what this kind of service means to the veteran when one of the original members of the team, Clay Hunt, who's a Marine sniper, served in Iraq and Afghanistan with my business partner, Jake. When on March 30th of 2011, he took his own life. And he became one of those statistics that you hear. 22 U.S. military veterans commit suicide every day. It's a national emergency. Well, when this happened, we took a really hard look at what this model of continued service, what continued service means to the veteran. And we came up with three things that the veteran loses when he takes off his uniform, and that's purpose, community, and sense of self. And we decided that, you know what, we can give back the veteran those three things, purpose, community, and sense of self, through this continued service. So, where we were a disaster response organization that used veterans for service, we became a veteran service organization that uses disaster response. So we shifted the focus of the organization's mission from the disaster victim to the veteran, and we became a veteran service organization that just happens to be good at disaster response. And with this, we launched domestic operations. First in Tuscaloosa, after the tornadoes there 2 years ago, and then in Joplin, Missouri, where this was, where we're doing search and rescue, debris clearing, and expedient home repair. And like I said, it's that purpose, community, and sense of self that we're giving back to the veterans. But our second inflection point of the organization was Hurricane Sandy. Now, prior to, a disaster would take place in, say, Joplin, and what we do is we establish a radius from 250 to 500 miles around that disaster, and we pull in as many of these veterans as possible. Now, there's 2.5 million veterans post 9/11, are veterans who've served in Iraq and Afghanistan and since left the service. And they've gone back to their hometowns, their small communities across the United States. And so, depending upon our volunteer density, we can pull in as many of those and set that radius as wide as we need to. But in Sandy, what was different was that every day at our forward operating base in the Rockaways, hundreds of civilians would show up during the week and thousands on the weekends. And so we looked at our model of deploying these small 8 to 10 man teams and said, you know what, you've got 8 to 10 potential leaders there. And so we broke down those teams and we took 1 to 2 veterans and we attached 20 to 40 civilians and we gave them the safety brief, the personal protective equipment, the work orders, and the tools to go out and conduct these mucking operations in the Rockaways, essentially going in and gutting a house. And those veterans served as leaders for those civilians, helping bridge that civilian-military divide that exists in the country today. Now, this is what we did: search and rescue, route clearance, debris removal, home mucking, health and welfare checks, and emergency operations staffing. We filled over 900 work orders, saving the community an estimated almost $4 million. These are some of the partners that helped us accomplish our mission during Hurricane Sandy, which was our largest mission to date. Goldman Sachs, JetBlue provided over 150 free flights. The Home Depot Foundation provided all the tools and equipment that we used in the field. Brooklyn Boulders, a rock climbing gym in Brooklyn, is where we staged our operations from. This 100,000 square foot rock climbing gym there where we sleep at night on the concrete floor. But there was one thing that really transformed our operation. Now, many of you may be heard of the Stay Classy Awards, or the Classy Awards. It's the largest philanthropic award show in the country. And being a nonprofit, we've taken part and we've actually won in the past. Well, my partner was at the Classies last year and ran into a man by the name of Brian Fishman backstage who works for a company called Palantir. Well, Palantir is a software program that's used in the intelligence community, and they can import basically big data sets and discover latent connections. It's something that I used in the intelligence community to discover, latent connections between, say, terrorists and IED explosions and things like that. So, but what Palantir did, they said, hey, we'd like to help out. We think we can help you out. And it probably took about 7 phone calls in one day for my partner to finally say, just meet us out there in the Rockaways. And they did, because we couldn't see how exactly Palantir was going to have an impact on our operations at first. But they did. They came out. And what Palantir did is they ingested all of our work orders into these mobile handsets. They literally, our teams could go out and do an assessment on a house and enter in all that data of the house, take a picture of it, and then we'd pull back and we'd put it on a map and we'd look for clusters of activity and we'd assign those work orders based upon those clusters of activity. It transformed our response. So Palantir is something that we're using moving forward, and we've used it 3 times since then in Arkansas most recently, also in Adairsville, Georgia, and also in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It's something that now is being used by Team Rubicon and another organization called Disaster Relief, and it's literally transforming our response. Now, that's one way that we're using tech to improve disaster response. We're also focused on improving community, our original mission for veterans, creating it, giving them that purpose, that sense of self. Well, to answer that community part, if we go back to Clay, my friend who committed suicide on March 30th of 2011, he had recently moved from Los Angeles to Houston, and he complained about not knowing anyone, about being alone. And like I said, there's 2.5 million Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, and when they get out of the service, they lose that physical connection to the guys they served with. They go back to their hometowns, and oftentimes their friends have moved on. So when we showed up at his funeral, there were 3 Marines there who lived within 10 miles of Clay, who served with him, fought with him in Iraq, but they didn't know it. They didn't know they were that close to each other. So it got us to thinking, all right, how do we solve this problem of veteran reintegration? How do we build community? Because for whatever reason, the old model of veteran reintegration, which is the American Legion and the VFW, which served well for my grandparents when they came home from World War II, that old model is just not working for this millennial generation of veterans. We're not going to those brick and mortar posts across the country. That's not the way that we're maintaining community. That's not the way we're sharing these stories, finding people who understand our plight. So what we did is we built an app. And in order to build this app, we studied a lot of the other social networking apps down there, including downloading Grindr onto our phones just to see what the user experience or Grindr. You got to do it. So, got to do the research. So basically what it is if you consider taking all the Marines that I served with and putting them in a squad and then getting push notifications with each other when we come within a set distance, or seeing all the people, all the veterans who are around you who are also using the app that come within your perimeter. All right, so it's our solution to maintaining community for the military veteran population in the United States. So, yes?
Do you verify with a DDC-14 or something?
So, not right now, though we're talking with Blake Hall with Troop ID because they've built a great platform to verify, but right now we're letting the community manage itself. So, PosRep is available right now on the Apple Store. It's being developed on Android. We're basically iterating, and we are, before we develop on Android, we're first perfecting it on iOS, and it's being tested right now amongst 3,000 beta users across the country. So, getting back to what we do, this is a great quote from one of the members of Team Rubicon, Ford Cypher. He said, you know, our generation of vets isn't really into joining organizations like the VFW or the Legion, but we do need to share our stories and experiences. When we go out on these disaster relief missions, it's very therapeutic, and we're doing something tangible and immediate to help people. And I think this is important. This is important because, you know, it was my experience when I served in Iraq for 22 months as a civilian, not in uniform. But it was my experience that progress was something that was really hard to identify. And that's really frustrating when you're risking your life, and progress is really hard to identify when you feel like you're spinning your wheels in the mud. But when you come home and you take part in a disaster response mission, and you're either saving the life of a child in Port-au-Prince, or you're roofing someone's house in Joplin, Missouri because a tornado just ripped it off, progress is tangible. You can identify it. It's immediate. And that's extremely cathartic to the veteran. So, in closing, I just wanted to point out that we're using these tech solutions from Palantir to PosRep, Palantir to improve disaster response, PosRep to create community for veterans after service. And I think that was just two important things I just wanted to get across for the 2.0 conference here. Any questions?
What's the response when average citizens see people like you coming to help, in a disaster? I mean, they must be like beside themselves.
What's their response?
Yeah.
Well, we do things. So the Red Cross, for instance, what they do is sheltering. They're a blood bank and food delivery, right? A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people think they do. They're supposed to be doing all these other things. The Red Cross doesn't do our mission set, and so there's this misnomer out there about what each organization does. When people come out and take part in our response, they have a much different experience than some of the other aid organizations, right? They get dirty, and by the end of the day, they're exhausted, they're sweaty, we go out in the field and we're doing this expedient home repair and mucking operations, and the response has been amazing. They talk about the difference between volunteering with us and the difference between volunteering with other organizations. And we just have we give this experience to them that's very much going out in a field environment where you're going to sleep in the mud sometimes with each other, with your fellow veterans, And both of our veteran volunteers and our civilian volunteers absolutely love it.
Do you think that when you look at what you've been doing, both on a project level and a human level, do you think that this is the kind of thing that should be replicated to help more vets, not just in disaster situations, but to help vets sort of, reincorporate into society?
Well, I think we need more programs like this. And veterans, one of the reasons I think why this is really attractive to the veteran is that we're asking you to go out into the field again with your fellow veterans. So it's not just the experience of going out there and tarping someone's roof, it's also the experience of sharing that experience with someone who's gone through something that only 1% of the country has gone through. And that's really important. But I think that the idea is bigger than just here in the United States. We've had veterans from 5 countries right now reach out to us about replicating the Team Rubicon model. And I'm actually going to Norway next week to kind of set the foundation to create Team Rubicon Norway. The Norwegians sent 6 veterans who served in Afghanistan to take part in our Hurricane Sandy operation. They were in that picture that I showed you of our forward operating base. So, they have these skills. They're going to atrophy if you don't use them. And I think that this can be replicated around the world, creating Team Rubicon, Team Rubicon Britain and Australia and all these countries who we served with in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I think it's much bigger. Yes.
I have a question for you about, it's great that you're building an app, but we have a very large veteran and homeless population in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
And talk about boots on the ground. Is there a way that are you guys planning some kind of outreach where you're kind of trying to do some contact with the vets that maybe don't have anywhere to live anymore?
We are. So it's actually not part of our mission set, but it is something that we're looking at, and we're in discussions with the VA right now about using Palantir to help map out the homeless veteran population. And we were supposed to conduct a pilot program of this in Los Angeles and New Orleans about a month and a half ago. It's just been pushed to the right for privacy reasons, like
Our mayor in San Diego, you might want to talk to because that's his big priority.
Yeah.
He wants to just get rid of homelessness in San Diego.
Right. The VA has it's basically these privacy issues that are preventing us from moving ahead right now, because we were going to be collecting information on U.S. cits, and the VA is trying to work through that right now. But we've committed that we're going to try and help solve that too. Mm-hmm. That's a possibility.
Can you help us to understand the mindset? With this terrible rate of suicide, when veterans come back, and if there's anything that our society can do, from the standpoint of, I know from just being in a place like South Africa for a week, building homes with Habitat for Humanity, I remember coming back and being so impacted by families that had one light bulb that they would unscrew and take to different parts of the house. So not seeing anything close to as devastating as with the troop seat, but still coming back and suddenly feeling just such a sense of depression and disappointment of we have all this crap, which is not necessary. There are people out there that have nothing, and just looking at my own country, my own lifestyle, all the people around me, and just being not being able to come to terms with that. And this was 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when you described how the veterans come back and they really need that sense of self-worth and community, I feel like our own communities may be letting them down in a little bit because we are taking for granted all the surplus that we have.
So,
can you kind of speak to that?
Yeah, and I think it stems from despair, and that's for a number of reasons. But there's a huge disconnect between those who have served and those who haven't served. And there used to be a cost that was imposed upon the country, right, for sending men and women to war. And that's no longer the truth. That no longer happens. It's go to the movies, go shopping, forget about it, we got this. Well, that doesn't work. You can't have a small minority of the country paying the entire sacrifice for sending men and women to war. it just creates this indifference. And I think, you know, I'm speaking, channeling Clay here, because he was, you know, was really frustrated with, you know, he's saying, you know, America's at the mall while, you know, the Marines are at war. And so that's part of it. And then another part of it, I think, is, and this is a little true for myself, and I think true for a lot of veterans too, is we join the military very idealists. We have this idealist view of our leadership, and I know for myself that was eroded over time, and you know, spending so much time in Iraq and seeing how much of a mistake that was caused me to lose a lot of confidence, and that was true for Clay. He lost a lot of confidence in our leadership, and he didn't understand the war. So you're asking of so much of our veterans, and especially right now in Afghanistan, when people can't even really identify what the mission is. So if you can't identify a mission, then why am I risking my life?
Short story. I was out in Monterey, California, studying Arabic when the earthquake.
At DLI, yeah.
And my father came out to visit, and Mark Plaster, I don't know if you ever got to meet him.
I have, yeah.
So he is a physician, emergency physician, and
He was with us.
that's right. So I said, hey, you got to get down to Haiti.
Navy veteran, yeah.
That's right. And you know, we just had this thing we're tracking on social media, and so he starts cold calling the Navy reserves and trying to get on any plane that'll take him out there. He finally got out there, but teamed up with you guys because you were so quick to actually create opportunity for service.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember having conversations with him. He's like, I don't know who these Team Rubicon guys are, but they're doing a great job of promoting their organization and putting in there. It's just been fantastic to see what kinds of leadership you guys have and how much you've done since then.
So like, while we were down in Haiti, again, this is all ad hoc. It never set out to start a disaster response organization. It all happened by accident. I just, you know, we had some friends and family that wanted to go down, and I wanted to go down and help out. And so my business partner and I, we put together a team, and the whole effort snowballed. But what we did was, and for transparency's sake, is we tied it all to a blog, everything we were doing. And so my BlackBerry at the time was the only thing that was working down there, and it was working. And I would take a picture, type up a quick story. Plaster would say, you know, this is what I'm doing for this patient. You give it diagnosis, and you know, you send it through the ether, and this blog received up to 30,000 unique hits a day. And that's how we funded our operations. We set up a PayPal button on the blog, and we raised $150,000 in 18 days. And the operation only cost us about $80,000. So we were left with this chunk of money, and this lawyer, who's a Marine himself, said, hey, if you guys, you're going to be hit with a massive tax bill if you don't establish yourself as a 501c3. And so we did, and we thought, you know, it was down there in Haiti when we had that conversation. We thought, you know, I think we have a model here. I think we're onto something. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think so much.
Yeah. Pete Peterson is joining us from Pepperdine. I just want to say real quickly, it's groups like Team Rubicon and seeing you in action that make me want to continue doing Gov20LA every year, and being able to share this information with the world, the videos with the world like this, because I think it's really important. I think it's important for other veterans to see that there's groups like Team Rubicon here in the United States, that maybe they could get some help if they need it. And frankly, that I would say that business leaders need to be hiring vets. We need to be making a mission of anyone who hasn't served. This is our way of serving. Perhaps we provide jobs or employment or help to people who have served, and make it a collective service, as opposed to the situation that William just described of sort of this, you know, a very small set of people serving and providing the rest of us the freedoms that we have and many of us take for granted now. So thank you for pointing all that out.
I want to point something out though about that, not just the freedom, because that's exactly part of the thing that people find bullshit, is that Americans can't
identify what it is that, how us serving in Iraq is providing any freedom to us here. And if we keep saying that, I think that's when people drown out. And if you're not honest with people, I think that's when you lose them. And, you know, what we did in Iraq had nothing to do with your ability to go out and make deals now. And I think that's an important, honest conversation that our leadership needs to have with the American people. And that's the way that we'll gain respect.
Thank you. Thank you. So Pete is our last speaker tonight. Pete is also
Tonight. It's
today.
late.
Well, it was supposed to be
It feels
today.
like- We're going to finish strong.
Pete has and Ashley have been wonderful hosts in helping us here at Pepperdine with Gov20LA. Really have a strong partnership and very excited about it. And so Pete Peterson, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So as the last speaker, I guess one of my responsibilities is try to bring somehow all the presentations together in one last one. And you know, I was actually in pretty good shape there until we came to this last presentation, and now I really, there's no way that I can, A, should be following it, and B, can connect that to my presentation. So even with you, Nebus, perfect together. We understand the Jersey connection there, New Jersey and you perfect together. So there's a little NASA here, there's, what's that? Also the Garden State, of course, as a longtime denizen of the Jersey state. I'm very excited that you're here to talk. So what I'm going to do, and I'm definitely going to want to keep my comments short here, but what I want to talk about today is really what has been touched on across all the presentations so far today, which is essentially at the 30,000-foot level, the relationship between governments and citizens is fundamentally changing. Now, part of that has to do with technology. A lot of that has to do with technology, but there are also some other things that are going on. And so just to look at the agenda for my talk this afternoon is first to introduce the Davenport Institute, because really what I'm going to be talking about this afternoon is the work that we've done going off of some experiences, and to talk broadly about what I'm seeing to be this changing relationship between citizens and their governing institutions, to look at what I call the ironies of public engagement and technology, to look at some concepts that resonate with the public sector, because as has been talked about several times here, there are some real challenges here in communicating these concepts of participatory governance and technology within the public sector. And there are some things and terms and concepts that we've used in our consulting with and training public sector workers in being much more amenable to these concepts. And then finally, to look at what I'm calling Citizenville in the city of Bell. And I hope most of you know that book by our Lieutenant Governor, Citizenville, but also to apply it into a context that most of you probably would never have guessed. So first, an introduction. The Davenport Institute for Public Engagement and Civic Leadership is based here at Pepperdine at the School of Public Policy. My office is right upstairs. I actually teach a class in this very classroom entitled Leadership Through Public Engagement to Master's Candidates in Public Policy. And the work that I do is really only 10% inside the classroom and 90% outside, because the Davenport Institute is really about consulting with and training public sector leaders in how to better engage their residents in making very difficult local or regional decisions. And we do that in three different ways. One is that we consult on these projects, so we're contracted by municipalities and counties, special districts, to either lead town hall meetings. I've done some of that work actually here for the city of Malibu and around the state. We also have a Rolodex of practitioners and facilitators that, depending on subject matter experience or the scale or scope of the project, we will connect those facilitators up with municipalities to do a more engaged public process. The second thing we do, and we're about a month away from kicking it off, is our annual public engagement grant program. So this will be the 6th annual public engagement grant program. So we've awarded upwards of $300,000 to cities, counties, special districts, and civic organizations all throughout the state of California over the last 5 years to support a more participatory public process. Some of those monies are used to create websites, others that are used to hire facilitators, others that are used to conduct a better outreach program. And from that program, the annual public engagement grant program, it has taken me around the state from La Mesa up to Arcata on projects ranging from youth civic engagement to water policy to public safety to budgets, and especially in the area of planning. And so it was out of those first few years of experiences with the grant program, working and consulting with municipalities, that we learned one very important lesson, that when we use the phrase public engagement or participatory governance, there's a chance that the other person on the other side of that table, whether they're a city manager, planner, mayor, regional government official, they're hearing something very different, right? And so we actually spent some good grant money after some very bad projects and learned a very acute lesson that maybe we want to actually take a step back and create a training program around this. So the third piece of what I do around the state and increasingly now around the country is leading half and full day and webinar training programs around this area of participatory governance. And over the last 4 years, we've had around 500 or 600 public sector officials from all over the country, from mayors, city managers, planners, public works directors, go through this training and are now leading much more effective public processes. So the premise of this talk is really in some ways the premise of this conference, which is there what I'm calling a quiet revolution in government, in this relationship between municipalities, state governments, not so much the federal government yet, but state governments and their citizens. And I'm going to break all the rules of PowerPoint by greeting you with a text-saturated slide. But this is from a good friend of mine, Dave Knapp. He used to be city manager in Cupertino and is now, as you see here, out in Highland Park, Illinois. Has been in local government for 30 years. And before going out to Illinois, he was on our advisory council to the Davenport Institute. And this was something he said in an interview. It used to be that if you did something, you had to tell the public about it. And then it became if you are planning to do something, you have to tell them about it. And then it became if you are planning to do something, you have to offer them an opportunity to come in and say what they want to say. You don't have to do anything about it, but you have to give them the opportunity to come in and have input. The model now is when you have an issue, you are better off to have the community weigh in on the definition of the problem, the possible solutions of the problem, and to actually affect the outcome of the decisions process. Now, I could point out dozens of municipal officials that get this. Now, I wouldn't say this is a 1%er view, but I would say it's probably close to a 15 or 20% view. And as you look through, just to hit you with a couple data points, one of the things that I get to do in working with a lot of local government officials is we do training and I do speaking at a lot of local government conferences. And I thought it was interesting just in these last couple years to look at some of the titles, trainings, and subject matter areas of discussion in two of the top municipal government conferences. Just look back here, 2012 National League of Cities Conference. 1/3 of their leadership training courses involved public engagement in one way, shape, or form. The 2012 ICMA, International City County Management Association, that was held in Phoenix. We did a training session there. Engaging Citizens was its own education track, and 1/3 of the university workshops, the kind of pre-conference workshops, had something to do with participatory governance or public engagement, either looking at online tools, applications, or leading more effective public processes. As a university, and being based at a university, I'm also part of the American Society for Public Administration, and the ASPA conference is really the gathering of most of the major public administration and public policy schools in the country. And the title for their 2012 conference, as you see here, Redefining Public Service Through Civic Engagement. And one of the things that's been discussed here is what current municipal officials are doing, and I think it's important, as we're based here actually in a school of public policy, is to take a look at what is a quiet revolution in how we're educating our future municipal leaders. Because the people coming out of this school are trained differently than the ones that are currently working in municipal government. And if you look at the curricula that is being discussed, one of the things that is kind of on the bleeding edge right now are courses, not to be self-serving, but courses like I'm teaching. This Leadership Through Public Engagement is a course that I've taught here for several years. When it was first started 5 years ago, it was one of maybe 3 or 4 courses like it being taught in public administration or public policy schools. And now there are dozens of these being taught. I'm actually part of a university network of organizations where there are 30+ universities with institutes like the Davenport Institute that are addressing these issues of public engagement, either looking at the technology piece or just the sheer education or training piece in new ways. And so to look at the future leaders and how we're training them in schools of public policy, it's important to know that even at this stage, the way that we're training our future public officials is fundamentally changing around this area. Now, I would just note one thing. There are currently no schools that are talking about Gov 2.0. I know very few that are even discussing this. Is that right? Oh, Beth Novak. Okay. So, well, and then that would be the first one, to have a single course dedicated to that. So in much of the same way, and this will kind of be the context or theme of my remarks, where public engagement is really fundamentally changing, both in the ways that municipal governments deal with their citizens, technology is also making that same change. First in what's happening out there, but then what's happening in schools of public policy and public administration. So just a little call out there, and this goes out to the studio audience here who's watching the live stream. If you have some real expertise in this Gov 2.0 area, and you're in the area of a school of public policy or public administration, whether you have a PhD or not, you should approach them with the idea for teaching a course in that school, because this subject matter is in desperate need in schools of public policy and public administration. So what I want to do is first look at the good, the bad, the ugly of public engagement, okay? And I'm going to use some data points here to show that what Dave Knapp, that quotation I showed before, really was a 10% solution. We're still looking at turning around a ship inside a teacup. And this goes to some of the comments that you were making about San Diego, and I could replicate those all around the state, that when we're talking about some of these issues around public engagement and technology, there is both confusion and fear with a lot of the government officials that we deal with. So on the positive side, this is some data that's come out of a 2010 report conducted by the National League of Cities called Making Local Democracy Work. Just as a very brief header, and the data for this has been embargoed, but I am working on a survey study with the California League of Cities, including their Institute for Local Government, as well as the firm Public Agenda and the James Irvine Foundation. Within the next month, we're going to be releasing a statewide survey of how California public sector officials view both public engagement and technology. So stay tuned for that. There's some very interesting data coming out there about how municipal officials view public engagement, but also how they view data transparency and using technology. So to the statement, indicate how likely your government is to set up some sort of deliberative process to engage the public. The 3,200 municipal officials from around the country, this was the results. 82% said likely or very likely on a zoning or land use issue, and 76% of those surveyed said likely or very likely on a budget issue. And we continue to see these very high rates of response when you ask municipal officials in particular, but even county and regional officials, do you know that you have to engage the public? Most of them know that they have to. So to take a look at the bad and ugly, and this is all from the same study, at least these first 2 data points. To the statement, public engagement processes typically attract mostly the same people who complain or promote their favorite solutions. 81% strongly agreed or agreed with that statement. To the question, does your city have the skills, training, or experience they need in order to do effective, deliberative public engagement? Almost half said no. Now, this last data point comes from the training that we do all over the country, and at a certain stage in the training, we'll put up a couple flip charts, and we'll just do a little popcorn question. When I say the public, what's the first word that comes into your mind? And we have to make sure that all the people in the room realize that this is not being videotaped. And so in a very open way, these are the kinds of responses that you get. And whether you're talking about a national conference when we do a training or a conference that we're doing here in California, you can predict that 3/4 to 80% of those responses when asked, what do you think about the public, are going to be negative. So you get words like NIMBY, stupid, narrow, uninformed.
What was the percentage you said you can expect?
3/4 to 80% of the responses.
30, and that sounded
Oh, no, 3/4 to 80%. And again, we've done this now over 4 years all over the country, and this you can really set your watch by it. So you get that there's a tension here, right? You get what I call that there's a trilemma of public engagement and participatory governance. On one side, you have public sector officials that understand that they know they have to engage their residents. On the other part, you know that half of them realize that they don't have the skills or ability to do it. And on the third part, you have, by and large, people that don't really like the public that they usually have to engage. So a question that we always ask in the training work that we do, are public officials masochists? Now, this is not a light question. If you look at a lot of the town hall meetings that are out there, there's usually some sort of either nobody's in the room or the people that you want in the room, you really don't want to be there. And one of the real important lessons that I've learned in working in this space for several years now is that a lot of these public sector officials that you work with are not cynical about the public. They've learned some very hard lessons from the ways in which they've had to engage the public, right? So when I started in this work, I was all about, oh, you really need to engage the public. You could learn there's so many great benefits. You could learn creative ideas and you can make more sustainable decisions. And I said, why don't you come to the public meeting we're going to have about the general plan and you just let me know how much I'm going to learn from this. And you show up there and it's just one 3-minute rant after another. So a lot of these lessons have redounded to me in what I'm calling the ironies of public participation and technology. So the first one is the processes by which our governing institutions engage residents invite confrontation and a lack of thoughtful deliberation. 3 minutes at a microphone is a setup for confrontation and a lack of thoughtful deliberation. But when you say, if anyone in here is looking for their local governments or even the federal government to be more engaging in their residents, you need to do a better job of engaging us. Their mind is going to go right back to the last town hall meeting they did, which was a total meltdown. The second thing is that technology that is proposed to enable collaboration between citizens and government often creates fear within the public sector. I don't know if any of you follow the Twitter feed or the work that the Chief Information Officer of the City of Palo Alto, Jonathan Reichenthal. I think he's really one of the bright lights in this field. And I think what's been so great, I was introduced to him by the city manager there, Jim Keene, who's on the advisory council to the Davenport Institute. He comes from a long career in the private sector before coming into the public sector. And but was really in this Gov 2.0 space. And one of the lessons that he's really taught me over the last year or so is, you know, Pete, there are, if there are ever two terms that really do grind the minds of many experienced public sector officials, it's public engagement and technology, right? So unless you're able to kind of walk through that with people and to acknowledge the real fears that are there, you're not really going to be able to change systems, change attitudes, and change perspectives. So one of the things, and we're going to tie this in now to the world of technology and how technology is being used to engage the public. Where I see public engagement and technology and colliding are in a couple different areas. One is what I call the language problem. So in public engagement, when we issued those first couple years of grant programs, one of the real lessons that we learned is when I sat across the table from the city manager in wherever, Salinas, and said, are you ready to engage your public on this budget issue? They would say, oh, absolutely, Mr. Peterson. We're really looking forward to this grant. We're going to hire a facilitator, and it's going to be great. Now, What we learned too late, and I'm not going to say it was that process, but what we learned too late in several processes is that when many government officials hear public engagement, they hear, I'm going to inform the public, right? Now, the late great Senator, political scientist Daniel Patrick Moynihan has the classic quotation on this. He said once that public engagement is the process by which a public sector official engages a private sector citizen to do what the public sector official wants, right? And so it's this idea that as long as we get the public together, yeah, you know, I might have to take it for 3 or 4 hours in little 3-minute snippets, but in the end, we kind of know where this is going. We know where this general plan is going. We know where this transportation plan is going. We know where this budget is going. And again, a lot of that is tied to the processes that have always been used. So being very particular about the terms you use to engage the public and the reasons why you're doing it is as simple as that sounds. That is a major premise of the training work that we do, is just making sure that public sector officials understand when you call something a town hall, that carries with it some feelings about participation. And if you're not ready for that participation, don't call it a town hall. Don't engage your public, call it an information session. And everything from how you set that room up to how you design the process needs to be connected to what your intentions are. And in much the same way, I see the same thing in views of technology, right? Because you understand, and this has really been throughout the day here today, a lot of the talk and the users of technology are not IT departments, right? These are across departments, people that never learned a single thing about these things in schools of public policy and public administration. They're all learning about it on the fly from people like you and others. But at the same time, when they're reading some of these articles about Gov 2.0 and online public engagement and transparency, that all these terms are being thrown around without clearly defining what you're doing with it. So being very particular about what you're going to use technology to do, again, as simple as that sounds, that if you're engaging with governments, you have to be very clear, especially if you're not talking to the Jonathan Reichenthal's of this world. This is what this does, and this is what this means to you. Because you can often be confronted by people who say, oh, I've heard about all that transparency stuff, I don't want to get into it. Or you'll get somebody else saying, oh, I need that Gov 2.0 stuff. I just came from the ICMA conference and they told me that I really need whatever that Gov 2, just give me that system, whatever. I'll just plug it into the wall here and we're going to be Gov 2.0 ready and certified. So the other related piece, and this again is where technology connects with public engagement, is a lack of preparation for what you're going to do with the results. How many projects have we been a part of that we get called in to consult after there's been some sort of town hall meeting that everybody showed up, felt really good about it, and then they realized, you know what, nobody's writing anything down. Nobody's doing anything. How many times have we seen in platforms, social media platforms, or even some of these online public engagement platforms that people participate? There was a classic story. This was just a couple years ago. Mayor Villaraigosa conducted an online budget town hall using Next 10's budget challenge tool. Does anybody remember this story? Okay. Use the LA Times. I want Angelinas to participate. We really need to close a big budget gap. We want everybody in. Here's the link to the site. We want you all to participate. A couple of hackers found out within a day that you actually, now this, if you're not familiar with the Next 10 budget tool, essentially it's like what I would call a survey monkey on steroids. You answer a series of questions, either raising revenues or cutting services, and you have a little bar on the side which shows what impact you're having on the budget deficit, right? Well, it turns out, not that this was ever said on the site itself, that you could not balance the budget unless you privatize city parking, which happened to be one of the mayor's pet issues. Now, this is not an argument for or against it, privatizing parking. This is an argument for making sure you know what you're doing and being transparent when you go before the public saying we want to hear from you, and then you realize that that tool, there's a little person behind the curtain there, and it looks a lot like Mayor Villaraigosa in this case. So being very upfront about what you're going to do with the results, whether you're online or engaging in a face-to-face discussion, is extremely important. So I want to make this further transition in connecting public engagement and participatory governments into the Gov 2.0 space. And this was a quotation from a recent white paper on Open Data and Transparency, John Walton, then CIO for the city and county of San Francisco. Back when we started focusing on e-government in the late 80s and early 90s, it was about automation, taking manual systems or maybe old mainframe systems and trying to come up with a website. That was e-government. Open data for me is not just about automating processes, but is an example of how you engage with a citizen. E before was electronic, E now is about engagement. And so the same rules and thinking applies if you're going to be engaging your residents online as it does for these growing number of facilitated public processes. So let's look at a couple concepts that we found really do resonate again with public sector officials that really do get their backup, and understandably so, given past experiences with using both technology and leading more participatory processes. One is the concept of the spectrum. One of the things we talk about in the training that we do is that it's perfectly okay to simply engage the public in order to inform them. Totally fine. If there's some sort of public safety issue, or if there's something having to do with some building project that's going to impact a certain neighborhood, then folks, you in the planning department or public works or public safety, you need to be out in front of your residents letting them know that this is coming. Where we've seen a lot of disconnect, again, as I said before, is where a project is portrayed as being participatory, but it's really an informing process. And that's really where you see a lot of projects melting down. So just being upfront, but also allowing that there is a role for the PIO, right? There's a role for the public information officer in your municipality to get information out to the public. Second is your purpose determines your process. This is a pet phrase that we came up with in our training programs. But once that purpose is set in the spectrum, whether you're going to inform or you really want to hear some feedback, or, and this is what we're seeing increasingly, do you want to engage your residents in actually turning service delivery over to them, right? That your purpose for engaging them needs to connect with that. Now, you could say the same thing about technology, that depending on your reason and the feedback that you're looking for, the kind of platform that you use will vary. Another concept we found resonates is what I call the X-Files of leadership. Some of you remember the television show X-Files. The tagline for that show is "The truth is out there." And I use that phrase in the training work we do with municipal government officials to say sometimes, you know, the truth is not in City Hall all the time. The truth is not in the state government or the county administrative office all the time. Some of the smartest people that you have in public safety, and this actually, I am going to bring in Team Rubicon right here, right here. I didn't think I was going to do it, but I'm doing it right here. If you're with the Red Cross or some of these other aid organizations, the smartest people that you have in, the smartest people that you can find in going into a natural disaster or man-made disaster situation are probably not going to be the people that work for you, right? It's going to be people that actually have experience in doing those things. And for municipalities, some of the smartest economic and budget minds you have do not work for your city. Some of the best planners and architects in your city do not work inside City Hall. Some of your experts in public safety actually don't work for your police department, right? And so leading a public sector, a public engagement process that enables you to unearth some of those ideas and participation is amazing. We did a public engagement project around water for the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District up in Northern California. Extremely complex issue that was going on there. There was some science involved, and it was very complex, but the water district led a 13-month public process to engage residents of that region in making a decision. The issue was they actually had too much water up there and they didn't know what to do with it. This was after 2 pulp mills closed. It just was an amazing, I'm happy to talk about that story further offline. But one of the meetings that I went to, the public engagement workshops that I went to, it turns out that 2 area environmental scientists happened to live in that area, got the flyer that they were having a workshop, showed up, and provided some ideas to the water district about what they could do with that water in the area of using algae to produce energy, that the water district had never thought about these things, right? And time again, when we're consulting on these projects, you find that a lot of the experts with either local knowledge or project knowledge or product knowledge are really living in your community, but we're not inviting them into a process by which they can really make their feelings or experience known. Second is customers or citizens. I don't know if we mentioned TED Talks before. I don't know if anyone's seen the TED Talk by the woman who heads up Code for America. It's really a very interesting discussion about what are citizens. Are we customers and receivers of services, or can we actually play a more active role in our communities? Now, she's looking at that from a platform perspective, either online or applications, and that is absolutely true. But folks, I have to tell you, what's been going on around the state of California with San Bernardino, Vallejo, Stockton, that's not it, folks. We're going to have more bankrupt cities this year. The relationship and the importance of citizens engaging at a deeper level in their communities is going to be increasingly important. And then finally, mean what you say. So that, again, relates back on the public engagement side, and your purpose determines your process, but it certainly also connects to when you're dealing with technology. So as we split these apart, these are, again, some ways of classifying technology in the public engagement space that we found really do connect with public sector officials that are not really, that are still learning about these things or just brushing up against it in Governing Magazine and the National League of Cities Conference and all the other places where they get information. One is to split apart transparency, Gov 2.0, and what I'm calling online engagement, right? So online public engagement platforms are not, it's not open data, right? We understand that. It is not transparency. It is not, it may fall under the umbrella of Gov 2.0, but it's not necessarily an application. So in one sense, we have what I would call the ideator platforms, things like MindMixer, User Voice, Mixed Ink, and there are several others, in which a municipality is looking to unearth ideas from the community and using an online platform to do that. The second variety is what I call the Survey Monkey on steroids, and I mentioned it before, the Next 10 platform, the Budget Challenge, and they have some others related to environmental policy, and there are a lot of custom platforms that municipalities are coming up with that are asking active questions, and those answers that come back actually affect some other, either a budget scenario or some other graphic. Finally is what I would call the GPS or map-based, and I heard before from Karen doing some of the work in this area. But this is especially in the field of planning, general plans, downtown elements, increasingly now climate action plans, and using GPS-based satellite images to engage residents in public works projects or planning. We're seeing more and more municipalities using that. Government 2.0 is, I would separate rather than use it as an umbrella term. And so when I'm working with public sector officials, I'm breaking these different parts in defining Gov 2.0. One is obviously public safety. You may have heard of the San Ramon Valley Fire District app, where people signed on to show that they had CPR training, and if somebody has a heart attack, they ping the people that have CPR training in the area. There are a lot of these, and especially this audience is very familiar with them. Public Works, See-Click-Fix is the most prominent, but there are a lot of others. Public Service, the Boston Fire Hydrant one that came from Code for America, and the tsunami sirens, there are others. Public Transportation, handheld applications for that using data that's been downloaded, you know, many of those, and obviously social media platforms and blogs I would put under the more directly Gov 2.0 rubric. This is where I think a lot of where this digital area is going in changing the relationship between citizens and governments. This is the open budget platform for the city of Palo Alto. It was launched a couple of months ago, and it's using a platform put out by a firm in Mountain View called Delphi Solutions. And a lot of where I'm seeing municipalities going, if you go into even the city hall here in Malibu and say, I want to see the municipal budget document, you're going to get a 3-ring binder, and it's going to have hundreds of Excel spreadsheets printed out, and somehow you're supposed to make heads or tails of this. This is where all budgets are going. I come from a printing and marketing communications background, and I worked at a web development firm in New York right in the transition between 99 and 2000. And one of their top products was taking annual reports and converting them into PDFs and making them slightly different, the functionality of a digital document versus a printed one. I see the same transition happening here, but in a much more deep way. That not only are you going to be able to play around, and I really do invite you to, if you haven't played around with this, just Google Open Budget Platform for Palo Alto. Not only do you get to learn a lot about how your municipality spends the money, but if you go over to the Explore button there on the right, it's a civic education tool, right? And so municipalities that are getting this are taking this into the classroom and educating their high school students about this is really what happens in your local government, right? And so your ability not just to download the budget the budget information, which you can do from this, but also to play around with it, looking at different scenarios is really where a lot of municipalities are going to be going to in the future. Now, why are they going in this direction? What's the worst that could happen with not engaging your residents? You may know this is a photograph of Robert Rizzo, the indicted city manager for the city of Bell. I'm not going to get into that story other than to say his trial is actually upon us. So if you want to follow the story that was uncovered back in 2010 on the front page of the LA Times, it makes for some incredible reading.
I mean, just for a point of reference here, I talked about the city of Bell as an embarrassment to California in 2011 during 20LA event.
Yeah. Well, the untold story, and I'm going to tell it now, is that after Bell fell apart, after the city council was completely stripped, after all the top administrative officials were fired and or indicted, a friend of mine and an advisor to the Davenport Institute, the longtime city manager for San Luis Obispo, called me up to say, Pete, I just took the job to be the interim city manager in the city of Bell. And I did it under two conditions. One is that I'll only do it for free. And secondly, I'll only do it for 2 months. And he says, this is what I want to do. I want your help in consulting with a completely new participatory budgeting project for the city of Bell. And so last year, January of last year, after a couple months of engaging with the new city staff there and the new council, we led a series of public budgeting processes in the city of Bell. It was a completely different way of looking at the budget, and for a city that in LA Times was nicknamed the Kremlin, that's what City Hall was nicknamed, the Kremlin, this was a completely different way of opening the doors to the city budget. So there's a picture of me there facilitating my table. That's Ken Hampion there, by the way. And this process was, I'm not going to say it was the deepest public process in the world, but relative to what had been there, the fact that citizens had even an understanding of where their budget monies went from and came from and went to, and then had a chance to feed back in a document that came out of this process that actually did inform last year's budget, was really amazing. So I want to play a brief video, and we're not going to be able to play it over the speaker, so I'll turn this up. But this was just a minute video of that, one of those workshops.
Input in this kind of discussion where they have an input with the budget. This is what we want, a good, ethical, transparent government.
The city now is giving us the opportunity to be involved in the process.
The contributions that the city makes to the retirement, the disabilities, and those are huge.
My vision is that we would lead with the new council to a more transparent city process and local government where we could trust going forward.
And if you have trust
People can work together even when they have different ideas, and big problems can be solved.
Having a transparent government, ethical government
City
is
of Bell,
what is really
and Bell
needed
just got an
in the whole
A-
state,
rating
not
from the
only in the
Sunlight
city of Bell.
Foundation because of its level of transparency in providing not only access to council meetings, live streaming council meetings, but documents and participation around the budget. There had been talk when Bell fell apart that, well, you know, it's Bell, right? There are people there that just, they're not really going to understand. They've disengaged from the process, and, you know, it doesn't really matter what you do. You know, you can expect something like that to happen. I remember Steve Lopez op-ed piece in the LA Times, which is just, to me, breathtaking in how it described what was happening there. This is not the way this has to be, right? And if it can work in Bell around public engagement, transparency, it can work anywhere. Bell is doing better than most cities today in how it's presenting information about its municipality, what's happening inside a city hall, and engaging its residents in making decisions. And I'll just go here to my last slide. The benefits of what they're doing, and this was really Ken Hampion's idea when he landed. He's what I call a civic first responder when he came on the scene there at Bell, is he used a public process not just to get more information from citizens, but to actually change the identity of a city. Right? Now, it could be argued, and I understand in some ways that Bell is an anomaly, that in a lot of our governments today, we have a two-way relationship where we have citizens that are disengaging and governments that are perfectly happy with keeping information close. Now, I would argue, and it's really been the argument of this day today, that that is an unsustainable model. And two bad things happen. One is that you find governments that then are allowed to make some brutally difficult, corrupt decisions, right? And you have citizens that are not accessed in participating in their lives of their communities. Now, if you looked at that public engagement workshop in Bell, it looked like the UN. We had Spanish-speaking tables, English-speaking tables, simultaneous translations going. You cannot tell me that we can't be doing a better job of engaging our residents in making these kinds of decisions. And as it relates to technology, you speak with Reichenthal at Palo Alto. He says, now I know there may not be two more different cities than Bell and Palo Alto, but he says we're being dragged into this work by our residents. And increasingly, as generations change, as natives come into positions of leadership and citizenship, they're going to demand things like the new Bell website. They're going to demand things like the open budget platform. And they're going to demand more opportunities to participate in the lives of their communities. So I want to thank you all for making it this far and for doing the work that you do.
Just based upon what you just said, how this is sort of like the model, because at first everyone thought they didn't matter, and here they are, the success story. How much longer before the spark is a wildfire, where there's just, you can't stop it, and you know, cities that continue to say, well, we'll get to that in the future, like it's on our radar.
Well,
you know, how long is that not going to
here are the forces working against that. And I you know, the book, The Tipping Point, I'm not sure if there's going to be a tipping point. But if you go to local government, municipal government conferences now, you could almost be excused for thinking this is a fad. This is how much public engagement and technology and open data and transparency are being discussed in those places. One, generations are changing, and people that are coming into positions of leadership in governments, this is their perspective. And so the people that are retiring, that in many ways were really looking towards that 2025 year, and they don't want to do something called transparency. I'm so close to finishing up here. And again, for some understandable reasons, but we're going to have new positions of leadership. Secondly, it could be argued, in fact, I'll make this argument, that if there was a greater level of public engagement in San Bernardino around the budget a year and a half ago, that city would not be declaring bankruptcy. Because essentially, if you followed that story, what happened there is most of the residents of that city didn't, and this is a city of about 230,000 people, right? This is not some tiny town somewhere. Most of the residents of that town didn't know the city was going bankrupt until the night of the council meeting when they declared bankruptcy. So the question then becomes, what if we had taken, and you know, if you've continued to follow that story, they've slashed their police force by a third. You know, there's no public engagement now, folks. It is DEFCON 1, right? We're making decisions now on the fly just to stay afloat. It really is. And so you wonder if you were able to rewind the tape 2 years ago to say, folks, this is where we're headed, and if we're not going to make some decisions here, they're going to be made for us. I would argue that that more participatory approach would have saved that city from going bankrupt. And so the other force is what I call fiscal decisions of a scale and scope that most municipalities never thought they were going to have to face. And with all the talk about, oh, the economy's coming back and everything's going to be fine, you go into a lot of city halls like I do, the whole discussion around pension and benefit obligations, we're looking at hundreds of millions and billions of dollars of unfunded liabilities that we're not really dealing with. And part of the bankruptcy stories, not the whole story, but part of the bankruptcy stories around California are related to people really pushing decisions off before you're in a situation where, like a Vallejo or San Bernardino, gonna have to cut the third of the police force, but I'm sure things are gonna stay as safe as they've always been, you know. So I think that that fiscal impetus is really gonna drive more municipalities to do this.
What cities are handling the pension obligations well? Are there any in California that you can think of?
Well, there aren't a lot. I mean, San Jose, what you're starting to see cities do is not having the municipal government make these decisions, but try to put it before the public in some sort of ballot measure. That was a strategy that Chuck Reed used in San Jose and was somewhat to a degree in San Diego as well. And I think that's going to be the way that we begin to see this. There's still some significant legal questions about what you can do fiscally around these pension and benefit obligations. You know, this certainly isn't an easy route, but kind of a stage one route that a lot of cities are approaching is going to two-tier pension systems, right? Where you say, well, we're going to leave all the folks that we've hired under a certain situation and scenario as they are, but the new hires we're going to put inside some sort of different pension and benefit. There are arguments now, and I think San Bernardino makes this case, that two-tier pension was not going to save that city. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, California is not there, right? But it's going to have to make some very tough decisions. And I would argue, even better than the ballot box, there are other processes that municipalities can be engaging their residents in, because you just think about it from a subject matter process. Most Californians didn't even think too much about pensions and benefits 4 or 5 years ago. We didn't really even have a thought about that. Now you have people really at least beginning to be aware of what's happening. And the question is then going to be, how are we going to engage that public in making some of these very tough decisions?
And what could be more uncomfortable than sitting across from a teacher, your child's teacher,
yeah,
and the policeman on your beat and saying, you know, we know you work hard, but this may not be sustainable. Talk about NIMBY.
Right.
All of a sudden, the NIMBYism is on behalf of the public officials.
Right. Well, and that's why oftentimes when I'm sitting across the table from a municipal official, every once in a while they'll confide to me and say, Pete, I just need to get some cover on this decision from the public. Now, as I always say in our training, that can be the beginning of a great public process, or it can be the beginning of a complete disaster. It's a beginning of a disaster if you're wanting to get cover for a decision that you've already made, but you're going to kind of paint something as a public process. It can be a really good thing if that really is what's forcing you to provide the public with what are some very hard trade-off decisions and say, You know, one of the things about, I didn't hit this last bullet point. When we did the one of the workshops in Bell, the budget workshops, Marco was at my table, lived in Bell for many years, and at the end of the half-day session in going through the budget, he said, "Man, we did some hard work today." And that's one of the things that I always see at the end of the best public processes, is that the public understands, you know, a lot of folks that work in government, they're not just making decisions off the hip. They're making very hard decisions with some significant trade-offs. And oftentimes, our usual public processes like public comment, that invites those kind of people showing up with these silver bullet solutions that really don't get to the real heart of the matter. And it's only through some of these more facilitated discussions and online platforms where you really help people wrestle through, well, if you take this down, this is going to affect this service. If you raise this tax level, this is going to affect something else over here. That people begin to understand, you know, maybe it's not just about raising taxes or cutting services. Maybe there's some other complexities here that I didn't think through. Yeah.
What's to be said about having a trust level where a community can elect people that they trust to handle this?
Yeah.
Because families and individuals are so busy balancing their own households.
Right.
So, you know, where maybe high level of engagement is not desired.
Right. So there's a balance. But I would say in most municipalities, and certainly in our state government, the pendulum has swung towards very tightly controlled hierarchical decision making. And when you look at a city like Bell, people are very busy there too, right? But the way in which Ken Hampion and the following interim city manager, Arnie Croce, and now the new full-time city manager who's there, their calculations, their math is to say, I need to build trust through a public process, not use a public process to put another burden on other people. You know, I think it was Oscar Wilde who said the problem with socialism are all the night meetings, right? And it could be argued that some of these public processes, I mean, we're just throwing another thing on top of people. Well, sometimes, you know, we might be looking at a small percentage of major decisions that can be made in this way. I think you, as a public official, you really need to do some diagnostics about what do I go before the public with, and what are decisions that we can make here internally. I'm not talking about making things a direct democracy, but what I am saying is we're seeing the penalties in many municipalities of not being more participatory in their decision making, and those penalties are being paid heavily in municipalities that are wrestling with decisions that would have been easier to make 5 or 10 years ago in a more public process. And now there's just no room for public engagement. And the only public engagement is protesting at that point. Yeah. Right.
So kind of like trust but there.
Or Bell, or what happened in Bell, right? There had to be that initial visceral protesting, organizing piece that came after Bell. But after that was allowed to settle down a little bit, then you could do something like this. So, thank you. Thank you all. We'll wrap. Thanks.